on the live stream, and let me get
You
the
and I
other
need
one up.
coffee.
Hang on. There's chicken, there's sides, there's Habeas cookies, there's tea, there's ice in the over there. Please get it. Okay, we're recording. I have nothing.
Okay. Of technology, but we are ready to go. We're going to call the meeting to order at 5:30.
Shana Martinez, District 1.
Bill King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
Robert Lee, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. And for the planning and zoning?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and call the planning and zoning meeting to order at 5:34 and have our roll call.
Michelle Garrett.
Houston Marchand.
Naomi Bailey.
Bruce Alexander.
And Jim Welsh.
Great. We have a quorum.
That's it.
All right, we're going to start with next item. We'll open up discussion and action items. Discussion on Unified Development Ordinance for the City Council and for planning and zoning. Do you want to introduce the item for planning and zoning? I was introducing the item for the discussion and possible action on the UDO for the City Council. Do you want to open that item for?
Yes. On the unified development.
Okay, Brianna.
I'm Brianna Circle for anybody who doesn't know, Community Development Director. Simple City will be joining us, but they said traffic was really bad, so we're maybe expecting them at about 5:45. So hopefully here soon, but we're not going to let that hold us up. Okay, so we've broken this out into a couple sections. The first thing we're going to go through is just the confirmed recommendations. And these are the recommendations that have already gone through planning and zoning and city council, but just to remind us where some of these changes are. And then we're going to go through some comments.
Does everybody have a meeting agenda in front of them?
So you know what, I printed out enough, but I didn't even pass them out because I didn't think about it.
Each packet has.
This is,
We have
no. This is something I asked Brianna to do just for the sake of timeliness tonight. And this is what she's referring to right now. So it might be helpful. It's
your PowerPoint, but just all
right.
In one paper. Sorry about that, guys.
Thank you.
Okay.
I got one. I don't know how I got it, but I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's why I thought maybe everybody had one. But
Thank you.
Thank you.
and the idea is just the concept was to help the discussion along. As Brianna was just saying, she's going to go through the items that y'all have already discussed as a group, either or separately. Either they went to P&Z and P&Z had some discussion about them and made recommendations to council, and the council had discussions and decided on those recommendations. That's what this list represents, right?
Yes,
Brianna?
it is.
So
Okay.
continue. Now that everybody's looking at the same
Okay, so I'm just gonna read through them, and just so, like I said, we all have a reminder of the things that have already been changed. So they're not necessarily already changed in the UDO because we didn't want to put a whole lot of different versions out there. We wanted to take all these recommendations y'all already gave us, and then anything that comes out of this meeting, and then we'll start making those changes to the UDO, and then have an updated version that everybody can look at. Okay. All right, so first one, all existing RA lots that were zoned under P3 will now be P 2.5 in neighborhoods built before 2019.
And how many lots? That's approximately 200 or so.
No, it was 444.
Okay, 444. And that's the mailing that we just did on Friday.
That is correct, 444.
Okay, I got a question regarding that because you
Yes,
got
ma'am.
one little area of River Bluff that is still in the P3 and not the P2.5.
That's correct, and that if we can all, just a reminder that that's because that was RC before. So going down to P 2.5 would be a, what is that term?
Down zone?
Yeah, a down zoning. So we had to keep that because it includes multifamily. So those areas were already multifamily previously. Okay?
No, not the going down Geneva back into River Bluff.
Yes.
That
Yes.
is RC.
That is RC.
But River Bluff was RC also before.
No, RA. RA.
Okay, because it was all the River Bluff.
You can kind of, it's a little bit difficult to see, but because they're similar colors. But this is like what the area you're talking about is that orange-ish color here.
Okay.
There's an orange-ish color here.
Yeah.
This is all RA. This was RC.
Okay. I'm just
And
making
same
sure.
thing is right. There was actually some of it right over here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's some
Okay.
over in Country Village as well.
Okay. Because I have people that are going to come ask me.
Definitely.
So-
So that's what you can tell them. It would be a down zoning if we put them to P2.5 because they're already multifamily.
Okay.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Prior to 2019, you have a date specific in 2019 or January, September?
I would have to ask Simple City. They're the ones who went through and did the
Okay,
computer.
so
Yeah.
basically anything that was existing in the city that was on RA
Mhm.
at that time or previous to that would now be listed as 2.5?
Yes, that was P3 prior.
Wait,
Yes.
say that again. RA
RA,
is place type 3.
Yeah, so.
Oh, yeah,
it was
2.5.
already-
You're right, you're right, you're right.
Yeah, if it was RA originally, and then it got, when those notices were first sent out in November, and they went to P3,
yes ma'am.
and now they're going back to P2.5.
So
Based on-
citywide, anything that was RA will now be 2.5.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yes, if they were to P3.
Yes ma'am.
Yes, okay,
Uh,
yeah.
Yes ma'am.
Okay. All right, so, and actually that gets into the next one. RC lots will retain their translation to P3. ADUs in all zoning classifications will be permitted by special use permit. RV parks in P2 zoning classifications will be
Brianna,
permitted.
hold on. Do you mind if people, is it okay if people just ask questions as we go through that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we
Councilman.
are covering these items now, or are you giving us an overview?
These are the
I'm
items that have already been covered.
Yes.
That planning and zoning, I'll state it again. Planning and zoning already met on these items, had discussion, gave recommendations. Council then heard P&Z's, planning and zoning's recommendations, and gave staff direction. So these are the items that staff has already received direction on, but they may not necessarily be reflected in the UDO that's online for the reasons that Brianna stated a minute ago. So we've already, you are not the benefit of being on council yet, but yes, council's already met on these.
But you asked us to submit
And
questions before.
Can I,
Which I had about the ADUs.
yes,
So,
and that
when do I
topic
ask
is,
those questions?
we can get into those questions in the second part because I have the RV parks and ADUs on the second part. So I
I
wouldn't.
wonder if there's an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
we'll make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak. This is one of the things that, as we talk about getting better in this process, one of the items was making sure that we're identifying the things that have been changed.
Mhm.
You can't change everything all at once. You start introducing that kind of massive, constant change, you're bound to make mistakes. And so just the fact that she's capturing all of that and reading that back to us to confirm.
Okay, and then add a minimum lot frontage of, with 2.5 of 80 feet. Table of reference related documents, a single location to see related documents, and then it lists out the documents. Index of each chapter to provide clarity and ease of document. Add water rights from UDC, and that should be add water rights from the subdivision ordinance because that was an oversight, so those are already being added. Make 2.23 design charrette optional, provides greater flexibility for development negotiations. On-street parking allowed in 2.5 or P2.5. Add street section, subsection specifications, provide greater clarity for street sections. Change P 2.5 zoning from historic residential to traditional residential. Sync the historic overlay name to match the existing so there is no legal conflict. Adjust sign administrator to sign enforcement. RV parking to be allowed in second and third layered in according with the existing zoning. So those are all the things that we've already gone through and that have already been, like I said, gone through planning and zoning, talked about with city council. And so after this, now we're gonna move on to discussion about the comprehensive plan and the UDO.
Can we take a brief moment and just confirm, was there anything that she missed that, that anybody had addressed here and she didn't capture? Okay, great. Oh.
The only reason I don't know, honestly, I don't know, because everything changes every time we meet, so.
That's why we're doing this.
It's really tough to sit right here and just read this and say, okay, that's everything we've gone through. It probably is,
Perfect.
but I just wanted to reserve that right.
I know,
If there's something else
What's that?
comes up.
What are you confused about?
When I had some comments on accessory dwelling units and RV.
We'll get there.
Okay, that's why I asked, and she, I don't see that on here, that's why. Okay, hold on. Okay, please excuse me, I'm old and gray.
I just don't know why this isn't coming up, but
Um,
yeah, no, I'm not. It's
I know you.
huh? Y'all can see it on that side.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just this side.
We don't see anything.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
yeah, it didn't.
So my,
Is this
real
the-
quick, while they're dinking with that, is in regards to the special use permit, we had turned around and said it was transferable and that we asked that that be put in there.
I'm sorry about that. What was that?
Regarding the special use permit, remember we had discussed about whether or not that was transferable, and if it was, that we were gonna put, it is transferable.
No,
Well,
the special use permit right now in the existing ordinance,
Is
Uh,
not transferable.
it's not
It
transferable.
has to come back every time. And so that was language. And if I'm being honest, I forgot to.
oh
check
yeah,
on it.
no,
Okay.
that's
All right.
that's
Okay.
what we're
you
doing.
to be honest all the
It's
time.
supposed to be.
Well, sometimes I may throw a little white lie out there. No, I'm just kidding.
If I can make a comment on that one, one of the suggestions that I made was if you're gonna do the specific use permit, when you write up the policies for ADUs, San Antonio has a really good one that requires the property owner to actually file a deed restriction on their property associated with the deed, associated with that. So that's something you might want to look at too when you adopt your.
This is a future discussion.
Yeah, this is future discussion.
I know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't want-
Is there anything else, Shana, that you had caught?
No,
right.
that's.
And that was why I wanted to confirm, because we could miss things. I just
Oh,
want to
yeah.
make sure that you stay on top of the things you're asking for.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Brandon.
Okay, so first we're going to get into the comprehensive plan. I didn't receive much feedback from the last time we spoke about this, so I'm just going to go through some of the things that we did get feedback on. I did get comments from a couple planning and zoning members and a city council person. What I did, and just so y'all can know my train of thought here, is I took all those comments and I want to respond to each of their comments that they provided, because a lot of them were just questions. And of course, I want to answer their questions. But the ones where there was like a theme that trended throughout the comments, those are the big topics that are being brought up to y'all today. So that's how I kind of came to narrow down a little bit of the conversation, but also address as many comments as we possibly can. Okay? All right, so the first thing, 5-year requirement. So it was brought up that the 5-year requirement is not a Texas law anymore. So if everybody is okay with this, we will go ahead and remove this section or this line. The Texas Local Government Code requires the comprehensive plan to be updated every 5 years to be consistent with the community zoning rules. And that is just because it is not accurate anymore. So that's one thing. If everybody's amenable to that, any comments or questions about that? Yeah, and
So
feel free to speak out.
Question on that, I think it would be prudent for us to leave it in there as a recommendation so that people can continue to look at this and refine it. The problem that we've reached, the thing that brought us to this point was that it hadn't been touched for quite some time. And so it's just reminding people that it does need to be updated.
Okay, what we
Just
can
take
do
out
is
the-
maybe the
Is that-
city, it's recommended to review the comprehensive plans every 5 years, something like
Yeah.
that.
Or as needed.
Yeah.
Not required, but it's,
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
Recommended.
While Texas local government code no longer requires.
Yeah,
We
okay.
still think that's a good timetable to revisit this.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Okay. And hold on, when Simple City gets here, they'll be taking all these notes, but until they get here, I don't want to miss anything.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Okay, so another thing is that these engagement at a glance update these tables. As you can see, and I think there was 2 tables. There's community roundup that still don't have those numbers in there. So that's just another thing we will be updating to make sure it does reflect what all the engagements that we've had and the people that have attended those engagements. Good. Okay, and there was a question on whether or not we knew if all these people were citizens or taxpayers or who they were. Unfortunately, we just don't have that kind of information. Usually if they're a stakeholder, if they're interested in these things, then they attend those meetings, but we don't know if they were a citizen, a business owner, somebody in the ETJ just has property here. there's really no way for us to tell those that information from online engagement and things like that. So, okay, so update tables. All right. Okay, so adjust area of stability and change. So this is another thing. So because we are changing the language from P2.5 to P3, and I believe we already talked about this a little bit last time, to update these areas to areas of stability and not change. And I'm sorry, I'm such a ding dong. I meant to put that table on there so y'all knew what each of these meant, and I completely forgot. So area of stability is the purple, and then area of change is that dark brown. And so, like I said, this just reflects that language from P3 to P2.5 zoning. So is there any questions about this?
That area marked number 5 is not currently inside city limits, correct?
It is. That is,
The airport?
that's, no.
The airport's south of 471.
That's an area of stability. Isn't that right next to
Oh, that's that subdivision, Deer Creek. Or,
But that's not
No,
in city
Deer
limits.
Deerfield?
Deerfield?
The one on the road to the.
Yeah, right
High
behind the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's because it's already a subdivision out there,
Okay.
but it's not in our, you're right, it's not in our city limits.
Just wanted to make sure I was
You're
understanding
correct.
that.
You know, you're correct on that, sorry, yes.
What was the purple
That is area of stability.
stability?
Any additional questions on that? So we will be making these changes to reflect those areas of stability, okay?
Will the minutes reflect that you called yourself a ding dong?
I hope not.
Good, okay. Okay, good.
Oh. Okay, so we went through, like I said, I didn't get a lot of feedback. And Mr. Alexander, I know you had some additional questions, so I do plan on getting those answers back to you. I just haven't had the time yet.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, so any additional comments about the comprehensive plan? Has there anything else? I want to take a pause just to make sure I've captured everything. Okay, all right, good, all right. Okay, so now we're going to go into the Unified Development Ordinance. Like I said earlier, this is just complementation, like I don't know the word I'm trying to say, but this is just all the comments that I've received, and I put them all together, and they're very big topics, and then we're just going to discuss them each individually. Okay, so the Design Review Committee. There was a few comments that says that's concerned about the Design Review Committee of the memberships or the people that make up the Design Review Committee. As of right now, we have the Community Development Department, the Building and Permitting Inspection Department, Engineering Department, and it's just funny because all those departments are one person. Public Works Department, Parks and Recreation Department, Fire Marshal and Public Safety, and other designees as determined by the city administrator. I know if you had some concerns about this would be the good time to voice those concerns and what you think that maybe the Design Review Committee should be consisting of.
I would like to see citizens.
Okay.
That way they can give us their, different outside the box.
Well, let me ask you on this one. So right now, if somebody, the purpose of the Design Review Committee is to look at the how it measures up with our codes and ordinances, right?
That's correct. It's supposed to be somebody who comes to you with a plan or whatever they're trying to do, and the Design Review Committee can look at it from a high level and show, will it have any adverse impact on building and permitting? Will it have any adverse impact for fire and safety, for Parks and Rec, and what kind of feedback we can get from those groups, because of course all those groups are important for every development. Yeah.
So it's supposed to be a technical review, not necessarily a policy review.
That's correct. Yes. So they won't. Yeah. It's supposed to be a technical review.
And you do the same thing for HLC, for CBOA, for planning and zoning. The staff reviews it and looks at it for appropriateness and completeness, and then brings it to the recommending bodies. And that's where you would invite the public.
And this is not a new. Actually, this is not a new thing. This was actually in that commercial design guidelines that we already had. The only thing is that they never actually formed that design review board. That's what it was called in there. So this is not a new idea. This is something that was already instilled also.
Yeah, I think the city's been doing that for years and years and years.
Mhm.
They just didn't call it that. And so as we're sitting here right now, how many actual individuals in the city, you said, you read off 5 names, said they're all the same person. How many actual individuals are in that group you just named?
So it would be myself. I say engineering department because that falls under me, but I would get our city engineer involved. And then public works department would be the public works director. Parks and Rec would be the Parks and Rec director. And then fire marshal would be, we don't have a person in-house for that, but I would assume that maybe that would be our chief of police or some, it says fire marshal and public safety. So, yeah.
5?
I know Chief Cook.
4, 5, yeah, 5.
No administrator.
No, as of right now, there's no city administrator in that committee.
Unless he designates himself, I guess.
Yeah, he could be a part of those, yeah.
To go in the comment about someone on the outside, I don't know that that would be useful unless they were completely familiar with everything that was going to be discussed and say whether it did or didn't, which would really limit the number of people that could do that.
Definitely. I do agree with that because you have to have some sense of what the codes and ordinances and also the needs of the city as a whole. So, yes, sir.
In the past, I'll take on Bob Lee's comment. Very similar,
Yeah.
different name, but in the past, when somebody came with a proposed development, it was the city administrator always, because they represented the city, the public works director, and engineer. And that was the ones that reviewed it, but add you into that, and that's it, because you're looking at it, this is preliminary meeting, discuss to say, does it fit?
Yeah.
Okay? In my opinion, you bring others in as you get past that preliminary one, because the more people you bring in, parks or this and that or whatever, it can get bogged down in the weeds. You're looking at this on a high level, does it meet what our proposed plans are, or what, does it fit?
Does it fit?
So it can go to, that's just my thought. So engineer, city administrator, definitely, community development coordinator, which you, whatever. Those are the big 3. Because even the public safety issue may or may not be involved in the preliminary layouts of the development. Now, fire will get in when you start talking about roads
Yeah,
and things like that.
I think I think that's right. These should be written into our rules so that it accommodates that.
Sure.
Things like with the fire marshal, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to do that. But so basically what you're saying is that it's basically the same thing that we have currently. It's just better defined and calling out the people that may be called into this, that could be called into this. And I think that it's prudent for doing something like that.
If you can, sir, Jim, why don't you?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the process is pretty typical for other cities. Usually it's called a preliminary plan review meeting with city staff. So the terminology threw me for a little bit until I could find it later on in the code. But one thing I was gonna say is that a lot of times the different departments that are requested are optional. So if a developer wants to just talk about lot size, you're not wasting the fire marshal's time.
Okay.
And so that may be something for consideration where whoever's requesting it, and I don't know if there's a fee that they're paying per department or for the time, that they can pick off what they want to talk about with the city, try to efficient.
I think that's a great idea. We could do the city administrator, the planner, public works, and then optional would be the city engineer, because even at high level, maybe sometimes the city engineer is not necessary. And then Parks and Rec department, public safety. I think that's a great idea.
Is this the step that would follow, because we developed that first plan or information packet that you hand out to the developer when he comes in, right? So this would be probably a first meeting after they get that. This is what we'd like to see you do.
Yeah, well, this is just, as soon as they submit it, the design review committee is going to look at it just from a high level and see the major red flags with the issues of that plan, just to get them started off the bat. Like, of course, one comment probably is always going to come out of that is, have you talked with TxDOT? Because that's always the big first one. But no, really, that's like one of the comments, like something like that. Have you looked at your water rights? Stuff like that. Those are like, those kind of things would come out of that meeting.
And what do other cities call it, Jim?
preliminary plan review meeting. The city of San Antonio has city shirts, a lot of different cities have that, we requested through the planning department.
So should we change the name to make it more,
Universal.
yeah. Well, we want it to be something, if you're
Yeah.
saying that you were confused by it until you saw that definition, would it make sense to just change it to that?
No.
Hmm?
No, I'm not kidding. I just, right now it's embedded throughout the ordinance in many different ways. I just don't know if that's necessary. I think if they talk with me once they submit their things, I'll be able to explain that to them.
They also, this committee also has several duties throughout the code. It's not just that preliminary plan review.
There is and we'll get into that later because that's a whole nother subject is the warrants. So we'll get into that later, but yes, there is other things that come in under the design review committee, but mostly it is just high level. It's nothing nitty gritty. So.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor. Sorry, we're late in traffic.
That's all right.
This committee.
Can you fix that traffic problem for us if you get a chance?
This committee is also intended to ensure that there's not conflicting comments that go out. For example, oftentimes the police department and the fire department want interconnectivity between commercial strip centers so that the parking lots connect. And the planners may not be looking at it for that. And so what's happening with this committee is you're getting a comprehensive review from each of these different departments that oversee development. You want to make sure that the right sizing of the water lines, the wastewater lines, based off of future projections, are analyzed by the public works director. You want to make sure that they're meeting the minimum standards of the zoning and subdivision ordinance. And so this is to reduce conflict comments going out, so that the planning department doesn't send a comment, and then the fire department sends another comment that conflicts. They sort out all of the details of the development proposal so that everyone's plans got reviewed in totality. That's the intent of this.
Okay.
That's why there's so many members of the body.
Okay. And I think thank you for that, Matt. And I think that's where like if it's just a commercial development and we know they're not going to have a park, then maybe park doesn't have to be there. But yeah, definitely, if it's something larger scale, yeah, we definitely want to get the fire marshal involved, just even if it's a big grand scheme of things, and say, hey, what kind of issues do you see could be have potential issues right here, and where could you see that interconnectivity and things like that? So,
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so as of right now, I have that the design review committee will be made up as this city administrator, the community development department, public works, and if necessary, parks and rec and fire marshal is an engineer, city engineer. Is that all good with everybody?
Should we? But one recommendation for fire marshal. So
Mhm.
since we are served by ESD, and that's not likely to change,
We'll do public
and
safety.
the county is establishing a fire marshal, which can be problematic. Yeah, maybe we change the language from fire marshal to, I don't know, fire safety, public safety,
Public safety.
something more generic
Okay.
would be my suggestion.
I think
How
that
about
makes sense.
traffic or public safety? Because you might want to bring in, if it touches TxDOT.
Yeah, we don't, yeah.
This is definitely supposed to be like made up of, the staff
Internal.
that works for the city of Castroville, because
Yeah.
we can make sure we can schedule those meetings. If I wait on TxDOT, we're waiting 4
Yeah,
months.
no, agreed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sounds good. And like I said, I know there's other things that the DRC does, but we'll get into some of those things a little bit later. Okay. All right. So pre-application meetings. This was also another one that was kind of throughout the comments. Is right now on every step of our development process, we have pre-application meetings listed. I think that's a bit of overkill, because first they have to come for preliminary, then they have to come for final, then they have to come for site development, then they have to come for subdivision, and it's all for the same project. I think that an easy thing is that if you've already had a pre-application meeting for this project, then you're not required to have another one unless deemed necessary by the city.
Yeah, the way we treat them,
Mhm.
like someone that comes in for something, the first meeting is basically just lay your cards on the table. These are the rules and regulations of the cities. These are the do's and don'ts.
Yes,
And then they go forward with developing the plan.
that's correct. Yeah.
So you don't need that one time.
You just need the one time, and I agree with that. So, so like I said, we'll put some language in there just to say, if you've already come, you don't have to come again, unless we think it's necessary to have another conversation.
Jim?
I like that. Would we want to put like a time limit? As long as you've had one in the last year?
Yeah.
That's a good point. If things change over time.
And
I
if
know a
a-
lot of stuff has like timeouts. It's like 2 years stuff times out, but they could be in a process
Yeah.
for something larger like Alsatian Oaks over a period of 10 years. And we might be changing our ordinances, our rules,
That's
and they
correct.
might want, or they might not want to know, but we might want them to know what the new rules are
Yeah.
if they haven't been to a meeting with staff in
Yeah.
a
I
year,
can
2
definitely,
years.
we can figure that out, how to put some kind of time constraint on there. And it just may be, if the application maybe is expired, because there is expiration dates on every application. So maybe if that application has already expired and there's been no movement forward on the project, then that's when they have to come back to the table.
or also if they do a certain percentage of the plan changes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. I think that they will already have to, because that's already part of the regulations. So if any part of their plan changes and they have to amend their plat, that already has its own process, so. Okay, so we want to make sure. Okay, I'm trying, but this is terrible. Okay, all right, so moving on. And actually, I put this in here because it was one of the comments, but I think we've already touched that the design charrette should just be an optional. Right now, it's a mandated, and we're gonna put that as could or whatever may come for a design charrette, but it is not mandated. And I think we've already spoken about that. So unless there's any additional questions about this, yes, sir.
Do we really like the word charrette, or should we say collaboration? I've never heard the word charrette in my life.
You're old school, Bob.
I mean, the dictionary says collaboration, intense collaboration.
I mean, it's a word. I don't know.
It's just a word.
Yeah.
Is it
Yeah, but I
is it
agree
a
with
term of
Bob.
art
Make it-
that someone's going to know when they come, or is it going to be?
It's tied to a planning process, interactive.
Most planners have heard it. Planners or people in design or architecture know what a charrette is.
Okay, so we're good with charrette?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, moving on. Okay, neighborhood plan. So I did get quite a few comments about this because in the ordinance, it's in two different places. When you're reading the ordinance, you wouldn't usually read it like a book. You would say, hey, this is my project. Where does it fall? Is it infill or is it not infill? And that's when, or infill with rezoning. And then you would just go to that process. And it's not supposed to read like a book like we did when we do our review. But I do understand the confusion there. And if we need to, I don't know how big of a deal it is just to take one out and say this is for both rezoning and the neighborhood plan. Or would that be okay? All right. So if it's okay with y'all, because that was a comment, is that we'll take one out and we'll have it apply to both infill and rezoning, all in the same. It's the same process. So
Infill with or without rezone.
exactly. Yes, sir. So any questions about that? And we're getting to some other things here. Okay. So no questions on that. Okay, only a public process if there are variances from the ordinance. Oh, okay. So right now, hold on, I have to read the comment that I had about. I think it was Bruce. I think this was your comment. Do you remember what?
Which one?
For neighborhood plan, only a public process if there is or there are variances from the ordinance.
Did I ask that?
I can't remember. Okay. All right, we'll move on, but I know for sure this is you. Okay. So in all of these neighborhood plans, we have 2.5 acres as the minimum, and then when you go up from there, that means that they require the neighborhood plan. It was something that was said to maybe move that up to 2.75 acres because 2.5 acres is one city block that would be redeveloped, and 2.75 acres that's not able to be done. And,
Yeah, I can expand on that.
Yeah.
The current ZZO specifically says acreage of 3 acres or more to be able to do a planned unit development, neighborhood plan development. Okay, and it was written specifically to prohibit it on a standard city law. That's why it was put there. I know because I was here when that amendment was done.
So we can just put it to
But
3 acres.
Well, 2.5, a standard city block is more than 2.5. So that's why I just said make it 2.75.
I was gonna say, I think that you should be allowed to do a standard block. Am I in agreement or in contradiction with you there? I think that if you own an entire block, you should be able to move the lot.
No, I disagree because what that does, that makes somebody could take a standard block and basically just reconfigure the whole dang thing into literally a subdivision within the city.
Yes, and I think that's reasonable for an entire city block.
And I disagree, and that's what the
I think it
public
was your
disagreed with a year and a half ago.
That's what about 2% of the public disagreed with.
In the particular area, so I can only answer to the 200 foot in that area, but I can answer
first
to
one, I
people around town supported that. So I believe it's citywide would tell you that, if that came to that. But I can't state
Yeah,
that
I
for a
think that's
fact.
what that was.
Respectfully, almost every block in the historic district has had lot lines moved, has had the number of lots changed in the 150 years since Henry Castro drew them. I think that it is perfectly reasonable to allow people to continue doing that if they own the entire block. I'd like to hear people's opinions on this other than just Bruce's.
Okay,
No problem.
No, I think
Well-
I understand what you're
I
saying.
had a question,
sorry,
if that's
please.
okay. And so my name is Melanie Nelson, an alternate on planning and zoning. So my question is, in this neighborhood plan, is this in conjunction then with the overlay for the historic area? Or is this outside the historic area? Because I
This-
think that it matters,
This is just across the board anywhere.
okay?
This is where, this applies anywhere. It doesn't matter historic district, it doesn't matter, it's just anywhere where somebody wants to clump together this amount of property,
Okay,
and that's where it is.
But if it's in a historic district, it will have to go through a separate approval process, correct?
That's correct. For not the subdivision itself, but for every structure that's put on that property, it would have to go through the Historic Landmark Commission for approval.
And
I'm sorry, can I ask another question in conjunction with just this one? So with that, and I knew, so you guys may be like, oh, she did. But,
you'll catch up.
with this, so does I know that there is the historic district, but does anybody check in? Like, is there anybody from the city that goes to those meetings or anything else to the historic district?
Yeah, so I'm the liaison, so I wear many hats.
I tell you what, this might be, if it's all right with you, there's some education that you can start getting that would relate, like just trying to, in an effort to continue to move this forward.
Sure.
Love to get you educated on this, and Brianna can sit down with you and we can kind of educate you through this process. But what we're talking about now is specifically in the UDO. What are the things like overarching, doesn't matter where it is, what are our set minimums?
And I guess the reason I'm asking is because, like, as a citizen and a person, an alternate, it does matter to me whether this is for the entire neighborhood plan or whether this concerns anything outside the historic district. That's why I was asking. But
Yes.
yeah, I tried to read up as fast as I can this last week, and
So
It's a
a
lot.
better way to look at this is infill. So an infill is anything within city limits,
okay.
and that's it.
It has been platted before.
That has been platted before.
And so,
Right.
yeah, so if it falls within that and it falls under the historic district, then it would, because we do have a pretty significant one. So if it falls within the infill and falls within the historic district, then at that time, it would trigger HLC's recommendation. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. And then I think I
Well,
just,
we're not,
oh,
Yeah.
I'd like to hear from the other members of council.
yeah,
before.
yes, okay.
I respectfully disagree with my councilman about every lot line practically in Castroville is in change. That isn't so. Show me the statistics like you like. The other one is I would
It's right there, yeah.
absolutely prohibit that within the historic district. Absolutely. You said we want to maintain the character of what is already here. That would definitely not maintain the character. And so my vote would be
Okay.
get rid of the possibility of having infill with a complete block, as he discussed. Somebody could easily buy a number of these places that have not the best structures in the world, clear them and do whatever they want. Yes, they have to go through the process,
Yeah.
but I'd say don't even put it on the table. They can go outside the historic district and do that.
okay, council
Can I
members?
just make a clarifying statement? I did not say every block in Castroville. I said every block in the historic, or almost every block in the historic district.
No, that's not true.
But if you go over there and look how many of those have,
All right, so
Let's go.
I think we can move on. One of the things, and let me ask council, do you have comments on this? I have one, but I'll wait for you guys.
Bill, you're up.
Go for it. I mean, you may be saying mine.
Well, I just think that I agree. It's good to give some kind of flexibility, but right now we're dealing with such massive change across the board. I think wherever we can settle it down and just say, this is the area that we're saying right now, let's slow down the change. We're changing too fast on our borders. Let's settle things down in between. And I think that if we can just do as much as possible, this is my standpoint, is take it as much as possible. If it's in the existing CZO, move it over to the UDO. And then if future councils want to go and perfect that and refine that and say this might be acceptable at that point, once things have settled down, once we don't have this incredible pressure from the outside, I think that would be a good idea.
Well said.
I've got a quick question for you on that. I think you were addressing one of my comments I submitted, which may not have been straightforward, but are you saying this neighborhood plan only applies to infill?
Yes.
So as development in ETJ would not have to.
That's correct.
Okay, so that changes my mindset on comments.
Okay,
So
okay.
I was thinking of a new development coming to the city, having to go through all these different processes and trying to understand the importance.
Got it. Yeah, and that makes sense why you would say that, because if anything, these processes are a little bit more restrictive. I think Jim can attest when he's reading through these, because it's like this would definitely require a public process and all of those things, which maybe wouldn't necessarily have been before. So it's definitely a little bit more restrictive in certain areas.
We have still, Sheena had one.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with Councilman Bob Lee on this. When the last fiasco was being looked at over here, I had people calling me, coming to the hardware store from all over the town, not wanting it. And I could understand that because we moved out here to get away from that.
Yes.
So I agree with Bob.
Okay. So, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I agree with the mayor. We promised people that we weren't going to use this as an opportunity to change what's existing today.
Okay.
And I think because people are really nervous about what we're doing. And the least we change what's here today, except in those circumstances that we have to.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things I think we should keep what we had before.
Okay.
So
And in the future, if they want to change it, another council.
So it'd be a direct translation from the CZO to the UDO of 3 acres.
3 acres. We
Yep.
could do 3 acres. Right now, it does not specify whether it's in the historic district or not. Is that something that we want to keep? If it's over 3 acres, then it wouldn't matter, right?
I think the current wording is 3 acres within the city limits.
That's correct.
Yep.
So if you pick the date of 2019, whatever's in the city at that time, or however
Yes,
you
sir.
want to do that.
I think within the city limits, that's infill.
Yeah.
Yes.
How many lots in the historic district are 3 acres?
Lots, everything on the
The river blocks are, but
Well, maybe
the
two
standard
Just
blocks
just
are
the
not.
river lots,
But the standard blocks are not.
are not, right. So
Yeah.
how many vacant lots do you have? Do you know how many vacant lots are in the historic?
I mean, it depends on what you're looking at, because you look at some of those lots and they go up like Cross Hill, which are, I would say, say they're non-developable. I don't know the exact number, but like actual blocks of vacant, I don't know.
I counted them once and there were between 50 and 70.
But I'm saying but vacant blocks.
Yeah, the issue
Not
is,
lots,
though,
blocks.
as the point was made earlier, someone could come in and buy all the properties, and that's still an option. And so I think that was a wise comment, because that's what you have to think about, is not what is empty today, but what if a developer came in and said, I want to buy every house on this block? That is the right mindset for thinking about infill. That really kind of paints the best picture in my mind. If you just think about where the empty lots are today, then you've closed off some other opportunities.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor, you said, I thought my suggestion was nothing that was in a designated historic district.
Yeah.
And then we transitioned over to 3 acres. So are those both tied together into the definition of where you cannot do this?
Well, that's what I was asking. I wasn't sure, because now we're moving the regulation up to 3 acres. Are we also putting a stipulation in the neighborhood plan that it also cannot be located in the historic district?
That was my initial point.
What's the current, what's it currently say now?
We don't have, if you're referring to the PD designation, as I think most people are,
Just says 3 acres within the city.
yeah, it
Most
just
people-
says 3
most people agree
acres,
with 3
yeah.
acres.
So it does not define it as historic or not historic.
It should stay that way. We shouldn't use this as an opportunity to put additional restrictions.
Thank you.
Just do a direct correlation over. Sorry, Matt, you had something.
So just for transparency purposes, this was a process to be uber transparent. So when a development came to town, they would be required to show their lot allocation, their street network that they're proposing within their blocks, where their park space is going. And so they just do a rough conceptual, just showing their lots and block pattern with their streets. And then they would go through a public process with it. They would let the community see that on the front end before the developer goes and spends a bunch of money and then comes back and says, well, y'all told me to do this. Just so you'll know that that's what you're removing.
But
Well,
only if
we're
it's
removing-
3 acres.
They're also removing the potential of it happening in existing Castroville. That's what we're hearing is
Right.
nobody here wants to see that on any block in existing Castroville. So if they adopt it with a 3 acre minimum, they've essentially said that's not possible. The only place it sounds like it would be possible is potentially along the river. If someone were to buy a big enough section along the river, then they could do it, and they'd still have to go through that whole public process.
I guess
Outlines.
a clarifying question, because I feel like you two might be talking past each other. Is this a documentary step where we're just communicating what's going on, or is this a step that's actually like what governs the subdivision?
It's a regulatory.
It's a regulatory step. It already in and itself has a public process with it.
But
Yeah.
you all just, Brianna, you and Matt just said two different things. You said this is for the properties, the new developments.
No.
No, this is for infill. It says right there.
No, what's,
Excuse me, this is not for the infill. This is for anything.
This is for infill.
this is for
This is
infill.
for infill, right? But you said it's for infill and out there.
There are two processes. Yes, sir, that is correct. This is the infill neighborhood process,
Mhm.
and then there is a neighborhood plan process for new developments. That is correct. There are two steps in the process. This one that you're looking at right now
Is
is
infill,
particular for infill development.
right?
Right.
So it's not an issue what you just said.
Well,
No, I don't think it
depending on
is.
what happens, if someone comes to town and does land assembly and they buy out 8 property owners on one block, what you're saying is they would not need to go through a neighborhood infill development process anymore. They would go straight into redevelopment.
No, because it'd be less than 3 acres. They couldn't do it.
Except on the river.
They would have to, because the rest of it, unless you tell us differently, Matt, the way I understand it is they still have to adhere to the 80-foot wide. Like basically, they could buy the whole block and build new houses on traditional blocks that were no more than 9 blocks per traditional block.
This town loves hypotheticals. They buy 2 blocks, they can do it.
Only if the city approves to close the road.
Not necessarily, they can, in the state of Texas, you can plat along public right of ways and include it into your plats as one subdivision plat.
So how do you stop that?
Okay.
Well, so I want
Because
to,
it's
Yeah.
difficult.
you said something that I think that we
Okay, we're
stepped
getting
over.
A little off topic here, so, yeah.
No, I think this is right.
Yeah.
Let me ask my question.
Please.
Because there's 2 sections that speak to neighborhood plan in the UDO. And so I didn't, May glanced over it, I didn't see a section that said this applies to infill. It sounds like the second one applies to greenfield development, not the UDO. Which, if that is the case, then I think we do need to think about that scenario, because that's a lot different than doing a development in historic Castroville. And so. I guess
Where
it's
instead of it
one-
going through a neighborhood plan, it just goes through like the standard subdivision.
I think I would lead off with a question, the purpose of a neighborhood plan for an ETJ development. Now, if it's multiple phases, I can see something like a master development plan that shows you the whole picture and how you're gonna comply with the flood plans that they're doing historically. But that's my first question, and if it doesn't serve a purpose, why add it as a layer into the process if it's not a valuable document?
I think what Matt was saying prior is that it is the first step to get a general feel for how it will be looked at with planning and zoning, because like I said, it is a public process, to see where it lies within public and how it's perceived. But maybe, I think you're right, maybe instead of making it, like if it meets all of our ordinances, maybe it doesn't have to go through that public process. Maybe if it meets every step of it. Oh, sorry.
One way to do this, what you're saying is, since the zoning aspects of the ordinance do not apply in the ETJ, you're not gonna be doing place type allocation. All you would be doing within an ETJ development is laying out your lot and your block scenarios and your street types. So that's what it would do. And what would happen is it would be approved by this body, and that would become a regulatory document that grants that land this layout. And so they could actually go into the plating process after that, start laying it out, doing the phasing structure and that type of thing. So it does grant the community an opportunity to see it before it gets designed, so the developers don't spend money before the community has, come apart about what they've laid out. They have a say into it. So that would be, there's some pros to it from the developer side and the community side. And it's not costly or timely. You're gonna do your conventional, site layout, and then it gets validated and it gets approved to that land. So it's vesting under chapter 245 as well. So it gives more predictability into that. With regard to the ETJ versus city limits for new developments, that's where I do think that maybe there's an inclusion in here that says this is for city limit, neighborhood regulating plans only, and we can consolidate these two and then exempt the historic district. That would solve, I think, everyone's ideas of what's trying to happen. I mean, just based off the conversation.
So you're saying with that adjustment, you would pull out the requirement in the ETJ, it would only be inside city limits?
Right, because you're not allocating place type, and so you can put it in here as an ETJ exemption, because they're only complying with your subdivision authority, they don't have to comply with the zoning standards of the UDO.
Would you repeat that in language I understand? Sorry.
Thank you.
Are you saying that the neighborhoods and the walking paths and the streets and all that stuff that's in the UDO, exactly what would apply in the ETJ? How do the ETJ?
You can do parkland dedication and environmental regulations, so all your stormwater management,
Right.
Your streets, all your subdivision elements of your lot standards, your block standards, your street types, all those elements would apply in the ETJ. The elements that do not apply are the place types, because that's zoning. So the place types are only applicable within your city limits. Anything outside the city limits, those cannot be applied.
So if a developer comes to town and wants to put something on Highway 90, you really can't talk to them about place type unless they want to come into the city limits.
That's correct.
If they're outside the city limits, you would annex them.
That's good. If they want to.
Right. Well, and we don't have, I don't know if you caught this, but last year, state
I'm quite aware, yes.
state law changed so that they can
You
remove.
dropped out of the
Yep.
ETJ,
Okay.
whatever that was.
No, seriously.
Okay, so Mr. Burns started off this bomb with, if you'd like additional comments. I'm okay, personally, if we keep what you talked about, 1 block, 2 block, being purchased within the historic district or other areas that are existing town and have it redeveloped. If they want to do that, Dr. Best property or, somewhere that's never been developed, I'm fine with that. But, eliminate the ETJ, eliminate the historic district.
Okay, so, because I feel like I've gotten two different things now. So we're saying keep it at a minimum of 3 acres, but include the historic district, because I think Mr. King just said not to use the language about historic district.
So I have a question. I think that if we, just with the stuff that's in here right now, everything in the historic district, everything in existing Castroville is labeled as place type 2.5. If they made it smaller, they would have to change the zoning, and that would open up a public process. So you have protections in there anyway. I'm less concerned with, because of the protections that are in there. I know that the Pony Express moves really fast, and I do believe that that is something, if somebody proposes something, it's going to get around very quickly, and it will get widespread attention. But to me, it's a small price to pay to put a little bit of additional security into people's minds to say, we're just moving it over. It was 3 acres. It is still 3 acres. Unless what Matt, you were saying was that you Were you saying that there was something that we would lose about the public process by making it larger versus smaller?
Well, just,
The applicability of it is Commissioner Bruce pointed out, sorry, Bruce, your last name?
Alexander.
Mr. Alexander pointed out that the block sizes are smaller than that, therefore they wouldn't apply unless they did right-of-way vacation, which y'all are not interested in. So it basically would preclude that from occurring,
Which would?
which I think everybody's,
having a 3-acre minimum.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's important, just what Councilman King referenced is, this is one of those things, like so many other things. I want to believe that the intent is leave the city as it exists alone and apply the new standards to the new development.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
what we've stated all along.
Thank
Right.
you.
So,
Okay, so the 3
so
acres.
just 3 acres is good, right?
Okay, all right, we good?
What's that?
Okay,
Not with me, I would like to have it also designated or in the designated historic district.
Hey, not with me,
I don't believe it.
All right, moving on.
okay, so let's see here,
You know, but
site development, of course I put this on here and I can't, my goodness. Recommend allowing.
While she's doing that, I'm just going to mention this. I did count up how many items and that you designated 5 minutes per item, and that would take 2 hours. Y'all are doing really, really well. You were under a minute in the first one, then a minute, a little over a minute.
I know, we're gonna have
And then
to
the
figure
last
out.
one is 22 minutes. So just letting y'all know,
Got it, okay.
not going to rush you, but
Okay, so for site development, the notes I have here is recommend allowing new commercial and model homes to obtain building permits to start construction as early as possible, but hold the certificate of occupancy until plat recordation. I don't know if everybody, that's just something that as developments come in, when these subdivisions like Alsatian Oaks and Flat Creek, they tend to want to build their model homes. So as soon as that all that infrastructure is done and finished, they can start building new homes. But they want that model home to show to people prior to plat recordation. So it's a policy thing. It's yes if y'all like it. No, I'm just letting you know we did allow that with Alsatian Oaks. I don't know if we allowed it with Flat Creek yet because they're not that far along. But Alsatian Oaks did their model homes prior to the plat being recorded, just so people could come see them. So. Any questions or concerns about that?
I mean, I don't know what y'all process follow with Alsatian Oaks and others, but historically in the past one, there was no construction until all the infrastructure was complete. No final plat was filed or even approved till all the infrastructure was complete. That's why some developments went in phases, so they could phase this and phase that. But till the infrastructure is complete and signed off by the city, no final plat, no building. In my opinion, and I don't want to relive everything, that might have avoided the fiasco that we had out there with TxDOT, but that's just my opinion. But that, I don't
Fiasco
know.
that we had with TxDOT.
not connecting to 90.
Not connecting to Highway 9.
Is it really a fiasco for
But
us,
I
though?
don't know that. I'm just making a comment that I believe that nothing should be done until the infrastructure is accepted by the city and a final plat's recorded.
Okay.
That's my
Any
opinion.
other?
I'd like to see what Jim's experience is with this.
That was my comment that you read, and it's typical for commercial buildings and model homes being used as commercial buildings to obtain a construction permit, but they hold the certificate of occupancy until the plat's recorded to allow for what she described. But residential buildings or homes, the plat has to be recorded before you go. You can get
Before you can sell lots.
on that lot.
Yeah.
See, I could see where a builder wants to get the model homes out there while they're still putting in the back of the neighborhoods. And so if that's what's typically done, I could understand that.
What about people that build their homes on the west side of Castroville and they decide to do the construction themselves? Because we had that one house in my neighborhood. He was doing all this stuff and the city didn't give him a certificate of occupancy because it hadn't passed any of the inspections and what have you.
Yeah, that
Wait.
doesn't fall under here because this is specifically for site development. Something like
Okay.
that it ends up being a code enforcement issue and the building permit running out and not having inspections. But that's a code enforcement thing that doesn't really fall within this right here.
But underneath the UDO, that's where we'd have some of our code compliance stuff, right?
Yeah, so we have limitations on how long until a building permit is expired and all of those things, and then it falls into the hands of code enforcement if it reach any of those expiration dates.
But if they're living in the home and they don't have a certificate of occupancy.
It's a code enforcement
compliance.
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure we have
Yeah.
the teeth in here,
Yeah, I understand.
because otherwise we don't have a leg to stand on
Yeah.
and we're tying our
We
people's
do. We
hands.
have where it's a regulation when they pull a building permit before it can be occupied, a certificate of occupancy is supposed to be issued for that property.
Uh-huh.
So we do have that in here. So if they fall out of that, then it goes over to code enforcement.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have another dumb question here for you. You're talking site development now, and in here it talks about fencing, what is and isn't allowed. Does that fall under site development? Something else?
It does say fences on here, so yeah, that would fall under site development.
Because we define what you can and can't do with fencing, and that was my question. Can I make a comment about that here, or does it go somewhere else, like tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't, we can talk about fencing for a minute.
Okay,
Sure.
just one comment. In here it says you can't build a plastic fence or fiberglass. You can't use fiberglass or plastic materials, even though you could side your house in plastic siding and fiberglass siding, but you can't put a fence up with it. And it can last forever and not need maintenance like so many fences in the city. And so I'm wondering why we would outlaw plastic and fiberglass as a fencing material. There's some very attractive ones. They're very expensive, but they're very attractive and they'll probably last forever. Versus wood fences, which go to pot and look terrible. They're all over town.
Or just don't put up fences and we don't have to worry about it.
That's a way to do it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a material preference. I don't know.
Well, we don't give them that preference. We tell them we can't.
Yeah, I know, because we prefer them not to. use
Where'd
them.
that come from?
I don't know. It's in the fencing standards.
Yeah,
But from our existing code?
yeah.
I know there are certain regulations on fencing. I don't know if those exact materials were translated over.
So, yeah. And I have one regarding fences too.
Okay.
What is the setback for fences on a lot? Because in the CZO it stated it, but the notes for UDO, it's not there.
So the fencing is allowed on your property line.
There's no setback for a fence.
From the street?
Well, the property line should not be up to the street. There should be that like right of way in between. Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. There's nothing in here that it used to be in the CZO, but it didn't transfer over to the UDO. Because it says that located side and or rear of the, on a corner lot must be set back 15 feet from the public right of way
Oh,
and,
okay.
and cannot exceed 6 feet in height.
Why don't we
Was
go into
that-
that when we get to,
Okay.
yeah, I think it's probably down in setbacks. Is that okay?
Do you want to,
Fast forward.
do we want to have a referendum on the fencing materials, since that was brought up?
If that's up to y'all, I don't know if the fiberglass is something that anybody wants.
It's just as easy to do it well as it is to do it terribly, and I've seen it in both ways. I think this provides us a little bit of extra protection against some of the. There's been some plastic fencing that I've seen that has been just abhorrent, and there's some that are done really well.
Code enforcement, if it's become unsightly and unsafe, the code enforcement will take care of it.
It is
Or-
one aesthetic.
They spend a fortune on a plastic fence.
Yep.
It's really nice, probably lasts forever.
Yep.
Or if they want to do it, though, they can always go through zoning board of adjustments for a variance.
I don't think
There
you
you
would need the definition of a variance. It would be the facts of finding.
Of course, anything, just in general, anything if it falls under the historic district has to go through HLC, but yes. Yeah, but this is everything also. So if they want to do that, they can go for a variance if they need to do that.
Can we just do thumbs up, thumbs down?
No, you can't.
That's what I was asking, referendum, do y'all want to have a vote?
Just do thumbs up.
My comment is, like Darren said, I have seen,
Consensus.
you look at an old fiberglass boat, that's what an old fiberglass fence can look like. And I don't know if the city has the ability to go and say, well, we don't like the color, you think your fence is too old, you need to tear it down. But also plastic, you can go down the road and see, again, some are done well, but some are just
Yeah.
falling apart and.
They do, the vinyl is.
Yeah.
Is there anybody that agrees with Bob?
The heat eats
Okay.
it.
The CD,
David agrees with Bob.
so I'm down on it.
What's that?
Okay, is there anybody that agrees with Mr. Lee? Raise
Of
your
course
hand.
not.
There's one. No, David, look,
Okay,
look,
building
look, your
material
friend.
stays the
Hey, you
same.
guys found an agreement
We
point.
will talk about fencing, setbacks, and height.
I have one made of wood and hog wire that I'm not sure was actually supposed to be permitted, but it is. And I get a lot of compliments on it.
Okay.
I have a wooden hot
Okay.
wire.
Yeah, that's allowed. Yeah.
Wooden hot wire. Yeah.
Okay.
I think
All right.
it's not opaque enough.
We're moving on, guys. We're moving on.
Moving on.
Site development plan, circling back.
Okay.
Question,
Yes.
and the applicability of it, and maybe this is just a clarification,
Mhm.
when it is required. So it says that, for any, improvements on site, buildings, driveways, sidewalks, parking, outdoor storage areas, trash. Sidewalk stands out to me. If I, on my house, my lot, want to extend the sidewalk 10 feet, is the site development plan triggered? What threshold triggers the site development?
Site development is a multifamily project and commercial projects.
Okay, and where does it state that?
Sure, it's on page, 22 in the development process charts. Specifically, has it listed, it's like residential goes to residential building permit. And you go to multifamily commercial, that's when you submit site development. It's
That's not-
intended for commercial, applications.
Okay.
Okay.
I think, Pam, what you just referenced is at your house, when you go into the building permits, you would probably want a site plan.
But yeah, it's not like a
This is
side.
the-
It wouldn't trigger a building permit.
No.
Right.
No, it depends on the square footage.
Different
Yeah.
things.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay.
You only build 10 feet a year.
I stopped
Any
timing
other
it.
comments, questions?
It was-
Move going
it was over
once,
10.
Going twice.
Moving on.
Moving on. Okay. All right. Place type allocation. Okay. So there's another comment that was, or comments that have been said about the place type allocation and specifically the percentages. So I think, I think I only gave this one like 5 minutes, but I think it's going to take a little bit longer. And I think it's because if you look, and I think we should focus on the traditional neighborhood development, cluster land development. That's a very specific type of development that if there's a developer that wants to do that one, they're going to know exactly what they need to do, like per this chart. Same thing with village center development. Traditional neighborhood development.
I was gonna just note, this only applies in new developments in the city limits.
In the city limits
Annexed into the city.
New development.
or
New in-city developments, that's larger than your 3 acres.
As opposed to in the ETJ.
That's correct.
Like cash.
unless they,
These will not apply in your ETJ, there's no place types in the ETJ. This is an in-city, new neighborhood development.
unless,
So like Castroville Heights.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
an example.
Like,
Yeah, Castroville Heights would be a good one.
if we're annexing a new development, is what we're
yeah,
talking.
if you're annexing a new development, now they're in the city limits, now the place types
Apply to it.
apply to it, right?
Yes. Mhm.
He's saying that you don't have regulatory authority over it, but it still applies. So I don't want to confuse us too much. This is what we're asking from people. When they build out new things in the ETJ,
Mhm.
they get annexed into the city. This is what we're asking them for.
Okay. And
Is it asking or telling?
well, in this case, we're telling them.
Well, you're telling them, but you're asking them because they can remove themselves from the ETJ and you can't tell them anything. So we're saying this is what we feel to be appropriate in terms of our place type mix.
Prior to construction.
So they know what to expect before they come in.
Okay,
Okay.
so as of right now, I'm just gonna go through all of them, read them out, and then we can go, and I think we're gonna need some tweaking on these. Okay, so P1, which is just nature, that's 5%. P2, which is that rural neighborhood, is 0. P2.5, which is the traditional neighborhood, is 0. P3, which is the multifamily, is 10 to 30%. P3M, which is manufactured housing, is 0. P4, is that small commercial, is 40 to 60%. P5, which is the more heavy commercial, is 10 to 30%. CS, which is civic center, is 10%, and EC is 0, which is employment center. One area of concern I think you can see is that right now, almost like 50%, it looks like at least 50% has to be commercial, and I just don't know if that's, and maybe I'm reading this wrong, but
So P4 isn't just, it's like light commercial,
yes.
like our watch shops and flower shops and
Mhm.
houses. And then like houses, duplexes,
Mhm.
like, so like.
Yeah.
P4 is our downtown commercial area, right? And
Yeah.
like the majority of that is not commercial. It's not McDonald's and Golden Chick and Chick-fil-A and Bush's Chicken.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not that it must be commercial, it's just that it has to be zoned to allow some commercial,
Got it.
not have to build
Yeah,
it,
which is
right?
correct.
Am I
Yeah,
understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's
It-
correct.
It's predominantly a residential classification. It allows for house form commercial uses within it, but it's intended for it to be scaled at house form, small scale, as Mr. Burns is saying, like your downtown commercial.
Yeah, it says a mix.
Okay. So are we all good with this one then?
Well, I've got a question on this. So
Uh-huh.
one of the things if we're saying traditional neighborhood development, are these, what's not clear to me, are these minimums and maximums?
Yes.
Yes, minimums and maximums. And I think that was another comment is we need to put that on there is the min and max. But yes, it's minimum and maximums.
So one of the things that if you have P 2.5, we're saying don't put any P 2.5?
You can if
Yeah,
you
that
want
was-
to.
That was one of the things that I had recommended in our last round was to do, maybe it's 0 to 50%.
Yeah, but you can always make the lot sizes larger, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like, so it won't say P 2.5, as we already determined, those are homes or properties that were established prior to 2019. So that wouldn't apply to this. But you can always make the lot sizes
Okay.
larger if you wanted to.
My point with that is making sure that they know that we prefer larger lots. I know that it costs more for the infrastructure, but that's, that's something that has been very clear that people prefer that kind of mix. So I'm just saying, if we're going to say 0, 2.5, is that really sending the right message?
I don't know if it's sending but it's just, we already made that classification of what P 2.5 was, and it was anything built before 2019. So,
Gotcha.
yeah,
So in place type 3, they can still build the larger lot sizes.
they can, of course.
Okay.
Yes, that is not deterred. Yeah.
Maximum, well, they do have a maximum lot size. The maximum lot size is 1 block, right?
Percentage of the, so let's just say
Or
you
two
took a square and that's your development. So it's percentage of that square
Yeah, it says 60%.
in that
would be
lot,
maximum
Yeah.
coverage.
Mhm.
It's not open space percentage, it's actually development.
No, it's the development percentage in there. And then of course, P5 is nature, open space, civic centers, 10%, which is quote unquote open space. So yeah, those are included in that percentage.
Council members had a question.
Yes,
My understanding throughout this process is that P 2.5 is a reverse compatibility zone. We have that there because we have areas that are already scaled with very large lots, and we want to retain that minimum in those areas. The city of Castroville has trouble sustaining itself at its current density. We have tens of millions in overdue repair, replacement, maintenance on our utility systems that is not done in our budgets. And people tell us that our rates are too high. I think we need to be really careful about inviting developers to zone half of their area as unsustainably low density. I think everything they can do in P 2.5, they can do in P3.
Yeah.
Most of it they can do in P4 instead. But allowing them to market as P 2.5 prevents us from ever growing to a sustainable density
Fair enough.
in that 50% of the area. So I do not think that it would be a good idea to start giving allowances for that.
I'm in.
Yes, sir.
Help me here, because I can't see this. Generally, P4 is the areas in and around what's typically been referred to as
Downtown.
Like a downtown, yeah, it's a
historic commercial area.
historic commercial where it has residential mixed in with commercial, mixed, yeah, so into small form commercial.
Okay, so it's kind of like, it's, okay, well, thank you for covering that.
And if you want to see this, this chart is on page 85 in your packet.
So generally, the P4 is an expansion of the downtown. But it's a,
But it's
In
in
a
a new,
different way.
yeah, in a new area though, yeah.
but it affects here. No?
No.
Well, no, because this doesn't apply to like historic Castroville. This is just if you're if you're developing a lot.
Right.
Yeah. So it doesn't it's not that it's saying within this historic Castroville these minimum and maximums. Is that what you're asking?
Just the P4 areas. for higher density in and around the downtown area.
Yeah, that's just right here in P4. Yeah.
Essentially, is going to be zoned.
The breakdown of what these are is in our UDO, page 311. And it covers all that.
Any additional questions? Okay, going once. We're gonna keep it as is, going twice. Okay, moving on.
Everybody's good with the allocation? Okay, good.
Okay, subdivision plan. Okay, so this is a carryover from the existing subdivision ordinance. So all of these things are already things that were within our subdivision ordinance, but there were a couple of questions about it and a couple of comments about it. So I'm gonna read a couple of these comments just because, like I said, these are policy decisions, so I wanna make sure that I have all the information from y'all. Let's see here. So one of the things is that I don't believe P&Z needs to review and approve public improvement plans. These should comply with the design standards set in the code and administratively approved by the city at the start of construction.
What page are you on so we can follow?
These are comments she's reading.
Yeah, these are the comments
gotcha.
that, sorry, I had, instead of putting all this language on here, I'm just reading comments out
Gotcha.
of
Sorry.
that some people sent.
Okay, please.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, so I guess
Yeah.
one of the things to take away from that comment is, do we think the subdivision plan needs to, and I think I know the answer to this because right now we have it reviewed and approved by planning and zoning and then going to city council for approval. I think it needs to maintain that way. We're trying to limit the amount of things we're changing, especially in the development processes. We try to keep those like for like. We didn't want to change anything. And I think we should keep it that way, if that's okay. Okay. Another one was private subdivisions, and I think this was your.
Can I ask you one question as far as the subdivision stuff?
Mhm.
Predominantly, the subdivision ordinance are traditionally applied out in the ETJ or what wasn't in the city. Or there were limited areas within the city that it did, like when somebody wanted to reverse corner or replat something. Or technically, actually, officially, if you take a piece of property divided into two or more pieces, it's a subdivision.
Yeah. Mhm.
So, but it really didn't have wide-ranging applicability in the city itself. It just, when somebody wanted to divide it applied more in the ETJ areas.
Well, not really, because if you look at Country Village or Westheim, those were city, like they're in the city limits, and those were subdivisions that followed our subdivision ordinance.
They were before, the subdivision ordinance was written after those. They were complied with the CZO.
No, not Westheim and Country
Well,
Village.
Country Village was started in '85, and the subdivision ordinance went in 2002.
No, the new
Okay, the
subdivision.
new part of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I understand correctly.
Yeah. Mhm.
But the
Yeah.
original Country Village, where Mr. Mers is, was done in 1985.
That's correct. So the things that don't apply, you're right. So, and I understand what you're saying now. Things that wouldn't apply are like subdivision. If it's four lots or less, then that would be considered. That's an administrative approval. That does not go through planning, and that's how it is right now, and that's how it's to remain. Same thing as amending plat. Those are administrative approvals.
Sure.
So, and that's because you're right. It's not a large scale that's going to require infrastructure, not going to require new streets. But if it does meet any of those requirements, then it does have to go for preliminary planning and final planning.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Which would go through planning and zoning and city council for review. So.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, my computer's going to die, so I'm going to plug it in real quick. And Jim, I think you had a comment about private lots, but I can't remember.
Do you want us to argue about private subdivisions while you?
Yeah, for sure. Go for it. I love that. Yeah, no, really. What are your thoughts on private subdivisions?
I don't think private subdivisions should be allowed inside city limits. From a traffic viewpoint, it kind of becomes a parasitic entity. People inside that subdivision can cut from one side to the other, and they can use all the city streets. But other people outside can't use those streets. And I'm saying that as somebody whose house is one of like the top 20 in the city traffic wise. I get 5,000 cars a day past my house. I think it is important that our streets connect and are usable by all of our citizens. And I think it's important that our parks are accessible to all of our citizens. And when you have a private subdivision, a gated area, That doesn't apply anymore. So I'm opposed to private subdivisions inside the city limits.
Okay. Any other thoughts or feelings on that?
Is that your only reason? I mean, it would depend on where they're placed. Let's say I took Dr. Best's property out there. It's away from everything. It's my old line. That's a perfect place to do anything you do.
Until something gets built on the opposite side of it.
Well, we don't do what ifs, River.
We've been doing what ifs.
Yeah, we've been doing, that's all we've been doing, yeah.
Oh, we do here.
So I'll expand on my comment on what's for private streets. It was more to the design guidelines. City of San Antonio is that way, and they require that private streets, even though they don't go through the inspections process, they require that they're designed per City of San Antonio standards. And that way, if the HOA falls apart and doesn't maintain their streets and they have an issue, the city has to take it over. At least they know the standards to which their construction is constructed. I do think Councilman Mertz, and to your point on gated communities, I think there's a place for everything. I'm not saying it has to be everywhere, but with the gated communities, yes, your public can't access that area in theory, but they also aren't a tax burden on maintenance because that subdivision supports itself from the HOA to the streets and those elements. So there's a give and take on that. But again, my comment was in regards to maybe clarifying that if there are private streets, they need to be designed for public standards.
Got it. Okay. And do we make that distinguished? Is it distinguished in there? Okay, but we'll make sure it's in there to make sure. Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think it was spoken to in our existing subdivision ordinance, but I think it's a good way to move forward. So.
We already have a gated community. Well, it's not the city out there. We have a gated RV park. Out by Juliana's golf course.
Well, you actually want
Not in city
close
limits.
by is Double Gates is a
Oh.
gated community.
Oh yeah, Doublegate. Yeah, is that what you're talking about? That subdivision out there?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's an RV, but it's gated,
Oh,
which I
I'll
think
say
is
you
really
should-
cool.
yeah.
Resort.
It's an upscale
I'll say you
RV
should-
park.
Upscale.
An upscale, you ain't getting in and out of here. Okay.
Again, I think there's a place for everything. And again, I've spent many years in San Antonio where we lived there and we had 2 or 3 gated communities around us, and we realized that those streets weren't a tax burden on us. And some people just want to be in gated communities. So,
I mean, the good thing about that is, I mean, I don't know if that would fall within the city limits, but I do know that the county really, like, they kind of push for those because they are not, actually, they only take on those kind of communities because they don't want to take on those streets. And so if a developer wants to do
Cause
that,
us traffic problems like nuts.
yeah, so if a developer wants to do that, they can go talk to Mr. Sitter about
Let's
it.
just for color. When Flat Creek first came to us, towards the very back of their subdivision, they had planned to build much higher value homes that would be gated. That little section would have a gated entry to get in and out of within their own subdivision. I don't know if that's still the plan or not, but that was the original plan, just for color.
Just for color. Yep.
one thing, they're very expensive homes, and I think that they're going to bring in more tax revenues.
And we gotta be careful though too, because of that law that Texas passed about de-annexing out of city limits and everything if they don't like our rules. So we gotta walk that fine line, because if they de-annex, we still have to provide utilities, but we don't get any of that property tax.
Could you clarify that? I'd asked that question before, and I only understood they could ask to be excluded from ETJ, not to be de-annexed from the city having already been in. So is that also true?
They're not, when they're in the ETJ, they are not in the city limits of the city.
She's
so they are
speaking to
not-
something different.
Now, in
Okay.
can they withdraw from the city limits?
There is still a stipulation in that state law that says you can if there's a petition within the community to withdraw, and it gets, I think it's like 80% or maybe it's 20%, I don't remember. But there is a stipulation in that law saying if a certain percentage of that community wants to be withdrawn from the ETJ or the annexation, they can do that. Yeah. Okay.
This was the anti-Houston session.
So go into the city, get everything you can, and then de-annex.
Okay, so
That's
I
fine.
think that what the original statement was to ensure that the quality of the streets, if they do a private
Mhm.
development, meets the city standards.
Yes, and we will make sure that that language is in there. Okay, so next, expiration. So this is another thing that came up. And this is on, I believe, every single one of the development processes. So where they expire 24 months after approval of a building, if a building permit, site development permit, or certificate of occupancy has not been issued for that property. Someone thought that it should be shorter, like 6 months. That's just a policy decision. I don't know if there's any state law that dictate how long it could be. I do think that 6 months is a little short, because that's not enough time for a lot of people to get their boots moving.
I did that.
Okay.
And the reason I did that is that once they come to the table and approve the development plan,
Mhm.
they should be they should be starting the planning for construction. It should not be coming here, getting a development agreement and set on the shelf for 5 years. And then, boop, surprise, here I am.
Yeah,
They should be ready to move towards a development when we initiate a development agreement.
Mhm.
And I believe there should be timeframes to force them to go through that or voice of the development agreement. That's my opinion.
And for color, and it's interesting because this is a strategy that some people try to employ, and it's just whether or not, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Bruce. So it's whether or not the community just wants to not allow this. But the property that's owned by the group that bought the DeCock property, they said from the very beginning, they're a national developer. And what they do is they quote paper the property. So the idea is they get all the entitlements, they do all the agreements, and then they try to find other developers that are going to build the vertical. They're going to go and do it. Now, all that would be done in accordance with the papered stuff, but that would, in essence, prevent someone like that who wasn't going to be the ultimate developer from having that conversation.
And I agree with that. I understand because I deal with developers right now that are land developers and try to make deals, and then they go out and find somebody to actually build the development. I only bring this up because that's a complete change in the way even the city used to do. When a developer came, they were ready to develop. We just didn't do something to set on the shelf and wait time. But if that's the direction the city wants to go, that's a decision.
The other thing to also recognize is just with the timing. And
Sure.
again, please understand, I'm just trying to clarify some of these issues,
I understand.
not weigh in on policy, but is that like for instance, what we experienced recently with the housing change, the housing market change, depending on just the market. Sometimes a great example is the heights of Castroville.
Yeah.
Off of 471, probably y'all have noticed that house has sat there. We used a SWAT team went in there, or somebody went in there and tore it all up because the owner allowed them to do that. But then it's just sat there because he hasn't started. He just isn't feeling the pressure to go build those houses because he's afraid if he did, he would be upside down. So that kind of thing can happen too. And that development agreement is at least a year old now.
Sure.
So that's an example of something else.
So clarification on in our current policies, is there an expiration in those? And if so, what is that? I know a lot of this stuff, but I don't know it all.
I know that there's a section on expiration.
Well, I'll say this for development agreements specifically, there are timelines that have to be met regarding agreements. Like, so if they agree to annex, that has to be done at a certain time. There's certain things like PIDs and other things. They do have timelines. They have to do those things, but there isn't a timeline for construction because that's all tied to permitting, and they aren't required to pull the permits within a certain amount of time. So that's their. I mean,
This is 3 years from the date of approval.
from
3 years.
for what though?
For the plan unit development must be submitted, the final subdivision plat is not submitted for approval. Expiration of the PUD plan is 3 years of the date of approval of the PUD plan by city council.
That's in the current ordinance.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's from. I'm sorry. That's
from the current subdivision ordinance.
Okay.
no. From the development agreement. From the date they agree to the development agreement, they have to submit a PUD
No.
within 3 years.
This is because remember all those development agreements had to go through a PUD plan, and the PUD plan is what comes and gets approved by planning and zoning and city council. The date that city council approves that PUD plan is 3 years from that date.
From memory, several of the development agreements also have like a total time limit of like 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, development agreements
But
are
that's
something,
per development
y'all
agreement,
develop,
not
y'all like
something-
do those terms in the development agreement, but we have our own PUD plan. Well, in this new one, we have our own expirations on things, and that's 24 months. So,
And I understand that.
Yeah.
The development agreements I deal with range anywhere from 3 years to 10 years, but they're unique to each development.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Merce had a question.
Well, I just also wanted to comment that I think 24 is a good number, 24 months, 2 years. I think that's a good number because especially for variances, which is being discussed here, I think it's important to remember that Alsatian Oaks and the Heights of Castroville and Flat Creek aren't the only ones coming and asking for these things. Normal people are too. And if I'm trying to do some substantial process and I have to go get a zoning variance, just me as a person, I have a full-time job, I've got kids running around. It might take me more than 6 months to get from building permit or from variance to building permit, especially if I was given a slightly modified version of what I asked for in zoning board of adjustments. And so keep like out of deference to the fact that individual people who live here, not just developers, have to deal with this. I think that 24 months is a good number.
So what we're recommending is taking it from 36 months that it is currently, reducing that down to 24 months. It still gives them enough time, but it still provides some limitations to that.
Yeah, and in the UDO, there's a lot more processes with this 24-month number than in the CZO. There's relatively few timeouts in the CZO, whereas this 24-month gets plastered all over the UDO.
yes, sir.
Did I hear you say you could do a PUD within the UDO?
With
Because it says on there,
no, PUDs are not allowed within the UDO.
I heard you say,
Oh, I'm sorry. I just no. I was just referring to what the subdivision. That's just the type of subdivision that's in here. We have something different. So yeah, it's
And
not
what-
a PUD.
And why did we remove the PUDs?
So that kind of transfers over to that employment center. It's a different. It's just a different style.
The definitions are in your
yeah, I've read it. I normally think if I was D.R. Horton in a build up there by the school between there and the airport, let's say I could work with them on a unit development that may not necessarily agree with the UDO. Can we still do that?
Okay, so I misspoke. Okay, it can go into any of those four development patterns so that we saw earlier. So instead of it just being one PUD, now there's 4 development patterns, which the PUD is essentially it's a development pattern. Got it?
Makes sense.
Okay. Okay, warrants. Okay, and there was a lot of comments about warrants, so I know we're probably gonna have to take a little bit of time on this one. The development review committee has the discretion to approve any administrative site development permit and or building permit that deviates less than 5% from any specific standard prescribed in the UDO. And so we can open this conversation up. I could give a quick example. Let's just say 20 acres are required per the development process, and they come in with, let's see, I don't know, they come in with 19.87. Like, it's just like, do you all want to give that flexibility to staff or to this design review committee that's overlooking these things to allow for something like that, or it can go through a variance process, so.
And so this might also be someone who buys a lot that was mis-surveyed at some point, and so it's 79 feet wide at the front. Or it's 79 feet wide instead of the minimum 80. They wouldn't have to go to zoning board of adjustments necessarily. It could just be
Yeah, not if it was that 1 foot difference. So it's it's just a 5%.
the intent. And city council could set guidelines on where we want you to execute that discretion via policy.
So any additional? Yes, sir.
I think that's probably one of the ones that asked the question because
Yeah.
I think a lot of us would like to make sure there's checks in place that, we think of the people we have right now. I think of the people probably 10, 15 years down the road that may have a different set of values.
Mm-hmm.
And so does the warrant wording allow them the flexibility to do something that this group might say, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I would look for some wording in there or some check on a warrant to make sure it stayed with the intent that you had when you first wrote it.
There is language in there, and I didn't put every language, but there is language that says that it has to meet the intent of this UDO.
That's really,
I mean, it is, but that's Yeah. No, I understand. It's open-ended, but oh, I think the warrant is a little bit open-ended because it's just a 5% variation, so it just depends on what it is.
And it's not a guaranteed right either, correct?
Oh, no, if the development review committee was like, no, we don't think that's necessary, for whatever reason that may be, we always have the right to tell them, either you can agree with us, or if you don't agree with this, then you can go through that appeal process, but we're gonna make that final decision.
I agree with Councilman Lee because historically, the rules are the rules, and staff doesn't get to deviate from those. That's what you have the variance process for. That's my thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are some times when the staff is empowered to make administrative decisions. So like a great example is in the HLC in the historic district. There's a number of things where there are guidelines and staff is given some direction. So I understand what you're saying. Rules are rules. But the question is whether in every instance, I mean, it really comes down to, and this would apply to like the whole UDO, right?
Yes,
Right. So we're talking about infill lots. We're talking about every single person. If you wanted to do anything that did not comply 100% with the rules, you're going to go through a variance process. And the idea was for what are 5%, right? What are typically very, very minor issues, do we want to put those people through that process or not? And that's really what this was about. And it's up to y'all to decide that.
Yeah.
But that was the idea. Is do we want to save people the headache of going through it if it's something administratively could have been resolved? Another way to do this, though, and I'll just say this, one of the ways that we review zoning code and how good the zoning code is working is we look at how many variances are asked for a thing. And over time, you get the idea based on the number of variances that happen that, oh, you know what? We've granted 8 or 10 of these variances. Maybe we need to look at changing our code to allow a little bit more flexibility. So that would be another way to do it and say, you know what? We're not going to allow the warrant or whatever, and we're going to wait and see how many variances are granted over time, and then we'll make changes to the code if necessary, right? That's just 2 ways to think about it.
Any thoughts? Tim?
What's standard in other cities from your experience on warrants? Or do you know?
I don't know that that's something that I deal with a whole lot on
Okay.
a professional manner. It's a lot of the engineering stuff is pretty black and white. There are times where you work through certain one-off circumstances and there's an administrative variance process. It is where you do it. So it's typical to have that. It's just not a common item that we run into a lot. So I think this is something that we're talking about that will be decided on and will not be an everyday tool that's used.
Right.
But it'll be after it's spent. So
I think it's important to create a very small amount of flexibility for things that fit with the intent. And if our staff can't follow those to the way that the public wants, then I know for a fact that Brianna will approach this as important as it is. Is there a way to build, is it in a policy or in the wording to give notification? Because even if it doesn't have to be approved, even if you give that warrant of approval, putting notification into planning and zoning and city council
Well,
so that
then,
we're aware of this.
just to be frank, if you're going to go through all that, then you might as well go through the variance process.
No, I'm just thinking it would be good to know about those things. And I think it's a policy issue, not a UDO stipulation. But anytime things deviate, it's just good to know, to have a heads up.
Well, I can tell you this, that I know as staff, and I don't know if it's depicted in here or not, but let's just say it was a subdivision and they're like, in this one lot, it's going to be 79 feet or whatever that looks like. That would definitely be brought to y'all's attention as like, hey, this is a warrant that we were going to grant. Like, is this okay? Because it meets, I would still bring that to the attention if it had to go through that public process already. So.
Well, the last thing, I'll just make a comment, Mr. Mayor, and I understand the whole part of this, but historically, I say historically, probably 10 years or more ago, people, including myself, redesigned their homes because during the initial discussion, it was, to make your point, 20 acres and somebody knew 19.5, the initial discussion said, nope, it don't work. If you want it, you can try for a variance, but that's the only way you're going to get it. Redesign to make it fit. And there's numerous homes and developments in this town that were told that, redesign, make it fit. There were some variances granted. You can know that the zoning board of adjustments has not met for several years because there's either been no variance request or people have just done their thing. But traditionally, the city
issue of
has made
makeup.
it very difficult to get a variance and to stay with the rules.
As being on the zoning board of adjustment guy for about 5 years, there were a number of requests for variances for things just like you're talking about. And we frequently had to take a hard line and say, you know, you have the ability. One was right around Westside Village, and had to do with the sidewalk in the front and all the rest of that, and several others that said, here are the rules. It's within your ability to redesign. Do I think it was practical to have them actually do that if the ordinance had given us more flexibility? In some cases, no. In some cases,
But were they
no.
5% deviant or were they like 20% deviant?
That'd be hard. I mean, I think I said 15 cases at least, so I'd be able to tell you all of them. But some are quite minor. You know, they were maybe not even 5%. But they had it within their ability to make some adjustments to their plans. Did it make a difference to the city in the long run? Not a bit. But you got the rules, you wrote the rules, you talked about the rules, so you're gonna apply the rules. But I agree, you know, it used to be minor plats came to planning and zoning. And we finally said, you know, this is dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So currently we have no warrants built in.
No, we don't.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to, I do thumbs up, thumbs down. I feel like I've heard a lot of different.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Councilmember.
I think given the number of non-conforming lots we already have in the city and the number we're going to have even after the UDO process finishes, because our original goal of making Castroville legal again fell by the wayside a little while ago when people realized it would mean setbacks are moving. I think having this in here of, hey, if you've got a lot that has this small nonconformity and you want to do something and you want to make your house 6 inches wider along the same front dimension that's too close, if you're close, I think that it's okay to give staff the flexibility to help our non-conforming lots keep on moving along with life, because we have quite a few.
And can I also say something, that this will not just be myself looking at this. This will be the design review committee. So it's the committee as a whole. I think y'all know y'all have a lot of good employees here. So if they felt like it was going to be detrimental to their neighbors or to somebody else in the community, they would definitely not approve that. First of all, because I don't want my head on that stake. So no, but it's serious. So, I mean, just to give a little insight there, it's not just myself. It's a panel of people that look at it and just take it all in and see what it looks like. So.
Okay, so let's start with this. Let's just do thumbs up, thumbs down on, start with the warrants. Keep?
Yeah.
Give me a thumbs up if you want to keep it where it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
With a 5% deviation.
Okay, and thumbs
Right.
down?
So what does this mean?
Okay.
In between?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Lee, I didn't get your thumb over there.
No disrespect to the staff, I'm just not in favor.
I'm wondering from the attorney,
Well,
it appears that we're voting. And
No,
so I'm wondering if that's allowable or not.
we're seeking consensus.
Because there are things that are discussed. So I just want to be sure we're.
There,
Well, you've now said the word voting, so I don't consider this, I would advise you that it's not a vote, it's a
Consensus?
decision on.
How about if we say, state your objections if you don't agree?
well, keep in mind, I just want to remind everybody, two things. One, this purpose of this meeting is to seek consensus on these items. That's number one. And staff needs some clear direction from both groups. So the up, down that we're asking for is just a clarity of position. But the vote as it means in the law, et cetera, that is all going to take publicly on the final draft when it's being recommended. That's when you're voting. That's what matters. Today, it's about getting through these issues, putting them into a draft form that then you get to review as what we think will be the final draft, absent any glaring mistakes. And then you would vote on that. So that's the way to kind of think about it. I know that votes are not allowed in this setting, we're not voting. We're seeking consensus. The vote in the law, that's going to take place in a public setting where this thing is going to be adopted.
I saw the attorney nod his head, or he's looking at his shoes, so.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to distinguish.
Here's my thumb.
Yes.
Got it.
So,
Okay,
so basically, who can live with what they got right now is what we're looking
we
at.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good. All right, so this one should be a quick and easy one. Update the dates. We have all the stuff. This was a transfer over from the subdivision ordinance, but we will update all these dates to reflect the new ordinance, if everybody's good with that. This was just something that they put in there in the subdivision when that came on because they didn't have those rules in place before then. So this will just update that. All good? Okay. All right.
Less than a minute.
I know. See, we're really averaging good here. Okay.
No, you're not. As a timekeeper, you're not.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Drainage study. The entire. Okay. So there was a comment brought up. The A and B. The second item B is more likely accurate than A. The development will have a design survey for the site, so providing accurate topo and watershed should not be an issue. Recommend removing A and changing to B and require 1 foot contours instead of 2 foot. And if y'all haven't guessed, that was Jim's comment. Yeah. And I also want to say that this was just a direct translation from the subdivision ordinance. So there's some areas to tweak, and I don't think that's unreasonable. So, but we would love to hear y'all's thoughts on that.
Jim, you're recommending this?
I think it was I'll qualify as a pretty minor comment, but it's maybe bringing the terminology and the approach up to current industry standards of what's shown on drainage studies. So when you've got a requirement for a 7.5 minute series USGS map, that's not accurate data. That's you pull that from the internet. It doesn't serve a purpose. When you're doing a drainage study, you're going to have design topo, so they will have topo of the site or have aerial, which you can.
I guess when I read this, I thought the watershed had to do with everything above it that was flowing onto the subdivision.
Yes, so your watershed delineation, which would be within your existing conditions watershed map, and then also your proposed conditions watershed map, will show everything that comes to you as well as how you handle it on your site and where it goes. And so, again, this was a minor comment, but the USGS map and then having 2 foot contour intervals, the comment was just, hey, let's just update it to aerial LiDAR topo, and then let's change it to 1 foot contour intervals, so that on flat sites you can see more easily what's going on, because you may have to 2 foot of fall may take you quite a bit.
And currently, the CZO does not address this.
This is
I think
current.
it's just copied over, right?
Yeah, this is from our subdivision ordinance.
This is, I'm sorry, from the subdivision ordinance.
Yeah. It is a direct translation. So, like I said, it was just a area.
It's outdated language.
It's
from
outdated
our
language.
subdivision.
Yeah. So, and I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention because we don't want to make a lot of changes without y'all knowing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So your suggestion, 1 foot contours on B.
And then also removing letter A because it's not it's
Yeah,
not best practice.
Depicted on with your 1 foot contours and your watershed map. Having a subsequent map that's less accurate doesn't really serve much purpose.
But I guess, but again, help me here, because B, it talks about within the subdivision, whereas A is talking about the watershed.
So when you talk in B to drainage areas, that's independent of property lines. That should follow your topography and also include what's uphill of you and where your site outfalls.
Okay,
So
so
it
it says,
should include everything
okay,
when you say drainage.
so when you say drainage areas within the subdivision, that's all the drainage that's coming onto the subdivision.
Would it be helpful to just add the language? Is that what you're going to
Like
say?
within, take out within the subdivision, because you're right, the drainage area is everything that falls onto that site, what's handled, and then how it goes is taken care of afterwards. So we could just remove within the subdivision and then add the 1 foot contour intervals.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very minor. Okay.
Okay,
I like the easy ones.
2 minutes.
Y'all got
Alright.
that, Zach? Yeah, or you're good with it? Okay. Make sure.
Did you get it? Okay.
Bob.
All right.
Need a break here.
All right, so next one, there was actually quite a couple of comments about this one. So first I just want to say, so cost of distribution of oversizing facilities, this is not something we made up. This is a direct translation from the subdivision ordinance. But right now it's something that has to go through the planning and zoning to approve. I don't know if that's been, if I'm being honest, I don't know if this requirement's been done. I don't think planning and zoning, y'all been taking care of this. All cost and everything goes through the city administrator and then city council and worked out in those development agreements or however that is. I don't think at this point we've been utilizing this tool. So maybe something that we just get rid of. But y'all read through it real quick and let me know what y'all's thoughts are.
In my experience, it's a little bit weird for it to go through P and Z. Just in the past, the other cities I've worked in, it usually doesn't. But
Yeah, so maybe this is just something that it can stay in, but we need to change the language to reflect that it just goes through city council for approval? Is that?
I'm just made that statement
No, I know.
while they're reading it.
But how do other cities typically handle it?
I'm back to the development agreement. It's difficult, in my opinion, it's difficult to lay out the infrastructure and or any potential oversizing the infrastructure without seeing a preliminary plat. So it's because even the one that did the Heights, he sat right in here when the city approved it, and he says it may change when he brings the plat in. So it's really difficult to see utility layouts at the time of the development agreements.
Yeah.
So, but as far as oversizing, yeah, I agree. That's more administrative staff, engineering level. P and Z, you're looking at it as part of your preliminary plat, as part of infrastructure. That's my opinion. You're not really getting in the weeds on that. That's something that's already laid out in your engineering by the time they bring you a plat.
And the oversizing usually occurs when that conversation happens. It's that when we go back to that design review committee,
Sure.
and a lot of times it's because the city already has a master plan of some kind, and because there is something about the location of that property, it's in between two others that are likely to develop, and because it's there's a number of things that will encourage or entice the city to say, hey, you need to make this bigger than what they're going to say they need to have. And then we have a little bit of debate between our engineer and their engineer about what they say they need, because they may say, well, we only need 8 inches. And we're like, no, you're never going to get by with that to begin with. You need at least 12, and we're asking for 24 or whatever it is. But all that conversation usually, it starts in that preliminary planning meeting, and it's well before the plat, because a lot of times we're not talking about stuff interior to their subdivision. Many times, if it is interior, it's the main line that's going to feed them and then feed other places.
The trunk lines.
Yeah.
The AAA dealership, for example, I'll use that one. Okay, they didn't need a 12-inch or 10-inch water main going out there, but because of the requirement for so many fire hydrants, they were mandated to put that size water main. But in a development, oversizing is typically the responsibility of the utility.
Yeah.
Right.
Oversizing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that we have, I mean, planning and zoning, there's a couple of people that have experience in this, but
Okay.
I think
That's
that we
fine.
just change that over.
Okay.
I think to Scott's point, yeah, there's your capital improvement plans, your major thoroughfare plan, and then probably something that maybe the city should think about that's been implemented in development agreements, is the utility service agreement approach, where those are all set up front. You know if there's a major thoroughfare road you have to plan to, your utility service agreement will flush out any oversizing of utility infrastructure that's needed.
Yes.
And that's front end loaded.
Right.
So I agree. I think this part should be pulled out away from P&Z and it should be engineers.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We will get that language changed up in there. All good. Any other questions? Okay. All right. So water and sewer reimbursements. This is another one that there was a little bit of comments. So this is another direct translation from our subdivision ordinance. So there's two completely differing opinions on this. One is do away with reimbursements completely, and then one was revise the language. And then there's some language there that says what it could be revised to. As city staff, I just want to give y'all some insight that this is one way we can still kind of entice developers to come talk to us, and having reimbursement programs through impact fees and those things. Of course, that's all part of a process that city council has to approve, usually within a development agreement. So I don't know if doing away with them is the greatest thing, but maybe there is a better way to handle them. But that's for this discussion right here.
I'm the one that brought up doing away with them, and let me explain to you why.
Okay.
The city of Castroville, outside the city limits,
Mm-hmm.
has a CCN and operates like a water supply corporation.
Mhm.
They're entitled to recover 100% of the cost of providing service. They are entitled to that. I do believe that if the city stayed with that, it could impact the cost to the rest of the city to pay for the infrastructure improvements needed for development that a developer should be required to pay for. That's my opinion.
I think you're the one who had the other comments.
And I'll just to summarize the comments I offered, the way it was laid out, if we chose to keep it, it has the city doing an accounting for reimbursement through the process, which I think could be approached differently. In maybe it's, hey, Mr. Developer, if you go do this oversizing, well, we will either provide pipe material that we may have, or we will issue impact fee credits if it's on the capital improvement plan, so that there's an immediate reimbursement transaction. There's not a burden on you to track subsequent developments along that trunk line for years. But I do agree that I think it could be pulled out. I see the city having strength in getting developers to the table through probably future support of reimbursement districts, taxing districts, to entice annexation. I don't know that this is like the most powerful tool in the toolkit.
Okay. Any other comments?
So just so that I understand, on the reimbursements, this would be reimbursed. The example that I heard was if we wanted them, like say there's some improvement that needs to happen that would help us tie in, create some redundancy within our system. And we say, while you're doing this, we want you to do this tie-in as a part of your project and we'll reimburse you for it, correct? Is that what you're saying?
It's laid out, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but subsequent developments that utilize that improvement then pay the developer who does the original improvement back.
Yeah.
Right.
So then you have no set timeline of when that first developer will get reimbursed. And then in the interim, you have an accounting where the city has to make each subsequent development and write a check to the previous developer. So it's very onerous on.
I don't think there's an argument for me about the city being responsible for any cost of oversizing or any additional work. But the basic needs to meet the demands of that development should all be cost by the developer, all of them, without a reimbursement.
So the future developers then would reimburse the city for the money that they had to outlay for the overbuild.
The city, the way I read it is the city is not out of pocket any money. The first developer puts the oversized line in the ground. And then when the neighbor develops, they pay towards that. And when the other neighbor develops, they pay towards that. And so developer to developer, but it's no set time and over.
Right, but what you're suggesting is that the first developer would get paid right away through credits. And then when the subsequent developers came in, then they would have to upsize the payments to us for, because the pipe's already been put in there.
If it's on the capital improvement plan, I think that it has to be there to be impact fee credit eligible. Is that correct? I think there's a legal tie to it.
No, so the short is, you can look at two different ways of paying someone, and I think what Jim was saying is it's tedious. I've done this before where we had a developer put in an oversized line, and we said, look, anybody who develops along here, we'll make this agreement. It'll be 25 years long, and we'll track it. And it's just tedious because someone else comes along, and then you got to calculate their amount and what do they owe, and then you collect that check, and you don't get to keep it. You give it to the other person, and it's cleaner. What you were saying is it's cleaner to work some other method out that doesn't entail a long-term agreement, overtime, et cetera. The short is though, if you've already compensated that developer and it's already in the ground, and Bruce, you might have experienced this more than me, but in my experience, if it's already in the ground, usually you have impact fees. What are those impact fees? You get to charge no matter what they do, more or less. But if they're connecting to a line that someone else paid to upsize, and you don't have an agreement in place to collect a fee for that upsizing to pay the other developer, I don't think the city or the utility provider can collect those fees 10 years down the road for something that they already paid the other developer to do.
Well, my utility, we enter into these agreements, and I have several of them right here close to Castroville, one developer that even works around here. We have a 10-year agreement. They paid for the full oversizing. As people tie onto it, we assess an additional charge to the people who tie onto it, and we refund it back to them. And we have, I think, 10 of those in place right now.
Right.
And varying anywhere from, I think one has a year left to the newest one has 8 years left.
Yeah.
And we just track them each month, and it's just very simple. It is.
But you guys are not answering my question. In scenario number 2,
Yes, sir.
if we provide credits at the time it happens, and the first developer gets immediate payoff on it, it appears that what you're saying, Scott, and I think that's what you're agreeing to, is we would not recover those fees for the credits that we gave out. In the second scenario, we would not be reimbursed for
And
the
that's the way I
cost of the
understand
oversizing.
it, but that's what I was asking.
I was going to say, the way we do it, the first developer pays it all. And then we refund the other, then as other people come on, they pay their portion to us, and we refund it back to the original.
So you would
Bruce,
disagree with?
pretend you live in a different reality where you paid them all on day one. You paid that developer, you had the money to do it, and you paid
Right, no, I understand.
Could you collect from the subsequent people who tied?
Yes, if you set it up that way, based on this section of line has this much fee to it.
You'd have to establish a fee.
That's right, it becomes
That's
an
what I'm saying,
accounting
yeah.
issue.
So there's
The
probably
city
is a
would get
way to do
back.
it.
We don't have to pay it to the developer.
I'm sorry?
Where the city would be able to keep that, we would not have to pay it to the developer because we already had paid the developer.
The developer's required to pay for the cost of whatever their demands are. Any oversizing is the city's responsibility.
There's probably a way to do it, but we are high centering a little bit. I would just say
I'm just-
that it sounds like right now, and that's the whole point of this conversation is it probably doesn't need to be in there. These are things that we are empowered to do anyway, even if it's not in our code.
Yeah.
And putting it in our code, what I heard the most important thing, well, from my view, the most important thing you said, Jim, was when you look at the toolbox of incentives that might bring someone to the table to talk to you about annexation, this one's really low on the totem pole.
Okay.
Sure.
May I ask you a question about that?
Please.
Could you give an example of an oversized pipe situation in our case that he wants a 12-inch and we want a 16-inch? What kind of dollar figure we're talking if you had to go half a mile or something? That the city would be looking at over and above what he had to have. Are we talking big bucks?
It really depends.
It depends on what the oversizing is, but for a water line in that example, it's not a large amount to go from the 12 to the 16. But if you go from a 12 to a 36-inch line, then all of a sudden your fittings, everything starts to really snowball.
Okay.
And that's where it makes a difference.
I was just curious because you can set rates to particular areas based upon your cost, correct? As part of the impact fee committee's stuff. So I didn't know if it wasn't a huge amount of money, then maybe the city could take some of that, looking at the speed of development, and recoup their money back through impact fees for that specific fee to that development.
But the impact fee has to be the same for everybody, not for each subdivision.
That's all.
Okay, so the two options that we have are leave it in or take it out?
Yes.
Or is it leave it in, take it out, or modify it?
I think it's leave it in or take it out. I mean, it seems like everybody's okay with taking it out, that this is handled in a different stage at a different time. So if everybody's okay with that, we'll take it out.
Okay.
Yeah?
Somebody
Okay.
explain it in very simple terms, because y'all thrown a whole bunch of stuff around about this and that, but I mean, I don't, if the city wants to do impact fees or something like that, and the developer pays this, and then somebody collects it down the line, and then we have all this accounting. Come on, let's make it so I understand it.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not even super well versed. When I read those comments, I was like, wow, okay, that's great. Yeah.
Kyle, you want me to explain it to you? You're building your house on the other side of me, and I have to put my line in. But for your line to tag into mine, I have to spend more money. Well, the city then would pay me to make up that loss, right?
Okay.
But then in one scenario, they can require you to pay money to the city that you then pay me to make up my loss as a developer, right? But then the
Going
other
back to
scenario is the
accounting.
city takes it out of their pocket and they don't get it back.
I give you another example. When the city first did their big CCN back in 2001, we did that out there. And I told us, they did it as far as for growth, and that's not the right reason for CCN. But anyhow, I had told the city council at that time, if someone on that far corner wants a sewer line, and you tell them it takes $2 million to build it, and they lay down $2 million, you're gonna build it. And then as people tie onto it, they're gonna seek for reimbursement back on capacity of that line. Same principle.
But who do they seek it from? The developer or from us?
They seek it from the city. Actually, they're gonna seek it, they're gonna seek a prorated cost. The person that paid it up front is going to say, I own that line, which they don't. And they're gonna wanna recover part of their cost, and they're gonna come back to the city. And the city's gonna turn around to everybody that ties on that line and charge them a per unit cost for that construction of that line.
But we're not sure the legality of all that based on these two scenarios. So the best thing
Well,
is
you
let's
do it.
just remove it.
Let's just remove it.
The
Yep.
lawyers
Okay, we're
say
gonna.
that-
Yeah.
It's done. Cities do it all the time.
It's called a pro rata ordinance, and everyone pays a rational share.
All right, Mr. Attorney, what do you say?
No, it's done. I don't,
You'd have to study it.
He says, take it out.
Okay. Okay. I think we've all reached kind of the consensus.
What it's designed for is the city doesn't upfront cost.
Yeah. Well, just take it out. Okay. We're moving on.
Moving
Lights, camera, action.
Moving on.
The next slide is on. Sorry, guys.
All right,
Yeah,
street
okay.
paths and trails.
Street paths and trails. Okay.
Brianna?
let's see here.
We're gonna take a quick break.
Yes.
So we're gonna take a break at 7:40. I think about 5 minutes. All right.
Jim, Priscilla, y'all are recessing at 7:40. Is that okay?
You're taking a break also.
Write that down in minutes. Say there's coffee in the bag.
Grab some food if you haven't.
Deborah, where's the pecan pie? Where's the beer?
There's cookies. She got cookies. Be happy.
I know that's.
Just joking. I'm going to cookies.
How's everything going?
Totally good. And I'll make, if we can have a meeting, like, I'll try to catch up. And I talked to Jen and I read everything is
Yeah,
being.
so that's why.
I met with
That's all. I understand.
I tried to
I think that's.
get
Then whatever.
And so when I get back, I'll just email you and see if you have it.
Okay.
Yeah. My next one is what is
It's in the box. It's gonna come.
I will be here for a minute.
One more hour.
You got my cookies back here?
Right, so you're not.
And he had talked to me about that, so I already emailed Lauren and I would like to.
If you were engaged,
So if any questions come forward in here, or we go over things, or if something comes up, or they decide to like report,
Right.
yeah, I don't know, like, it's coming on, it's a lot, but.
Okay, that sounds great.
This gentleman, how many guys have been?
Oh, no, they're
She's
not.
gonna be looking up the polls. Yeah, she's gonna put her stuff in, so we're gonna get her all her stuff on this real quick. You know, it only takes like a day or two. Yeah.
I mean, we just built the whole tree, putting this stuff over here.
I know.
Right.
We'll have questions on your assessment drawings.
Yes.
That the governance was first originally planted.
Non-voluntary historic district,
Instead of the
Okay.
all of those I sent you on my.
The only thing is that this stuff, we're not changing, so we can't talk about it, that's, we're not touching how this works. Okay, all right.
That's why they know all that. They know all that.
Everybody from day one that we're not.
So that's why.
That's like its own
No,
animal.
I should tell you,
Okay,
this
that's
is
all
because.
I'm good, yeah.
That's good. Once it's been done here, developer run, it's the actual build. I love HMOs.
You know, the rumor is that it's taken off the back of the hillside restaurant to the north without any house.
All right.
I would agree with you on that.
Found this work here. That's a counter offer.
Right. She paid to have it. Commission
But this one is.
I brought it up, and I'm not here for one person.
Well,
There's a reason.
I don't think it's worth it. Unless, I mean, that guy, he ain't that same.
I think after
You got it.
looking at,
Remember, there's nothing in it.
it's about the same, because you're,
Yes,
you know,
yes.
it's really,
Only says that it's allowed for residential and
more or less it's the same, so inside,
Yeah.
for
and outside
residential,
the
but there's no like
limit, even
limitation.
though
So it's not like,
it's pretty simple.
you know what
What
I'm
I'm
saying?
saying, like, and I think,
So
if anything, maybe there's a slight edge.
it's like, yeah, so I mean, really, if you have no limitations, if you, as long as, and it's, yeah, it's like one thing, it's like within the
We're going
confinement, but literally, you're just
more,
making it as
more
commercial.
making it more succinct way to convey you charge for us next time. You can do that with any type. That's the thing, so if you're saying existing versus UDO 100%.
It's like where you can't take up like the smart.
Yeah, I don't think that's like.
No, this is just some office, because somebody wants to have like a small business out of their home.
Maybe it's still
allowed.
running.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought that
Well,
Wait, it's probably in the transition district. Probably.
Okay, yeah, because what there. Do you think the conundrum is like, well, if you just allow for any kind of commercial business and no regulations?
line would be moving.
Which is not what they want. They don't want commercial businesses operating, but it's okay to have a small little home occupancy, like an office.
But that home occupancy was.
Not reporting.
I don't think so. I think we have it in residential.
All right, can everybody start coming back? We're just waiting on Deborah to start back up. Bruce, Houston.
We're ready to go back?
Almost. We're just waiting on Deborah right now.
Thank you.
Oh, Deborah, where'd you go?
But yeah,
Yes, nice to meet
Christopher
you.
bought my airline ticket. He was like, Mom, I'll fly out.
Okay.
So
Yes.
I'll fly out on the, I leave here the morning on the 19th of April, and I'll land there at 2:40 in the afternoon on Sunday. Because they're 14 hours ahead of us. But,
Here's Deborah back.
and then he promotes,
Oh, look out.
then he promotes to Lieutenant JG
Aw.
that Monday. So I'll be there for his
I
staff.
understand that. And it's just like little tweaks here and there, so as long as.
Coffee.
Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah, okay, and then, but as long as everybody knows that, I just don't want to share.
Thank you, Deborah.
Yeah, like, I just let that all the really minor things that weren't, you know, not super important. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you,
Supposed to pick Joey up from there. Mary and I are gonna go pick Joey up from the airport. 11:45.
Nice.
Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
Yes, so they. Yeah.
That way you know it's a history.
Yeah.
It's in the
Yeah.
Zoning board of adjustments must.
Yeah, here's coffee black. Now you're going for those cookies.
And all the years from over there were big, right? Well, they had a
Good
drone
cookies.
carved out of ice and he fits it.
Habies.
I know. Trust me, I was a petition, I felt like going to cry, and then it's just like, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
You get that many volunteers.
I can do that one because I have. Yeah.
You ready? Okay, we're going to reconvene city council at 7:50. And planning and zoning? Jim?
Okay, so now we're moving into, oh, sorry. Wait, sorry.
They reconvene too.
All right, everybody's reconvening. Okay, so now we're going into streets, paths, and trails. We did get quite a bit of information on this one as well, a few comments here and there, so we're gonna go through them. The first one is maybe removing this line, the applicant shall be responsible for the construction of all interior streets. I think your comment was different.
All perimeter streets surrounding the subdivision are not approved to city standards.
There you go, yeah. And so what that it's speaking to is right now, it's saying that any any streets that are constructed along the perimeter of that development, the CUDO is requiring them to build them out completely. And usually, right now, I believe we just require them to build out the half that's gonna be used by their subdivision. And then if somebody else were to come along and build out that other half or develop that property next to them, then that's when that part would get developed. And so, any thoughts or questions about that?
Well, with this, I have a little bit of clarification. So my understanding would be like, let's just pretend for a minute that the height of Castroville, that 471 development again, that the road that ran along it, that goes kind of behind those stores, let's just pretend that that road was not improved or was a failing chip seal road or something like that. And they're about to put 150 houses times 2 cars or whatever, so 300 cars at however many times a day. They're going to put a bunch of trips on there and they're going to tear it up even more. And we say they have to improve that. This would apply to that type of scenario as well. Is that correct?
It would, unless we put the stipulation in there that says that after review of the traffic impact analysis, that's when that would be determined. Instead of saying it's mandated, because if they're going out onto a road that doesn't need any improvements, that we're just having them prove it for whatever reason, that it would be stipulated in the traffic impact analysis. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's not a comment that I offered. And the TIA really reflects a lot of the thoughts I had on the street design and everything is, I did see a section that stipulates when a TIA is triggered in the development process, how many trips, how big of a development. And that is very typical for your larger developments that do trigger a TIA. That process looks at existing infrastructure, the level of service on those roads, how they perform, and then the proposed traffic that you can generate and the impacts on those existing roads as well as proposed roads. And then that comparison is what results in the improvements that need to be done. So in your case, if there's an existing road that's going to be utilized for trips in and out of the development and it's substandard, well, then that TIA is going to say, hey, it needs to be improved. But if there's a road on the opposite end of the development that doesn't even have connectivity to it for whatever reason, the way this is written, I read it to say that if that road's in bad shape, the developer has to repair the road over there, as opposed to what they impact. And so the comment was maybe geared more towards the TIA process and address what's impacted, not a mandate that you've got to do your full parade.
Is there a specific recommendation about how you would go about including the TIA in the UDO?
In my opinion, it would fall within the engineering standards, and you would have, so many peak hour trips, is usually your trigger point, 50 to 75, and then you do a different level TIA based off of that. But I think that is a industry standard engineering report that outlines improvements that are needed to mitigate development.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
On the road that's approached into the, I don't know the terms, but let's use that Providence, for example. If it's determined that the traffic in and out would impact that road, to what standard would they have to rebuild that existing city street?
If it's being rebuilt, it would have to be 2 city standards for the structure of it. Now,
You would have to match the subdivision standards or the city standards?
it should be both.
Should
Both
be,
for the city.
should be. Okay.
The subdivision part of the UDO will be designing their public streets for city standards. If they go in and need to repair another street, it needs to be brought back up for city
Okay,
standards.
okay, thank you. Makes sense.
Go ahead, and then I've got a
There are
question.
several chapters that really need to be brought out of the UDO and put into an engineered standards manual. Several of these, even this section here, probably would move into a manual. An engineering manual would provide ultimate clarity. One of the reasons the TIA is not built into this is because of the small block grid. The grid disseminates traffic because you're not using a functional classification system, which is what the standard AASHTO standards, which is one arterial roadway that connects into a bunch of cul-de-sacs that that system. That's where you really need TIAs because you're creating choke points everywhere where you have one channel of traffic and it creates bad traffic jams. And you can see this happening along the Trenco and all of these areas around here. That's where TIAs really fit in. But as Jim stated, it would be really important to get that wrapped into engineering.
Well, I really think that the one example that I can think of is the one property that has removed themselves from our ETJ and might have access to a city street from that subdivision, somebody that's removed themselves. I think that's our point of greatest risk. So if we don't have something in here about a TIA being triggered, then we're at their mercy. My understanding is that if that is our standard, if they're touching a city street, then they automatically will have to do that and then would have to do the adequate improvements. So I think that we need to include that right now up front in some form or fashion. But to Jim's point, it's more a TIA.
Yeah, generally it's called a TIA threshold worksheet, and you'd see if you meet the threshold to generate a full TIA.
And where does that go?
Go in your engineering standards.
Okay. And for the short term, in case somebody approaches us now about,
Oh, I mean, we could put it into this section.
yeah, let's put it into this section and then move it into the engineering standards.
So is the engineering standards intended to be a separate document than the UDO and define all the?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's probably a lot of my comments in there.
So there were,
But I think that we get it up to speed with where we are currently. As much as we can get it there currently, and then develop the engineering standards as a separate document, do it in phases. So incremental change is the best, and it's good to iterate with something like this and perfect it over
The
time.
scope of this project was to do our subdivision ordinance and our CBO sign ordinance. So we're developing like this entire other thing, but yes, there's some.
Mhm.
So on, as far as construction, we are talking about redoing the road, not chip seal.
I think it's determined by what kind of road is going there at that time. So if it was a completely new construct, then we have those standards in here as to what that new construction looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would all be determined off of what the traffic impact analysis.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so so we include the TIA in this for now, and then move it over.
And then another comment, let's see, partial half streets may be provided, and I believe Bruce, this was your comment if I'm.
I was curious about the dimensions on the roads and
Yes.
because the dimensions vary widely, and I know I take Louisiana, a lot of planned communities in there, and when you have the very narrow roads,
Mhm.
and my concern would be with those very narrow roads, are they adequate for fire protection? When you have a cul-de-sac, I think the CZO dictates a certain radiuses on them. So are those all addressed for that public safety stuff on the roads?
It is and it isn't. So the cul-de-sacs, so the goal of the UDO was to try and minimalize as many cul-de-sacs and create as much connectivity.
Yes, ma'am.
So the connectivity should provide adequate services. And I don't know if y'all remember, we had that workshop where the ESD, TxDOT, and the school came and they talked about their school buses and their fire trucks, and they said it's adequate. That's why they don't really have issues through the city of Castroville. And we have narrow streets. It's because there's so many ways you can get to one point.
Sure,
So,
no,
yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, and so that's how we're trying to minimize the amount of cul-de-sacs, but we do still have terminology about cul-de-sacs and how wide they can be and how in the turn radius on those.
And the construction standards within developments are basically what we have now, so much space, hot mix, curb and guttering, the whole 9 yards.
Yes,
Right.
we already have that all within our subdivision, or what was translated from our subdivision ordinance over into the unified development ordinance.
Okay, because I was just asking,
Yeah.
the subdivision out there by the bank, by Victory Lane, for
Oh, yeah,
example.
okay.
And that's not the city limits, but those have ribbon curbs, so,
Okay, mhm.
we're not talking that stuff in our development, are we? We're talking regular 6-inch, 8-inch
Well,
curbs.
the street sections are written.
I'm just curious.
No,
Yeah. So
you're
actually-
correct, it's written in multiple ways. Some say curb, some say lay down curb, which is a ribbon curb.
Right.
Some call for rollback curbs.
Okay,
It was something that the community voiced really strongly that they liked that, and that curbs weren't actually, particularly in this old town, wasn't part of the character here. And so we wrote street standards for that to create a variety of allowances for those.
I guess it would vary based on what how you address the drainage in a particular area.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
All right, and then so
Priscilla,
so I went to this
you know
next
the
slide.
curb out in front of our house? That's a header curb or a ribbon curb. It's just flat.
It basically protects the edge of the road.
Yeah. That's the edge of
It
the road.
does, yeah. Mhm. Okay, so, and we can kind of roll into sidewalks because as you can see on this chart, and we can still talk about street width and streets because this is on here also. But we also had some concerns about sidewalks and sidewalk width. Right now, like a 4-lane community boulevard requires 19 feet on both sides, which somebody said was just too much, that we're asking for too much. I believe that also maybe would be considered some of the private right of way where maybe there's some drainage issues that could go into that as well. But that's here for this conversation right now. So
just for context, the 19 feet is includes your tree wells, your drainage channels, and your walkways. So that would be all within that. It's not 19-foot sidewalks. Those include your tree wells and other things, just so you know.
Well, it's a lot different than what we're accustomed to here. You go to some developments and, I don't know, there's the transformer or the switch box is 5 feet outside your house.
Yeah.
And you're saying, why is it so far in? Because the city has that green space all the way in. Okay, good development. And it's not something that's used to here, but new developments have those.
Utility assignments would be really critical.
Sure.
But that may need to be a clarification then, is it in the table where you're speaking to the street sections and sidewalks? It says sidewalks in feet, it says 19 feet both sides. So you may need to clarify that as parkway, not pure sidewalk.
So there's additions now that have graphics within this, and so it's graphically broken down, and it breaks down the planner type, where it goes, what allowances within the sidewalks. And so it actually has all these specs graphically, so you can see the range. And so then you'll be able to add the math based off of however the street assembly works for the development at that time. So it's not specified that tightly, Jim.
What did you call that
would
area?
help questions.
You said the whole area that included all of that. What did you?
It's your it's your walkway zones or parkway zones. It includes your street tree wells, your walkways.
But collectively, you don't call that a sidewalk. You call that a. I think you just rename it and just say.
Yeah, in the ordinance it's not.
Accessory right of way.
We figure out different language so it doesn't just think you have like these massive sidewalks on the side of every. So
Depends
we'll
on
look
the
for
type.
Better terminology for that.
Yeah.
But which, just since we're already here on, is everybody okay with, because we're still kind of talking about streets and everything without right of way width. I mean, some of these, they did match up to our existing street widths, they're not too far off, they're not crazy different. But if there were any red flags when y'all saw this, this would be the time to provide that input.
The one thing we don't have on here is the current design for the northern route. So we don't have that on here at all. We should include something about that on here. And that would be basically a 4-lane.
Divided.
It would be the 4-lane community
Boulevard.
Okay, then we should increase that to 120 feet, yeah. So just make that one. Something else that we might want to put in here, excuse me, is the divider for something for if you're doing a 4-lane community boulevard, that includes turn lanes. It's 4 lanes plus turn lanes.
And that would be better, what Matt was saying is that's gonna be better depicted when those, we actually put those sections, they're gonna be the street sections that are in here, and that'll be depicted on what can go in there. So whether it be a turn lane or divided or a grass or whatever that looks like in the middle.
Trees.
But those street sections will provide that clarity.
And I can also clarify a little bit. So I don't know if Northern Route's going to be the 4-lane community boulevard or if we're going to add another one. Or is that intended to be?
Well, I think the northern route was intended to be a community boulevard at some point in the future.
Well, it's intended to be an alternate route for 90 for just like another way to get by. But I'm just trying to think of a larger subdivision that may, like for instance, in fact, I know Flat Creek has a road that goes north-south that I believe falls in the lane, in the category of a 4-lane community boulevard. I believe it does.
Alsatian Oaks has one now
And Alsatian Oaks may have one too.
Yeah, with the street.
Those
light
are
that's
not
built
120 feet wide, nor do they really need to be. They would fall under this 4-lane. And the reason I bring this up is because unbeknownst to most of you in this room, the city has been working in concert with the county to be on the same page for their roadway designs, that they're working on adopting their master plan. That should happen. It was supposed to happen in December and then January and then whatever. That should be happening fairly soon. But the idea is that we will utilize one of the county's roads that most closely fits with what would be the northern route and add that road type to our section. It's missing here, and the only reason it's missing is because we don't have that information from the county just yet.
Okay,
But-
so yeah, I think then it would be more confusing to try and code that in right now. Maybe that is an amendment after we know what that section looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's my thought.
Okay.
Because I don't know what the pavement width is, but it's not 52 feet. It's going to be wider. It's either 65 or 80 or whatever.
I don't know, yeah.
So we
So
will.
We have to look at that.
Yep.
And are we gonna have sidewalks going down beside it?
Yes.
Yes.
In that 19.
Yeah. It's
Really?
gonna be like, I feel like the best way to visualize that road is, have you ever been to that subdivision that's right after 16-4 and 90 and how they have like it's like kind of like what this is, where it's sidewalks on the side, there's a couple of lanes passing, and it's just to get from point A to point B, so you can get from 90, or not 90, 1604 to 90, or 90 back to 1604. No? Okay.
So-
The main parkway into Alsatian Oaks has a big old wide sidewalk
Yeah,
on the
that's
side
correct.
of the road, kind of winding along.
Yeah.
It's basically that, but on both sides. Right? Am I
Yeah,
reading
that's
that right?
Yeah.
Another way to look at it is think about Highway 90. Highway 90 going through Castroville is 100 feet of right of way. So take that same kind of section and then add an extra 10 feet on each side to provide areas for people to be able
Yeah,
to walk.
I'm just, when I hear bypass, I'm thinking bypass going around with no sidewalks or anything, because it's getting the traffic around us. That's what I take
Well, just like Highway 90 through town, you've got ways to, because you want to have it for biking, you want to have it for people to be able to walk.
I wasn't thinking about that with a bypass.
It's a parkway.
Yeah, it's not gonna be as intense as Highway 90. It's supposed to be like, because Flat Creek and all those subdivisions are off of there, you still wanna have that interconnectivity, so if they wanna go from one to the other, they can have that opportunity to do so safely. So it's just connecting it's connecting all those neighborhoods, but also providing, some relief off of Highway 90.
So
If I
that'll
used
be-
bypass, I misspoke. It's an alternate route. That's
Yeah.
the way to think about it. It's just an alternate route.
Because
That's
citizens
not
are
a
like,
bypass.
oh, yeah, because citizens hear bypass and
There
they're
is a
like, oh.
bypass being
But
studied.
that's
It
gonna
will
be
be,
expensive.
the bypass that's being studied will be more like what you're thinking about. And that's not in the city's domain. That's happening between the county and the
USDOT.
Okay, well, I'm just.
So this one specifically, if you think about it, it's to carry a volume and
So it's a boulevard.
Boulevard. Very,
Yeah.
that's,
it's a
yes.
4-lane boulevard.
Yeah.
Yeah. With sidewalks on
Oh,
either
yeah,
side.
yeah, no, I.
45.
I've
Where's
lived
Black
places
Parkway?
where boulevards are.
Where's-
so
Moving on.
I don't-
Not even that intense because
You
it's,
got it.
I know, I'm just joking.
All right.
Yeah.
Just real quick on the street ones, on this sidewalks one, is the Castro Street, is that supposed to reference what we have here?
That is true.
Okay, just, and I don't wanna be overly picky, but
Yeah.
it's $15, which is translated to 41.67 feet.
Okay.
That's the typical right of ways here in town.
and I think 40 is close
How
enough.
much?
Huh?
No, we're talking about the pavement width.
No, pavement width
No, it
is
says
20.
right of
That says
ways
right of way.
40. And
That
it's a
says
little
40.
bit wider than that. And I'm not trying to be picky, I'm just saying that
Okay. I mean, yeah.
you want.
Are y'all good? Well-
Yeah.
But because you brought that up, are we good with 40? Is that close enough? Or does it need to be 42?
I'm good with that, I'm just letting you know the numbers.
We know that.
I have two comments.
Yes.
One's hopefully not going to start a discussion. There is 3.8.1.8 street names.
Yes,
Uh,
that
Can
is,
we strengthen the language on that? Because I've got a street in my neighborhood that starts as Country Lane and then hangs a hard left, and after the left, it's still marked as Country
hold on,
Lane,
hold on.
and then it's Janice, and then you take a left onto,
Before we go too far down this tangent,
there's like 5
the
names.
city has no control over street names. It's all so we're gonna change that language in here because we don't, 911 addressing does that for us. So I'm sorry, we have no control over that. That's all county and their people over there. So I can talk to Erin whenever they're putting in and see what she says, but yeah.
Normally, if it's a 90 degree turn, they will not let them keep that same street name. That triggers a change in.
But then it's weird because
This,
like on
this
one
one,
side,
there are
it's like
5
one side.
different street signs that
I don't
all
know,
name
San
it different
Jacinto,
names.
Washington.
Yeah, oh yeah, that one.
And There
But
are
yeah,
two
so,
discrete sections.
yeah, I
Okay.
didn't want to go too far down that because that's out of our control.
That was
We're-
comment one.
All right.
That was
the next
comment one.
Okay.
Comment two.
The second one is I just think 37 and 41 feet of pavement width in neighborhoods is too wide. Village Path is narrower than that, and we get it turns into a racetrack every day. It's too big. That's all. I think that bringing those sizes down for a one lane each direction road would be beneficial to the people who will one day live there.
Where is the?
If you would also agree, this was mostly a translation from the, what y'all currently have. A lot of this really should be in an engineering manual. So what we're trying to do is give some sort of stopgap until that engineering manual is fully fleshed out. This is kind of us trying to like make two things fit together that really should be reflected in any sense. But
And cross sections that we designed for it, we tried really hard to split the difference, making the vehicle lanes 11 feet and wider sidewalks. But this is a street standard you don't have currently, and they were just carried through.
Okay.
Is there any way to maybe make these ranges instead of hard numbers?
Well, these are, I mean, I don't know, Jim, you probably want, y'all like fixed numbers, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you put a range, the developers can go to the small.
Minimum, right,
Yeah.
I mean, it one's
Bottom line.
properties that
Yeah.
can.
And is typically, I mean, I know this is in our current subdivision ordinance, but do you think there is room to move these down a little bit so we don't have these really wide streets?
Go ahead, Tammy.
What about like when cars, I thought you said, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. What about like when cars park on the street?
Right.
Yeah.
If they get a lot narrower, how are you gonna get two cars by when the cars are on the street?
A single wide garage door is 8 feet. 37 is 4.5 garage doors wide.
I know, but if you have like cars on
Two
each side, on this side and this side, how can you get
Well,
two
This
cars?
side.
I think it's just how you kind of do in these roads down here is to shimmy a little, but really, I think that's like the technical standard.
That also,
So-
so I'll also say this, that is also an inducement to slow down. So I would, yeah, I'm just, again, my 2 cents, if your concern is about speeding, if that's your value set, you're worried about creating racetracks, then make the streets more narrow.
Yeah.
Because, and don't worry about parking, because they'll do what they're doing now here. You have to drive slow through Castroville, 'cause guess what? 2 cars can't go racing by each other. If you try to do that, you're gonna take off a mirror. They slow down because they're worried.
Because we were in Louisiana and they had the little narrow streets, and they parked in a dually on this side, and they had another big vehicle on this side. Well, they were doing like Christmas lights, people were riding, we got to a point where people were stuck,
That's, yeah.
and you couldn't go because there was traffic there, and you couldn't move, and they had to end up having people back out, and you sat there for a long time.
Yep.
Because you had bigger vehicles on each side, and you couldn't get the vehicles through.
You can see that actually if you
Yes,
go
Mr.
down.
He's been patient back
Oh,
there.
I can't see him back there.
I'm asking to speak, but, it sounds like you're trying to solve a speeding traffic control issue by narrowing the street width versus considering the people that live there have to go back and forth and the trash delivery guy and the fire trucks and all the rest of that kind of stuff. And people that walk on the streets because there may not be a sidewalk or ride the bikes. And the narrower you make it, the more of a hazard then it becomes to the people that do that. And so, if you've got a traffic control issue that needs to have a speed control, then I think I would use another method instead of trying to squeeze somebody down. So, it's one way from 5 after the hour to 10 after the hour, and then the other people stop and they have to get over here, And so I would be very careful. It makes the neighborhood unattractive when stuff starts, people parking everywhere, they can't get by and get frustrated. There are 5 people backed up because the people getting out of grade school, they're trying to come home now. And it becomes a problem.
Okay. Councilman King?
Yeah, in reality, when you design these, they're collection streets. And David, unfortunately, the street in front of your house is a collection street. And it has to be able to handle higher flows of traffic. And Scott, I disagree with you that narrow streets slow people down because Florence Street and Fiorella, they go.
No, if there's only one car,
No,
But if there's
both
two,
ways.
if there's two cars coming at each other,
Yeah.
they drive, I'm just,
Anyway, that's my comments.
they do drive slower.
So we're okay with the existing pavement.
Since nobody in here is a traffic engineer and we're pretty close, I think that we should leave it the way that is.
Got it. Okay, sounds good. We're moving on. Three, two,
Go
one,
for it.
move. Oh.
Under the door. So, two sections, what stood out to me in this was there's, and it may speak to the necessity of the engineering manual, but most streets, when you go to do development, have specific capacity listed on them. So your average daily trips, how many cars this specific street section is designed for. We don't have that in here. And if we're looking at a TIA, that process needs the numbers, it needs the data of, okay, I've got so many cars coming this way, I need this classification of roads to support that traffic. Right now, it's place type zoning, which in city limits will tell you where you can do it based off zoning. If you're ETJ, that doesn't apply. So I think we need more guidance for the design engineers on the developers we have to set the right classification of roads within the layout.
And your assumption would be correct, that also be in engineering manual, is where that should be.
Are you all, is that gonna be part of the UDO or it's gonna be separate, a separate contract and it could be years down the road? And then what do we do in between?
That's because we've been working to bridge those gaps where they exist, and we're trying to carry stuff over from your existing ordinance and then bait it up with the terminology within the UDO, and then match some of your existing street standards. But the intent though is that if you're getting development in a bridge, these street sections should be applicable to handle all the capacity. As Jim said, it's like perfect scenario. It needs some threshold work.
Because this is a direct translation from our existing subdivision ordinance, how do we handle, I mean, maybe I'm the one who should know this, is how do we handle that right now if we don't already stipulate those things? Like,
I believe there are some crude statements in the code that are not outdated, that speak to street design, and that's what, so a geotechnical engineer will go out and do testing of the soil on the streets, and then the street will be designed based off that.
But how do you know what the capacity is going to be increased? I mean, how does
it's based off of it's based off of use.
Through the TIA process, you look at what you're proposing.
What you're building and what
then
you think
also
will be there?
you'll go out and take existing studies, trips like those road tubes. You'll measure the traffic flow before your development, then you'll roll that in with your development and analyze the streets.
Priscilla, it's based on engineers' education, training, and experience before they pull it out there.
Exactly.
There you go.
Pulling it out of the air.
Well, you see, like Country Village, when you look at Country Lane up by Highway 90, it's wider going down towards Councilman Burns' house. And when you make the turn, it's a 60-foot, or I think it's a 60-foot right-of-way village path, because every side street is a 50-foot. And like you just said, it's a collector street, and it was designed that way. You take the same thing in River Bluff. I believe the top street or the perimeter street is wider than the interior streets because it was the collector, the main loop, the way they were designed. Right, wrong, or different, they were designed based on that ordinance.
So Castro and his group didn't know all that.
Right.
And they just made all
Well,
that.
they didn't have traffic.
There was no cars.
Yeah. They had a horse is not as wide as a car. Yeah. Okay, so any additional conversation, we'll go and include the best amount of information about the traffic impact analysis and how to handle that, and that is definitely something we'll look into.
Okay, I got one thing. Will
Yes, yes, ma'am.
answer one of my sticky notes.
Yes,
Under the small apartments, residential building types, it says that their parking would be on the street for the building occupants and visitors. Why are we gonna put them on the street?
yeah, we'll talk about parking here in a little bit, but it's just, yeah.
Because, I mean, we're talking about the width of the streets and everything.
Yeah,
And
well,
especially-
so something like an apartment complex wouldn't be like on a Castro Street. That's not something that would handle that. Castro Street is like, small.
Oh, I know, okay.
Where
Yeah.
where are we talking about parking then?
Small apartments, 5
No,
point.
no, I understand, but
Yeah, so
on
I
her-
didn't include it like on this list, but I was gonna put it at the end.
okay.
So, yeah.
Okay,
I have it written
X.
here.
So
Okay.
item X is going to be parking.
okay.
All right, any additional?
I'll save that sticky note.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, setbacks, here we go. So right now, the proposed setbacks are based off of fire code, which is, I read through fire code and it has a lot of language, but ultimately it's about 10 feet, it's 10 feet separation between buildings. Unless they have some special rated fire code wall, that is the thing. And it's not 10 feet from the property line, it just means 10 feet separation from buildings. So if one building is built on the property line, that means the next building has to build 10 feet away, which is not like the existing CZO. Right now, the existing CZO has 10 feet side yards or side areas. So that means there's 20 feet in between each building. And so that's what we're talking about right now. So I know we have strong feelings about this, so let's hear them out. So.
Well, because I was what brought this up at our last meeting. Me, this is one of the big ones. It needs to stay 10 feet to the property line in the horseshoe area, and then whatever the current setbacks are in the as-built communities, are they all 10 feet or some of them are 5?
Yes.
They're all 10?
Well, they're right here. You're talking about right
Oh, I
now?
can't read it. It's too small.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
They were planted.
Yeah, so all residential is 10 feet,
Yeah.
but then there's a little asterisk saying that if it's adjacent to a public right of way, then it's 15 feet.
Right.
Okay, and then RC, which is the multifamily, is 10 feet as well. HE, which is historic residential, is 10 feet. And CF, we don't have any of that, but it was 10 feet also. And CG is 5 feet, and then it has those 4 little asterisks, and that means that no setback is required if it meets that firewall, just like the fire code language. Yeah.
That's generally the area right that
Yeah.
So in my mind, because again, what I mentioned earlier, we don't want to make people nervous about this. That's one I'll guarantee is going to make people nervous. I think for people who have already lived on these properties, it needs to stay what it is.
Okay, I feel like that's resonated pretty well throughout the comments we've heard. So yeah.
Maybe we could change it to P25 and rename that, because that would capture all of those existing.
Right. What they do out in the new neighborhoods to the east, that's,
Yeah, and
I'm not
unfortunately,
concerned about that.
All the P3, which is Alsatian Oaks and all of that stuff, they already have the minimum side setbacks of 5 feet, so it wouldn't apply to them anyways.
Brianna, I think that if you guys came in later, I think the beginning was, if I'm not mistaken, that everything was existing prior to 2019, you remain as is.
Yeah.
Not just the 2.5, but just the areas of the city that were in existence prior to 2019 will remain as is.
Yes, just like that map that was given in your packet.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure.
I should be clarified there. I think they said everything zoned single family before 2019.
RA and HE.
I agree.
RA and
But-
HE. And there are areas that were built before then that are not zoned that, including my house. and like the apartment complexes.
You guys are RC.
RC, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the RC are translated as 3.
Mr. King, it would be under this under a different setbacks because of that, right? Or whatever the plat showed.
My statement is, my personal view is whatever
Bless
is
you.
there
Yes, sir.
needs to remain in
Thank
the
you.
already as-built neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's not going to move anything in Country Village because we have separate deed restriction setbacks as well that are actually more extensive than the
Right,
cities.
by plat.
So,
Laid out.
given that P3, P4 are going to be used throughout new areas, I think setting those to fire code, it's not going to change what can be built in those existing areas because they also have deed restrictions. So I think we should do the fire code setbacks on P3 and P4. That's my opinion.
Question on what Mr. King said. When we've been talking side setbacks. I would certainly agree with that, but also the front and rear setbacks. Is that because you kept saying keep it as it is, and there's more than just a side setback? So are we in sync here that we were talking about the existing CZO rules on setbacks in the spoken area?
Well, one of the things that we talked about for the front setbacks You know why the front setbacks are set at 25 feet?
Conformity.
It's basically the length of a car. So they were designed so that you could park a car there in front of your house, in front of your garage. And so there are plenty of houses that are here that are closer to the street than 25. What's that?
Before cars.
Sure.
Well, they're still here after cars, to be clear.
They're still here. They haven't been torn down, some of them. Right.
But in addition to the 20-foot, the front setbacks, for example, isn't there a provision for alignment requirements generally? There was an LZZO that generally you had to align with the other properties, or you couldn't push it farther forward, you couldn't really push it farther back. You were supposed to say generally in line.
Oh.
Have you seen the map of? No.
It was they used to apply that. I was just curious.
Yeah, I don't remember reading.
If you look at the way that the buildings are situated on them,
I don't remember that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just thought I'd ask.
that's one unique thing that they had actually called out. If you mandate that exact same setback, what you
Sure.
get is you get a front line of cookie cutter.
A mess.
And so we kind of have a bit of a mess right now because you have some that are set forward, some that are set back. We've got some that are twisted on the lot. We have that diversity,
Sure.
and it doesn't feel like, house door, house door, house door, house door, house door.
I believe the historic guidelines speak to similar alignments from building to building.
There was something.
Yeah, and you're right about that. Historic design guidelines, it does take into account that it can't be so far off. It has to maintain that look and feel of the neighborhood.
Mhm.
So if they're all up at the street, you can't have your house like all the way in the back part of the property.
I wasn't exactly sure where it was.
Yeah.
But that's
And so,
inside of HE, yeah?
But that is addressed during the HLC review of that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so setbacks. I know I mentioned it earlier about the fences.
Yes, and I have that note here. So
Okay.
go ahead and talk about fencing.
So-
But hold on, before we move over, so for P 2.5, I just want to make sure that so it's 10 feet on either side of the home, the 15 feet adjacent to the right of way. That's for P 2.5. That's correct, right? Okay.
On a corner lot.
On a corner lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that.
And
we're
for
all
the
on
main
same
building
page here.
and any addition, for the auxiliary buildings, that's smaller than that, understand?
I'm sorry. what
So,
was that?
in other words, the main residential, it's 10,
Uh-huh.
but if you have a garage in the back, then it's 5 feet. So it's exactly the same setbacks that are in our
Got
existing.
it. Okay, so I'll make sure to see what the accessory structures say, but so that.
Accessory structures, yeah.
Okay, all right then. Thank you.
On the common boundary line, it's 5 foot for
It's 5
accessory,
foot. That's correct.
but it's still the 15 on the street side.
That's correct, yes. All
Okay.
right, what was, okay.
So
move
for
on to
setbacks.
fencing. Yes.
The setbacks, underneath the CZO, it said fence or gate located on the side and or rear of the yard on a corner lot must be set back 15 feet from the public right of way and cannot exceed 6 feet in height. That didn't transfer over.
So it says that it has to be 4 feet in height, but it does not have that setback requirement. But I believe what they just added based off these setbacks would build that back in, and then the language would add a 4 foot max height on the fence within the first layer of the frontage. And then you could go to 6 feet within that second layer.
But, okay, because not every housing development in Castroville allows a front fence. Like in mine is a deed restriction. You can't have a fence in the front yard.
Yeah.
This
so-
is just a level.
So that's why
Yeah, we wouldn't speak to those deed restrictions because each community has their own.
right.
So this is just for in general, like in, what you see around town, that there's little fences allowed in the front and it's 4 foot fences, and that's what this is speaking to. So if it's spoken to your deed restrictions, then you have to follow those, or that becomes a civil suit between you and your neighbor.
Right.
The HOA, whichever's there.
So we're not gonna move over the 15-foot setback in that? Because I know one of the problems was, like our junkyard house, they built that fence
Yeah.
and people couldn't see them pulling out until they were right there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they weren't supposed to, that fence was 6 feet tall and it was
Yes.
located in the front part of the property. It was not in the right place. It would have already had been pushed back.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
if it was located in the correct place, it was not. So that's why that was an issue.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yes, sir.
In some places, it seems like we use the word fence and hedge or shrubbery interchangeably, is that what we're doing here?
Right now, we don't speak to hedges or shrubbery. We just strictly use the word fence.
No, we used to, this CZO about
That's correct, we did.
distance back from driveways and so forth and so on.
So, I mean, that's something we can add, to allow our hedges and shrubbery.
No,
No? Okay, then, yeah.
I thought it had something to do with sight
They
distance.
Yeah, and that's in here also. There's already the site distances. So if it's located within that site distance, you are not allowed to put that there regardless. So
Which is driven by the street standards.
that's correct, yes. So we do have site distance already included in here.
Driveway from the
Yeah.
street.
So any hedges should not be located within that site triangle, or else that's just
Gonna come cut it down.
yeah, you have to go cut it down. We've actually had to do that for code enforcement. People are like, no, I like that plant there. We're like, no, that's not okay.
You should take a picture of it then, because it's
I'm
going
sure,
away.
I'm sure if I look at Carl's notes, there is a picture of it. It was huge.
I just wanted to bring something, Sheena brought it up, I just wanted to make a comment that, deed restrictions are enforced by HOAs, not by the city when you have a zoning ordinance,
Or an individual.
or an
I know.
individual. That's
I know.
okay.
All right, are we, so that was for setbacks and fencing. Is everybody okay? Are we good to move forward?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's move on. Okay, ADUs, favorite thing. Okay, so as of right now, we only allow them by SUPs, specific use permits, in all classifications at this point. We hear you loud and clear. We think, I believe everybody believes there needs to be size and location and possibility of whether the owner occupied, I think, we'll have to ask legal, but I think that's not allowed anymore, but we'll have to ask. But the other two things we can regulate, and so we're gonna try and narrow that down. All right?
I got a new one for you
Okay, what's going on?
for ADUs,
Okay.
chicken coops.
That's not an ADU.
It's not an ADU.
I'm not joking. They're the size, somebody built a chicken coop that was the size of a tiny house.
Are they living in it?
An accessory.
No.
No, that's just an accessory.
It's an accessory.
building.
It's an accessory.
Yeah.
These are,
So it
see,
says
this is accessory dwelling unit. This is where someone would live.
I was like,
I had somebody come and ask me, and I wanted to make sure it's all clear.
yeah. So
I was like,
I'm making sure everybody is clear.
that sounds a little foul to me.
No.
really be a chicken, you know?
Okay, we're deviating, we're coming
Yeah.
back.
Well, I just wanted to get that clarification because somebody came and asked me.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an accessory structure, and if it should still be 5 feet off the property line. We do have livestock regulations, which chickens fall under. I don't know how many they have or anything, but that's a completely different ordinance. That's under animals and our code of ordinances.
Yeah.
But it does fall under accessory structure, and that's still, as we just spoke about, is now gonna be 5 feet off the property line.
Okay, that's.
Same as it is.
I wanted to make sure it was clarified, because I had people ask me.
Anything else, Bob?
Oh, yeah, on accessory dwelling unit, yeah. You had talked previously, there was some discussion about size that this could be.
That's correct.
Where is that right now?
No, we don't have any size. That's what's being determined today.
Okay.
Yeah. So
On
that's,
the board, Bob.
yeah, so I just looked up like in Bernie, I think someone had brought up that before, so I just pulled it up real quick. I'm sorry, it was just a Google search. I didn't have time to go deep dive into that ordinance. They have 1,200 square feet. Like I said, y'all could put any number on that.
That's a house.
This, and if I'm mistaken, I'm sure I'm gonna get corrected really quick, but the San Antonio development codes that I've seen, they stipulate a maximum of 50% of the primary not to exceed 800 square feet.
Okay.
They also stipulate that it must be owner occupied and the owner must file a deed restriction on the property for future owners that it must be owner occupied, or at least one of the structures on the property.
Okay.
That's their development codes right now. There's also, that's that.
Yeah.
Then also pending litigation, size is a maximum of ADU at 800 square feet, 50%.
Okay.
So that's no reason why I'm bringing up that number.
Yeah.
It's because there's, in my opinion, there's not a lot of regulations on it. You get to set your own stuff. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of different variations out there.
My question to the the owner occupied. I thought I had heard at one point that we couldn't mandate that it be owner occupied, but I don't know. That's just something I heard. So,
Yeah. I don't know, I was just
Yeah.
referencing San Antonio's development code
got it.
right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's attached to the Airbnb.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, you can't force it on the Airbnbs, but you can on the ADUs, I think. I don't
Let me ask a question, just throw a wrench in this. If you drive around, I'm thinking of Mexico Street over by the elementary school, in between here and there, there are a couple of lots that have houses that I would guess are about 800 or 900 square feet. The house itself is very small. If someone like, there's a yellow house that's on San Jacinto, it's kind of like that. If someone came in and bought that house and said, I want that to be the ADU, and I want to build my house behind it. And they meet all the requirements, if you would think about it this way, from your code that we're looking at, the UDO, about lot coverage, et cetera. Like, they aren't going to exceed that. I'm throwing that out there as something to consider as you're sitting here thinking about what constitutes an ADU, what doesn't constitute an ADU, what is a primary structure, what isn't a primary structure. The fact of the matter is that in your built environment right now in Castroville, there are 12,000 square foot lots with 900 square foot homes on them. And there's not one, there's like a dozen at least if you drive around. And so I would throw that out there for y'all to think about as you think about this.
Let me give you a better example. Phil King's residence on Orange Street. Our front house is 900 square feet, and we built, because again, it was a historic home up on the street. That's where the historic homes are. So we built a, 23,000 square foot, 2-story.
23,000?
That's a big house.
Holy crap. You got a basement that goes.
Wow. I talked very quick, but I said 24, no 3,000. So about 3,000 square foot, 2-story on the back. But that's where I'm with the whole thing about the ADUs have to be in the back behind the primary structure. There are some of these where you have an existing structure. Now, for someone though with an existing structure halfway back, I don't think they can build. I don't think the new ADU should be in front of the existing structure. The new, if that makes sense, if you already have a small house up on the street, then you should be able to build your primary residence on the back and then turn the front thing into an ADU. But if you already have your main house halfway back in your lot, I don't think you should be able to build an ADU up on the street, a new one.
Pre-existing.
Matt has his hand up.
In the current draft ordinance, it says that a special use permit may be requested if that condition exists within 200 feet of the property that's requesting that. And that way it would go through a process that would create that as an allowance. That's the way that it's currently drafted in the ordinance.
Does it give some indication though that what I just explained, or is that necessary?
I mean, that would be part of the symbol in their case.
And they go for that. So the good thing about allowing the SCDs is that it goes through a public process. Everybody gets their input, and then on top of that, if it's located in the historic district, then that also has to go through Historic Landmark Commission to determine, because a lot of these really small homes up front are the historic homes. There's not a lot of it are the newer ones, and so they would be able to really eye that and say, hey, does this take away from that, or does this, how does that look, and does it meet all our regulations?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to say something that put a maximum size on an ADU unless they wanted to swap the new structure and take the existing structure to be an ADU? Like
Yeah,
you did.
we could figure out a better way to say that, but yes, where the intent is to have a max square footage, unless there's an existing home on the property, then they could request during the SUP process for that building, the primary structure right now to be the ADU and the secondary structure, or the new structure to be the primary structure.
Sure. That can all be addressed during the specific use permit process.
Yeah.
So like,
Say that house is 900, it's more than 800, so
Yeah,
it's part of that
yes,
process.
sir, uh-huh.
Absolutely.
an ADU must be under 1,200 square feet unless the existing house is under 1,000 square feet.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Which-
Because then essentially it's saying if you have a very small building, you can build a large ADU, a full-size house in addition to it.
Yes.
So
Either
we're really
way.
talking two different things here. We're not really talking ADUs anymore. We're talking about somebody building a bigger house.
Right.
And we're really talking about the existing home that's there and an additional living structure for a few people. Right?
Okay.
And a lot of times that would be relatives or things like that, not necessarily, hey, I built this and I'm gonna rent it.
Yeah.
So it seems like we're getting a couple of different discussions here.
So Bob, from a property rights standpoint,
Yeah.
from the way the staff treat it, even if they wanted to build a larger home, when it comes to, and there's already a home on the property, the way that we would interpret the code is that thing that they want to build, no matter what size it is an accessory dwelling unit because it's accessory to the dwelling unit that's already there. So size for us doesn't matter when it comes to what they're wanting to build. So I just want to clarify.
Okay, well,
But-
I'm thinking Mr. King and the house next door, where your son is, I guess. And it used to be a requirement in historic, what we call the historic area now, that they had to be a connection between the accessory.
Our son's house,
Buildings, you
our
know.
son's house, it's just an addition.
Okay.
It's one building.
Okay.
But wouldn't, once you built the second structure, whichever one you occupied, the other one would be the accessory unit?
Yeah, that's what he
Well,
was saying.
you gotta be careful though, like our house, we kept to because the city told us to back then,
Yes,
we kept to the 10-foot setbacks.
yes, sir.
We could have put it 5 feet from the property line because it was a secondary structure. But the city and us considered that to be the main
I
structure
understand.
and the historic structure up in the front, which has a 0 lot line, because
It-
back
and
in the
that's- and that's accessory.
Yeah,
The-
so, but I will say, I like your idea though, what Bob had said earlier, following City of San Antonio, where, excuse me,
Bruce.
Bruce.
That's okay.
Bruce, if you could put a deed restriction on it, if that's legally permissible, so that the future owners knew that, just like when the future owners now will know if it's a historic
Yeah, they
district.
know they can't separate the property.
And these stipulations that it has to go before a special use permit, I think there's a lot of validity to that.
Can we put it in? We can't.
No.
The city can require them.
But you put it in the policy, the specific use permit. as a
If you
condition
grant
of
it,
the
they have to
permit,
do it.
They have to put a deed restriction on the property. Somehow you structure that.
Okay.
It's all part of the special use permit process.
Bruce,
So this is a special use permit.
Mhm.
An accessory dwelling unit is a use in an accessory building. A special use permit allows you to do something in a building you wouldn't do anyway, and you can specify that they do not transfer. Why do we need to also put deed restrictions on when that special use permit can already expire when you transfer it and it just becomes a shed or a garden house or a workshop or a garage?
So it
I think it's weird that we're treating this as a different kind of building
It is.
instead of just a different kind of use in an existing building. I've lived in a 380 square foot apartment. There are sheds in my neighborhood, bigger than my first apartment and probably with more amenities.
But would you put a bathroom and a sink and a refrigerator and a washing machine and all that in a shed?
I've known people who would all of it except the washing machine in a shed.
Okay, well, there is
Or a
one
pool
for-
house?
For accessory dwelling, or accessory unit, and this of those specifically, with all the requirements for a living structure.
if you don't put a kitchen in it, it's not considered an accessory dwelling unit. It's just an accessory unit.
Oh shoot, I've lived in an accessory building then.
No, to be a
You
dwelling
lived in a
unit like
glorified
that,
shed.
There was no kitchen, so
there is-
That was your choice.
and it would be the choice of anyone who lives in it in the future as well.
Okay.
But-
Okay, we're
We're
digressing.
Deed restriction.
I wanna read
The
back
special use
the-
permit can already expire. That's all.
Okay, so we're gonna do a consensus building about the deed restrictions, because it seems like maybe we have a little bit of confusing. If you have any, where you don't, that you do think it should be, no, that you don't think it should be allowed, please voice your concerns
Wait,
at this
hang
point.
Okay, let's be really clear about the ask.
Okay,
Are-
if you have any concerns with the deed restrictions, please voice your concerns right now.
I just did that.
Yeah, okay, so David Mers, anybody else?
I would
Is this a
suggest
proper
that you pull up and if they're still, if they're valid, pull up the San Antonio.
Well, I think, didn't she say for or against? Make your case.
as a guide.
So were you saying for or against deed restrictions?
Are you, I don't want to get into that situation, but you said it was okay, thumbs up, thumbs down, right?
Yes.
Did we say that? Okay. If you are for deed restrictions on ADUs, please put your thumb up.
Deed
Deed restrictions for an ADU.
as you
Sorry?
presented it here.
Yes.
Can we back up? The deed restriction would do what exactly? It would make it so that if I went to get an SUP and I was granted the ability to build my accessory dwelling unit, that then I'd be required to record what in the deed?
It's a deed restriction to prevent you from separating the properties of a future sale.
Got
It
it.
ties
So
the
I
property.
can't sell it separately.
That's
It's
correct.
always an accessory dwelling unit to the main unit. The lots can't be divided or any of that.
That's
I don't know if that's an issue because you already have a minimum lot size, so you can't subdivide and sell. So that's a non-issue.
So with that deed restriction,
It's not an after.
Yeah.
It's just a way of protecting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might, but now that you say that, I think it might be a moot point because that's only to protect it from selling, but you can't do that if you can't subdivide, let's just say in a historic district.
But the deed restriction has twofold. That you can't divide it and sell it, and it must remain owner occupied. At least one structure must be occupied by the owner.
Okay.
In other words, it prevents two rental properties.
We'll have to verify if that's legally permissible.
Hold on, the lawyer's shaking his head.
Uh,
and if the deed restriction is put on by the city,
No, this
No.
would,
No.
it wouldn't be a deed restriction put on by the city. This would be something that they have to go file at the county themselves. We would not be.
No, they would have to do it.
that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Okay,
So attorney,
if it's
any
possible.
thoughts?
I don't like it.
You don't like deed restrictions or?
Well, property use in Texas or
I know.
don't tell me how to drive my deed.
Come to Castroville.
So a special use permit would be better.
And this is based on withholding a permit because you are doing something with your deed that we don't like. Yeah, I mean, you're asking to be sued. It's pretty
Now-
much-
SUP?
So an SUP
Yeah.
would cover
You're
it.
gonna tie up someone's property and
Okay.
the very basic right is you're gonna sell it,
Oh, that's fine.
rent it or something,
I-
and you stop that.
I had
the
draft
city's gonna
orders
do.
from San Antonio.
Okay.
I hear
Yes,
that.
sir.
I-
I don't have it with me right now.
Okay, Mr. Lee, have time?
You started out, talking about whether there was gonna be a square footage.
Yes, and that was gonna be my next question.
Okay, and I had a question about parking requirements. If you put it in an ADU, do they have to provide parking for that? Is there any limit on how big, if it fits with a percentage, I can put 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bedrooms in there, number of people, does it matter?
Bunk beds?
I think we're getting into the what ifs, because if we're gonna put a max square footage of 800 square feet, that can be like maybe 1 or 2 really small bedrooms.
And this is come up before, as far as occupation and the number of people in a building, this city has very little ability to enforce that anyway. I mean, we enforce the code, it's very difficult to enforce how many people can live in a house.
You can't have any more kids, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the thing, it's like there are people who have 11 kids.
Yeah,
That's not me.
and then they have,
I guess not.
you
yet,
know,
right?
to
Not yet.
certain drives, so it's hard to say where they have to park those vehicles, as long as it's within the constraints of the parking, saying it needs to be on the side of your house, or it's on-street parking, as long as they meet, and there's not, right now, we don't allow for parking on grass, even though you wouldn't tell by driving around, which code enforcement is trying to tackle some of those things, but those things are carried over, so you shouldn't be parking on a grass, you should have a designated parking area, and if you don't, then you need to find other ways to park, or other aspects of
Well,
park.
just know this, a lot of those things that you're concerned about are addressed, or would be addressed through nuisance. That's your real,
Yeah, the
that's
specific
your
use
leverage as a policymaker to address those types of issues, is look at your nuisance code and look at how you might strengthen that.
Can I put 2 on the lot?
That's what I read.
No, just one.
They've already addressed that.
Only one is permitted.
Yeah, they've already addressed that.
Yeah.
Only 180.
Only one.
Bruce mentioned that it follows city of San Antonio, and Bob has shown me copied out of the city of Bernie. And they must have been copied from each other. They're exact same language.
Well, I told you, every time somebody copies from a small city, that small city copied from a big city.
Yeah.
They actually encourage that.
But going back to that question, if it's been by the city of San Antonio and it's vetted, but are we still, you still think we'd be in trouble, or do you need to research it a little bit more?
Go ahead.
For a deed restriction?
No, this whole thing where it requires them to go and get a,
Special use.
No, we're not saying SUP is a problem. He's saying deed restriction is a problem.
no, well, it's not so much a deed restriction, it's the fact that you have to file a, deed restriction. I think, Bob, you want to, it says basically you have to go in there, you have to pay the fee, it has to be filed that this will remain. You can't get rent from the main dwelling unit. You can only get it from the auxiliary, and whichever one you're not living in.
Can do a lot more things than we can is because we don't follow the same regulations they do.
And that's also
That's why
true.
maybe they have a little bit more leverage,
Don't
but.
follow the same one.
You're taking their home rule?
Right. There's differences in that,
Yeah.
I don't know about.
I don't-
leverage.
Let's find out the legal answer on it. We're speculating at this point. Let's find out the legal answer on the deed restrictions. I don't hear that there's an issue with SUP.
No, it's the majority of cities in Texas use zoning to control ADUs. From square footage to owner occupancy to parking, all of that is included within zoning. And square footage and the size of the property, the size of the ADU is it's all used through the zoning regulations. And I'm just doing a cursory search. I've not seen much at all as far as the deed restriction. I'm really skeptical of, but I'll certainly make sure of. But it seems to be the consensus is in most cities in Texas, the zoning is what's used to control ADUs, and it's pretty extensive as far as placement and size, and when it gets down to the details, like San Antonio does. And the parking, you have to provide parking, and there's even stuff about if it's closer, it's a certain distance to public transport, then parking may not be necessary. I mean, it gets into
Pretty detailed.
pretty detailed stuff.
Matt?
And as it's written currently, every zoning classification will require a special use permit to build this ADU. You're already sending them to a special use permit process based off of the direction that we received.
But you have to have criteria in order to evaluate a special use permit.
Yep.
And there's criteria in here, you've got lot coverage criteria, and there's your build-to lines. So there is criteria, but there's also lot conditions. You know, it could have a beautiful old magnolia tree in the back that they don't want to tear down. And now you've told them you've got to go over 10 feet, and if they moved it over, they would be able to save the tree. That we tried really hard to keep arbitrary rules out of here, and they're getting built back in right now. Which creates conflicts.
Mhm.
They're arbitrary.
Okay, so the things that you're asking for, size,
So if we can, and I understand we can look into the legality of the deed restrictions, but hold on, before we go through all that, was everybody in favor, we're gonna do thumbs up or thumbs down, because if it wasn't even a favorable outcome in the first place, then there was no reason to go through all that. Is everybody in favor of deed restrictions for ADUs?
Okay.
Thumbs up if you're in favor of them.
On
Deed
in favor of,
restrictions.
In favor-
Deed restrictions for ADUs,
if it's legal.
if it's legal.
yes.
Okay.
All right,
So on,
if
we
it's
got
legal, we will
5.
code that in.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, does a deed restriction supersede a special use?
No, it still will have to go through the special use permit.
Yeah, it's actually what happens after a special use.
Yeah, it's a condition of this special
Okay.
use permit.
Yeah, there is not a
Yeah,
enforcement mechanism, it's all on conveyance of the property. Whether it's violated or not, and the title insurance.
I'm not saying it's legal, I just don't know. Yeah, if we could maybe do some research, get that in, and get that, in an email, and then we'll send it out to y'all, just to make sure we've done our homework.
Okay.
Okay?
We're so close, guys.
Yeah,
All
okay. So next is size. So what's the size, what do y'all think the size should be? I know a lot of, everybody said, a lot of people said 800 square feet, that's the San Antonio Development Code, is everybody okay with that? I can go look at the San Antonio Development Regulations, do you want to include that part that Mr. Alexander said about the 50, it can't be,
That's part of the rules is 50%, not to exceed 50% of the main structure with a maximum of 800 square feet. That's the way it's
Okay.
worded.
Yeah.
So,
Is there anything about lot size that compared to the lot size
No.
that we're building on in
No.
San Antonio?
I don't believe so, because the lots are generally not the size of our lot. So if it fits in your coverage requirements,
Yes.
then that wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah,
But
okay.
Austin does.
Austin is different, yeah,
Austin controls by lot size too.
right.
It's 5,000 something to 7,000 something. If it's
But,
bigger, then you're looking at not an ADU, it's a separate deal. And if it's smaller, then you're looking
yeah, I think you go back to, Brianna goes back to maximum percentage of lot coverage.
Yeah.
And
Which is already built in
what
there,
if it
right?
can fit on there.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman, or hold on one second. Councilman Mers wanted to read
So
something.
I've been waiting to say this since November. So if you'd all humor me, I've timed it. I'm going to take 4 minutes and fail to change your minds. I have a neighbor who lives in the apartments behind my house. He grew up here inside Castroville. He went to school here. This is his town. He went to high school with my wife, and when he graduated, the only place in town he could find was in the Country Villa apartments. It's not the neighborhood he grew up in, but there were no homes he could afford in his neighborhood. He can't really afford the apartment either, but it would kill him to leave. Sooner or later, as rents rise, he might have to leave anyway. His story is far from unique. Between them, Castroville Elementary and St. Louis Elementary serve a little less than 100 students per grade. Kids from inside the city. Inside the city, and excluding Alsatian Oaks, there are only about 30 listings for sale or for rent. Every year, we have 100 native kids competing for 30 listings. 100 butts, 30 seats. At minimum, 2/3 of our local kids lose that game of musical chairs and have to leave. And some go to college, but a similar number of kids from 4 years earlier should be graduating from college. Some decide to spend a year with their parents, but a similar number would have made that decision a year earlier and should be looking for somewhere to live. In all, we're pretty steady state, 100 butts chasing 30 seats every year. 2/3 of local kids are being told, "See you later, alligator." Except there's a problem, because those 100 kids aren't the only ones competing. We have people moving to Texas who just want a reasonable commute to San Antonio, and they couldn't care about Castroville aside from where it is. We have retirees who have spent 40 years earning California money looking for somewhere cheaper to spend it. And no high school or college graduate can compete with a retiree from California when buying a publicly listed house. And so our kids are forced to leave the town they grew up in. Far too many already have. If we want to fix this broken game of musical chairs, if we want our kids to be able to stay here, we need to allow additional housing in existing neighborhoods, the least invasive way to do it. Our city is already covered in pool houses, detached garages, barns, and sheds, some larger than my house. While apartment towers, actual high density, would stick out like a sore thumb, ADUs would virtually disappear. They also would overwhelmingly be built by people who live here, who understand what makes Castroville special, and who would prioritize filling them with their kids, their nieces and nephews, and the kids from down the street. It would let the citizens of Castroville, with 3,000 voices, tell the story of the city they want and need, one lot at a time. If we don't accept change to let our kids stay here, they will leave, or they will continue to leave. One day, maybe 20 years from now, maybe 50 or maybe 100, they might all be gone. There will still be kids here, but they won't be our kids. It would be terrible for there to be no members of our founding families left in this town. It would be horrible to squeeze those families out of this town, one kid, one house at a time. But that's the path we're on. That's the path we've been on. I pray that when they grow up, my children will want to live in the same neighborhood as me. But right now, even if I'm so blessed that they want that, they won't be able to. They won't be able to afford it. There's nowhere for them to go. I understand that Castroville, exactly as it is the city that some people remember and cherish from their childhood, and exactly the city they want. But it's not the children or the city that my children will need. It's not the city that our children right now need. And it is their city too. So now that I've failed to change your minds, we can continue. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, David.
Mr. Mertz, you cannot, I don't believe, you can discriminate on who might want to rent your additional dwelling unit. And so it may not be the people that live here in Castroville that grew up, it could be anybody. And so what I hear is a desire to have 50, 100 additional dwelling units in people's backyards so we can take care of this group. That group never goes away. It's just one of the choices in life people make. But developers are good at trying to find something they can make money on that fills a niche. And I think that's what the UDO is also trying to help do. But I think we all are sympathetic to exactly what you said, and we faced it with our own friends, not being able to find a place to live. But the question is, what's best for the community? A neighbor that has an accessory dwelling unit behind them, that's somebody other than the family that they thought was going to be there when they moved in, and their kids are in the backyard playing and so forth. So, is there a place for less expensive housing? I think there is. Is it placing it behind existing housing?
I think it needs to be.
Well, no. It's going to be available, as I see it, on as long as you get a special use permit and it meets certain criteria.
We should be clear that every time we increase those criteria, that's a house that won't get built and won't get filled by our kids.
All they have to do is go 5 miles down the road and there's a new housing development. And they're cheap.
That's true.
All right, guys, so I think, okay, so I think that the SUP does handle a little bit of that to allow them when they are needed. And they can come ask, and as long as we have the right regulations on the books, then they can get built. And if they're not meeting those standards, then we're gonna keep those out. So, but we need to figure out what those regulations are. So that's what we're trying to do right now. So are we good with the language from the San Antonio? I understand that there's houses on here in the Castroville that are 900 square feet in the front and could potentially put a bigger house in the back. I do think that can be addressed during a specific use permit when they go for that. I don't think it's necessary to try and zone all of that in at one time.
But the special use permit cannot create a variance situation. So if you have a size limit of 800 square feet, and they try to build 2,300, they will have to go through a variance process.
The reason, just real quick, the reason, if you recall, we talked about specific use permits versus the variance, because the variance is more restrictive as far as proving a hardship. So we kind of did that as a trade-off to try to work with it, but I understand your point too. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, maybe if you think about it like this, if that there's that smaller house in the front that's 800 square feet, and they want to put a larger house in the back, I think that would maybe have rights as a unique situation to be able to do that, and may be granted depending on how they're trying to do that. So that is you're right.
As long as you don't have a square footage limit, but if you have a square footage limit on the ADU.
No, I'm saying that if it goes beyond that. So I'm saying that it goes through that variance process too. Yeah. So with that being said, I think the good language that it seems like everybody's come down to is the one, and I'll look at it, I don't know, verbatim from the San Antonio Development Code about the 800 square foot max or the 50% of the home with 800 square feet being the max, sorry.
Why don't we just put it at 800 square feet? Because if they have, I mean, how many homes are less than?
There's some. Mine is 1,600 feet, which would make it 800 square foot.
Right.
Excuse me, or 1,500 square feet, which would be 1,750 or 750. I can't do my math right.
Right.
But there are a lot of 1,500 square foot homes.
Yeah, so we'll get what that language is, if everybody's okay with that.
I think it would make more sense to just set it at 800.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, then we'll just do 800, and then of course they have to still meet those constraints of lot coverage, setbacks, and and so all of those requirements as well. So I think 800 is good. Just to try and rule it in a little bit. Okay, and then
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then we'll ask about the lease question, and we'll get a memo sent out after we get clarification on how we can handle that. So.
I wanted to ask for a clarification. So one of the things that I heard was SUP, which is perfect within existing Castroville. What about the new neighborhoods? Do we have issues with them putting an accessory dwelling unit
within the
where a new neighborhood? So Well,
Up to them.
that would be up to them. And my question is because to Councilman Morris's point, if you're trying to create, we don't have affordable housing in Castroville. And what we don't want is to have pockets of poverty where people have to go to a poor neighborhood to do that. It's just bad civic design. So would we want to, and I'm asking the question,
Sure.
would we want to allow that in like a place type 3? Where people,
The historic, since we
that keeps it out of here.
I'd have no problem with it in the newer developments if those developers want to put it in.
Mm.
And if they don't want to,
Right.
they can handle
Yeah.
it with the deed
Because I
restriction.
could, and I don't want to speak for someone, but I know of one subdivision in the city that has an active HOA. And if their deed restrictions don't permit it, then it's not going
Right.
to happen.
Yep.
But
And we don't have any place type 3 within existing built Castroville. We don't have place type 3 within any of the new.
Sure.
So
Well, I think some of the RC becomes P3, but that'll be in areas that have.
but they could do that, but the RC can also do multifamily.
So, okay, so I like that point, so we'll keep it as ADUs, as SUPs in P 2.5, which is traditional residential. I want to ask a question, because I don't want it to be a surprise. What about P2, which is, large lot rural residential? So that means anything over 2 acres that does not currently have utilities.
I don't have a problem.
No problem with that? Okay. So only in P 2.5.
Oh, no, P 2.5 and.
Oh, and P 2. Okay. All right.
yeah, the reason the P2, I'm more leery of because everything under the UDO, under the previous CZO is annexed as RA, single family residence. Under the UDO, everything's annexed as P2. And so, yeah, so P2 is.
But P2 is also a 2 acre minimum.
Right, but it's more wide ranging what can be put in a P2 versus just a.
No, it's very.
P2 is actually very
it's,
strict.
Pretty restrictive.
6.5.
Okay,
And
okay.
they
We'll
can't.
talk about one thing now.
Okay, I
Okay,
didn't mean to go there.
okay, so we're good with that, 800 square foot, we'll check on the deed restriction thing, and then, P 2.5 and P 2, good? Okay.
With special use permit and then the other ones, they would be
Special use
allowed.
permit is across the board, only one allowed across the board, still has to meet all the other development regulations, 40% max, all that good stuff, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so the next one that we're gonna talk about is RV parks. Right now, they're only allowed by special, and this chart isn't updated, but we did talk about this at the last, I believe, planning and zoning and city council meeting. P2, it is allowed SUP in P2. I've heard some, concerns about that, so let's just, okay. So what does people think about that? I know this doesn't apply to a lot of people in town, because this would only be one of those really large lots along the river, pretty much.
Well, I brought this up because if the property was annexed in and automatic P2, then they can build an RV park, which is under it. So I've asked that it be pulled from that.
Or they could stay in the county.
Yeah, it
and build
does.
a
It
RV
just
park.
isn't shown this chart, and I think I have like the old chart, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, right now this existing language is special use permit is required to be able to do that, but do we want to keep it like that, or maybe put it in P, I don't know, that's for y'all to decide.
Well, 2 things. First of all, in P2, I think that's fine, because if it's an area that we just annexed, they were previously in the county and could just build what they wanted anyway. So it's not like they're going to annex in specifically for permission to build an RV park. But I also wanted to note we should probably have it as allowed in civic space because the city owns an RV park. And I know that we can just do what we want because do the Ron Swanson note meme of I do what I want. But like we've gone to the trouble of marking all of the other things we own as being allowed in civic space. We should probably mark this as well.
Wait, St. Louis School and then ball fields are gonna put a RV park in.
No, okay.
I'm just joking.
Okay, this is one of my
Yes.
big bones, as you well know. One of the proposed changes to the zoning is my neighbor. And he has split his lot. I used to own that lot. And he split it to a portion in the front with the house and stuff on it, and then another one in the back. Because it's on the river, the rear one, I think, probably meets the 2 point whatever acres. So, and yes, it would have to go to HLC in order to be allowed to have an RV park. But there is a reason that the existing CZO put RV parks where they did. They're commercial businesses, okay? You have no idea how long someone's gonna stay in them, and I can tell you from experience, if people come here, they will, we've had people stay years in the RV park out there, they turn it into their homes, okay? That's not what we want. I mean, we've had a lot of almost knockdown dragouts getting people out of there because they just stayed and stayed and stayed, and, talk about inexpensive housing. That would solve your problem, so I think.
Allowing it in commercial areas instead?
I would put the equivalent of what's in our current CZO for RV parks. They have no control unless they come up with the control about how old it is, how big it is, and I'll bet the mayor even knows that sometimes in the evening things are interesting coming from the RV parks. It's on a road and I can hear them all myself. So I don't think that has a place in an existing neighborhood area.
So, Councilmember.
So just to sort of, I know that they are a commercial use, right? They produce income. But specifically, what we're trying to do here is zone so that as we get to a higher number, it's not just, you transition to commercial use, but you've transitioned to an area that's very built up, that has a lot of infrastructure, and that's very intense use, where people are meeting and interacting with each other. And that's kind of the opposite of where you want an RV park. You don't want a big empty lot with a couple trees and a couple electric hookups in the most built up part of the town, which is where P5 or P4 should be existing. On the other hand, P2 is rather explicitly not an existing neighborhood, or at the most it's at the very edge of one. It's the least intense, it's the smallest roads, it's and I think that's where an RV park belongs.
There may be some areas that P2 would be okay.
Like P2 is not in a neighborhood.
Excuse me.
No, that's incorrect.
Proposed zoning right next door to my fence.
There are some of them that are, yeah, that's.
I thought we
that's
changed
a
all
problem.
the river lots back to 2.
Yeah, and that was, I thought that we had said we would make all of existing Castroville
2.5.
2.5. That would include.
Everything inside the river.
I thought we had discussed the river lots in particular as going to 2.5.
Okay, then we'll make that change. I thought, for some reason, I thought it was everything that was P3.
Was being added.
Yeah, that was R8 and then went to P3, went to P2.5. Not anything that was R8 that went to P2, went to 2.5. That's what I thought it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how we discussed it.
So we're
That's
taking
my
those.
mistake then. I was remembering incorrectly.
So P2 says that it,
Because there's some
Attached
P2, I'm sorry, there's some P2 along Lower Lacoste, y'all. So
yeah.
that's part of the reason why I think at the time, during that discussion, that's why maybe there's some misremembering going on. Is that yes, that was discussed, but the reason I think my recollection of the reason why that wasn't taken is because, well, there were some lots along, I think maybe 471 and Lower Lacoste where P2 made more sense for those lots. You didn't want those going through P2.5. Go ahead. Sorry, Sheena.
That's all right. Let me get back to it. And then it says accessory building is allowed. Civic buildings are allowed. So that's all the buildings that it allowed. So,
Are you talking about RV park still?
yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't say anything about recreational it says SP under recreational vehicle park.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. That right now we put it as a CP, but Mr. Lee wants to move that from SU, like take that out as not allowed in P2, and then put it in maybe I would assume maybe P5 as a commercial or PS for just an RV park that we own, but I don't know.
Well, P4 is mixed.
Yeah, it's mixed.
It,
But it's more like I don't think it fits there because
So
that's,
what-
P4 is Houston Square.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it fits there.
I think that let me make a suggestion. So the problem with putting it into P5 is that some crazy person might put a RV park in an existing P5. I think that we do it as an SUP and a P2, in a P2, put it as an SUP, because what that does, hear me out. So what that does is that through that SUP, it goes to the public process. Everybody within 200 feet is notified, and they show up. And again, Pony Express will keep that from happening in existing. It happens out in the open, and so that would protect what is inside of the horseshoe, next to existing homes. That would protect you because it would give you that opportunity. Because I don't think that anybody around there would be acceptant of that. So otherwise, where do you allow RV parks?
So I have a suggestion, actually.
Yeah, please.
Why not P1?
I'll answer this question.
Why not P1? Because I believe P1, to be zoned P1, you have to like do a dedication.
So that's a natural environment. It doesn't have any development standards at all. The reason that it's under rural is because of the acreage requirement, and then the rural lands is more of a rural use. Your development standards under P4 and P5, you won't meet the building standards. None of it matches. It's like, tuxedo stuff. You got a place.
My thought was with P1 essentially saying, if you want to build a big private campground with trails, go ahead, but otherwise you shouldn't be building
Well,
private
then I think
campgrounds
if
in the
that's the
city.
case, then it should just be under, maybe it's just under CS, because.
Maybe let's take some time and
We'll
analyze
figure
it.
it. How about we
Okay.
have a small.
The other thing to consider is just make the existing two P2s into a 2.5, and then they can, if they want to do a zoning change, if it's in the right place, they can file for a zoning change and it still goes out to public process. And that would give people like Mr. Lee a little, I know that Anthony would be very disappointed that he wouldn't be able to taunt you anymore, but
Okay, so all.
Part of that, and he's pointing out too, is on the historic district, so it's
Right.
like a vast HLC.
it would have to, but to his point, he doesn't even want to have the possibility, as I'm talking it through and trying to reason with the very reasonable Bob Lee, he is definitely concerned about this, and that's valid. And I tease you about this, but it's an absolutely valid concern. If you don't trust the process and you just want to make sure that you're not at risk of that, I think that we put that to rest and just say, let's make those a 2.5. They fit under the same rules as everything else, and leave 2 where we don't have any within the existing Castroville, and it allows people to put an RV park if they zone a property outside of the city limits as a P2.
Okay, but right now, all the residential areas would allow a camper park in the proposed UDO with an S, every one.
Oh, that's not right. I'm
This is
sorry.
your Excel spreadsheet.
Okay, then I'm sorry, then that's misinformed, because right now it's not permitted in every, it's what's on the screen right there.
This is what she passed out. Camper park. SSSSS.
Yeah, it
Okay.
says, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So that was a mistake.
That was a mistake on my end.
Give her some grace. That was a mistake. If you look at, I didn't say hell, I said give her grace. But
My point is, you're thinking about today, and these people here and their intent. 10 years down the road.
what did I just say though? I said change their zoning so that it's 2.5, and then you're not at risk.
Well, according to this.
No, not according to that.
I don't believe now because she says
Believe
this
this.
isn't correct.
Right. So she made a mistake. Give her grace. Don't be a jerk,
Look
dude.
at the screen. That's what's on the UDO.
I'm 78 years old. I know there's a screen up there.
I need to see you in your packet.
I know, but I'm not sitting down.
Yeah.
But I only live about which edge of the week. And
Well,
so
we can't control what somebody might do 10 or 15
we
years
can if we don't allow it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
We just will take it out.
Hear me out. If the possibility is there, an RV park could go next to my property, which is on the way it is next door, then that destroys your resale value because the next person knows it's possible. And if it's only up to the persons that sit on those boards, they may have a whole chain.
So you
of
don't
partners.
want us to change it to point
You
two,
know,
two
don't-
point
That's
five?
what
We
I'm
can get the
saying.
possibility.
How can you can't control, I mean, even if we leave it like it is, or like it is right now, somebody 10 years up the road on the council, they can come back and change it.
We can't look 10 years down the road. We can only look at what we do right now.
So what's your recommendation then?
I don't know really what the chart's supposed to reflect, but in any residential area, no RV parks.
Right.
Period.
And that would be accomplished by changing anything that is in existing city limits to 2.5. And if they wanted to do an RV park outside of the city limits, or if they wanted to do it within the city limits, they would have to file for a zoning change.
Which is the most we can do.
Right. That way you allow it, but not next to existing homes.
I'm in there, buddy. This is right next door to Mr. Hancock's, 2-story home.
Yep.
And they want to put them by your place, it's okay.
So was this direction to move?
I've already got one by my place.
P2 to P2.5, was that what that was?
I think that's the safest.
That's fine, okay.
Everything inside the horseshoe.
Just inside the horseshoe, what about Lower Lacrosse?
We got enough around here.
I think Lower Lacrosse is okay, isn't it?
I'm just.
Brianna's asking, P2.5 within the horseshoe, what about Lower Lacrosse Road?
You have one of the most historic original homesteads on Lower Lacoste Road.
Okay, so
Right
P,
towards
okay,
the
then
end.
all of
There
Lower
too.
Lacrosse too,
Yeah,
okay.
actually 3 historic homes on there. Constantinople and whatever.
All right.
They can't protect them anymore because they're not.
Do we need to, if they make this recommendation tonight, we need
All
to
right.
send mailers out tomorrow?
Next.
Well, I'll look at the mailing stuff. Yeah, I need to, so we're gonna have to do all the mailings, but to all those properties too. So,
But it's-
just expect that coming up in the next couple of days.
I'm sorry, I missed out on what y'all ended up doing because you went back and forth. So you're making everything in P2,
P2.5.
P2.5, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
And no RV parks.
And that had nothing
Well,
to do
it's
with
funny
it.
because everybody's like, we want larger lot sizes, and then we make a larger lot size
And
smaller.
now we're going slow.
We're going back to smaller lot sizes. So, but it's fine. Okay, block length. So right now, there was some recommendations. Currently, in the subdivision ordinance, the minor is 12,000 feet. So that means like residential streets, and then all other is 2,400 feet. And there was a recommendation to maybe up this to 660 feet minimum because they think the 330 feet minimum is too small. So that's for discussion.
Yeah, that's me back with comments related to numbers. So I voiced this concern before, and what I'm worried about, when you look at historic Castroville, we've got a nice dense grid, and I know that, that helps with cars being able to get around. But we also have a residential area that doesn't generate enough tax revenue to sit on the streets that we have. And I think a lot of people would agree that our streets are behind the times, and we've got a lot that needs to be repaired. So I worry about setting a standard to match that going forward with residential developments and creating all this infrastructure that, one, drives up price, because the development cost gets passed on to the homeowner. So your price of homes has to go up for the deal to work. And then once it's all built and accepted, these are public roads, the city is taking on maintenance of all this additional infrastructure. So the thought was, well, maybe we just double the number that's in the chart so that it complements the grid that exists, but it's bigger for those areas. But I think the 330 number stood out to me, and it's not necessarily standing out in what's currently zoned, but I'm thinking of greenfield development stuff coming in and being annexed and new developments.
I would like to know one thing, in the current proposed code, the pedestrian block break, a trail connection in between the houses counts as a block break under the way it's currently written. So you could do essentially 660 feet under the existing ordinance as long as you had trail connections threading through the neighborhood, so that you can create an alternative network through there. Just wanted to call attention to that, because Jim's key point is cost factors, and that would help create that and create an alternative trail network that threads through the blocks. It also creates right-of-way reservations, which could be potentially useful. But I understand all sides of it. 330 is a very small block, and it goes back to the traditional Castro blocks.
Right.
It's a small block. But 2,400 linear foot blocks, then you have no block breaks, you have no corners. And so the environment that you know and love are these small blocks. This is why you all fight so hard to protect these. And so the goal was to start to reintegrate new developments that you're getting that you know and love again based off of the characteristics of Castroville. And current ordinances do not provide for that.
Can I ask a question on that one, if I may? You take, I'm gonna pick on Village Path, okay?
Go for it.
It might be,
I was
and
about
I,
to.
and I'm gonna, you're
No, I
gonna
was
know,
about to pick on it.
you're gonna know the number, I'm not, but let's say it's from stop sign to stop sign, it's 2,400 feet, every bit of it. But there's 3 streets that come off of it. Would that be a 2,400 foot straight, or would each one come off constitute
So
an
to
intersection?
clarify, it's a 2,400 foot long street, and starting at about 1,200 feet, there
Right.
are cul-de-sacs every. It might be 300.
Would those be constituted as intersections?
But we've also said, avoid cul-de-sacs.
Right.
Or
Yeah, it would be-
we'll redraw your maps.
But if they were looped behind, the cul-de-sacs were made as a loop, it
Then
would,
you start forming the blocks.
but each one of those off that long strip would be considered an intersection?
I guess so.
Okay, that was my question,
Yeah.
David. Sorry.
But the idea is to create interconnectivity. Maybe it's putting a designation on there that, and maybe it's an asterisk by the block length, and saying that, like being just very specific, a block break can be this. How is it defined? Is it still the same right of way?
No, the right of way is narrowed, so it says that it can be a path with 10 feet right of way and 6 feet trail surface, paper surface area. Is the way the path is defined. That's the narrowest.
Where does it
allowance.
describe that?
It's on page 96, chapter.
So
Nice.
basically, you can make 2 standard city blocks and just break them with a sidewalk in the middle, and that still counts.
It should leave me one more question, if I may. When you look at the 2.5, you have a 720 foot block, which here in the heart of town, it's the 330. But then you go to the P3, P3M, P4, they all go back to the 330. So is there a reason why the historic area is a 2.5 and 700 foot block? I understand Jim's role too
Yeah.
on the
I
development.
was wondering that too, why?
Should be COC.
Is that just the,
No, it's because the acreage size is so large and it's intended for new developments. And so as new development was happening, if they were able to do that, what that would do is reserve 2 city blocks. And so it's intended that you may start with a farm and a farm lot can turn into a neighborhood and you can keep it intact. So you start to assemble those. That would break down into 2 building blocks at the Castro block level was the intent. But I hear what you're saying. Since 2.5 is only applicable here, that should say 330.
I just thought I would ask.
And I agree with you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Particularly in this context now that housing.
For pedestrians walking, biking.
But also understand, Jim, when you look at a new development, it's awful nice to have a little bit of stairs, but it raises the cost of that development.
Yeah, the infrastructure will raise the cost of development and, it's one thing to look at what's currently city limits and zone, but we're trying to figure out how we're going to control the ETJ going forward.
Sure.
These developers are weighing development costs of this ordinance versus the county. And we are throwing additional infrastructure, if they're in our city limits or annexed, well, they're gonna go to the county all day long.
Right.
So it's not about having these long blocks of, contiguous lots and houses. I think it's just trying to keep something that is in the realm of what the other options are and still, respectful of what we're trying to achieve here. So that's why the thought was, hey, let's mimic, but, increase the size. The pedestrian cuts, I like that those do break up the block. You can say, the developer can just use those, right? But I do think that some people, I know I would, have a concern about having one of those right next to their house. That's not a street that a cop can run down or can drive down. That's basically an alleyway, right? At the end of the day, it can be beautified and it can be great, but you also got to think about the you know, some bad people that are gonna be around here too, and that's something they can utilize to get business. I don't know that I'm personally a big fan of having a bunch of those pedestrian cuts. I think a well-done trail system that has safety measures in it, is well lit and stuff like that, can have the same kind of benefit. Just my personal opinion on that.
There really are great neighborhoods that have used this in all over the United States, and they're not where bad people travel. They're where the moms with strollers go, and people walk on a daily basis after work. Just to be real, in the real world, they actually are utilized very heavily. Kids can interconnect into their friends' neighborhoods without having to walk long blocks. I mean, I've not heard of many that have become problematic, but I mean, of course, can it happen? Yes. But we would plan for best case scenario, worst case scenario, who are we designing for? You know?
And I mean, we've got a drainage ditch that's the size of what we're describing here that runs through the village for
That's
a
required
quarter
of
of a
your
mile.
codes.
Oh, I know, but like we've got a drainage ditch. It runs behind everybody's houses. It's more than wide enough to have had a trail. The only difference is it's not lit at all. It's not developed. Nobody ever has eyes on it. Like compared to a place that's designed for people to be, that's a single straight shot from this street to that street of 100 yards. And people can still put up fence. I think that's pretty easy to keep eyes on.
What do most
Terms of-
developers come in? I mean, do most developers wanna have the little side streets that get bad at nighttime? Are they looking at that to bring them into their neighborhoods?
Well, it depends on the developers. There are developers that are lowest common denominator developers that want highest lot yield. And, you know, from what we've been hearing, you all are not interested in those developers. You told those guys to go kick rocks. From my understanding, that you all wanted quality developers to come to town. And when you have quality standards where predictability is intact and they're matching these standards, you can get quality developers that would see this as a real amenity. The conventional volume builders, they do not want to do this stuff. They want to build their 80-foot cul-de-sacs, and they want to stamp their 25-foot setbacks in the front, 10-foot side yards, 30-foot rear yards, and they want to stamp it out all over the landscape. And they've got the formula written over and over where there's not a math equation. They go run. I mean, I'm sorry, it's just a math equation. They just run it and it spits it out.
On these walking paths, I'm going to give you both my children. One in Lake City, the walking paths are in between, and then my son over here, when he lived in Aledo, same thing. They were great, but they had a strong homeowner association which protected them and took care of it. And hopefully we have these in these new developments. But historically, with no disrespect to an HOA, historically developers a lot of times walk away from those once they get built out. And it's up to the homeowners whether they stay active or not. And a lot of times they may not. So
I think most of the times when they have homeowners associations, from what I've seen, the homeowners association persists because
sure,
everybody likes the additional controls that they can get out of there.
absolutely.
And pretty much all of these have homeowners associations.
And that's a good
Mandatory,
thing.
yeah.
So if a developer's coming in and he's going to put in these walkways and we put our lighting, we can put, say, all right, you're gonna have this kind of pathway, you're gonna have to put up this kind of lighting too, and so on. Can we
Everything's
control
being
that?
developed.
Mhm.
Know that at least?
Let me go through what that looks like. Okay, so by the presentation mode, okay, so P 2.5, we're okay with staying with 720? Was that an issue? We're gonna lower it. Okay, we lower it to 330. Okay, that makes sense. But the ones that Jim brought up, the P3, P3M, P4, P5, we're gonna move that up to 660, but require
Well, I think that's already how it's written.
it is already how it's written. Maybe we could put in italics to make sure that they will refer to that part of the code. Is that better?
I don't know, that could be a good question. What if we write it to 660 with pedestrian block breaks? And then you could vary the block break where it doesn't have to be exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't a mountain to die on, because honestly, in the ETJ stuff, if it's gonna come into the city, it's gonna be a development agreement, and if that developer isn't in line with this, that's gonna be one of the exceptions.
You're right. I mean, just to let you all know, this will be something that will be requested as an exception continuously. I mean, just to let you all know. This will be
But
the
they can
biggest
always
request.
ask.
Yeah.
They can always ask. Okay, moving on, bicycle parking, I think we got to this last time, but I just wanna make sure, like, we're just gonna refine it. Right now, there's a lot of language about it, but I'm pretty sure if we were to put like one rack within so many feet of a commercial building, that would ultimately satisfy that requirement.
Racks all around town and you never have a bicycle.
I know, but.
How many do we have? We have one out back of here. We have one in Houston
Steinbach
Square.
House. We have one in Houston Square,
In the library.
one at the library. And
City
I've never seen a
spaces.
bicycle in any.
Is there one at Steinbach?
Yeah, we have one at Steinbach.
You should check back here when I'm running late.
Well, you're the only one then. You have reserved.
Yeah, because that was one of Phyllis'
Him and Josh Kemp.
Yes.
things before she resigned.
That was a Phyllis thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it, so there was actually a developer that came to talk to me about a property and I said, well, this UDA might already be in effect when you're gonna come, develop. And one of the requirements is all these parking regulations. He literally was like, yeah, I won't make that happen, that's not a big deal. Because it's just like putting a rack somewhere.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so it wasn't like a big thing, but I do think we could refine it a little bit to where it's not so lengthy and just make it like within so many feet of a commercial building or something of that sort.
Now, if the mayor had gotten his trail by Steinbach House like he wanted,
With
then that
The bridge.
bicycle rack maybe would have been used every now and then, but I've never seen a bicycle.
And Brianna, I guess, Brianna, what's your suggestion on within 100 feet of commercial building or
Yeah, I don't,
200 feet?
I was trying to, like, if you think about it, like right now, there's one here at City Hall, there's one over at Houston Square. I mean, maybe like 100.
I mean,
Maybe it's a block.
how I had suggested phrasing it last time is just if you're gonna supply at least 5 parking spaces, make one of them bike
A
parking.
bicycle rack.
Yeah, put a bicycle rack on one of them if you were gonna do at least 5 parking spaces.
Because even when we have the tourists come, the bicycle tours, they don't ever stop and put their back bicycle.
They put it-
They just don't
They just
stop.
stop, they run it,
Okay, we'll figure out the best way to, but just to minimize it a little bit and not make it so lengthy. And so there's one within maybe every block or something of that essence. Yes, sir?
You know that I want to talk about parking, which I'll segue here into bike parking. I don't give a flip about designating bike parking because if a business needs it, wants it, demands it, they'll put it in. You don't have to tell them. Contrarily, we don't say anything about vehicle parking and they're gonna park somewhere. And so before we leave tonight, if I don't pass the grade beyond, I would like us to discuss parking, one of my issues.
Okay, I have that as right after zone change, so we'll get to that in 2 bullet points, but I really want to get through these last couple things. So, civic space.
We got at it about an hour.
Okay, clarification on ownership of maintenance. This was something that was throughout those comments. This was a trend. I did see this multiple times about, we do need to provide, I think, better clarification on the wording of the ownership and maintenance of those civic spaces and those civic buildings.
Give an example.
Regional park.
For example,
Right now, we have churches and city-owned buildings.
Yeah.
Pretty much, those are the only
And
things.
schools.
And schools, yeah.
so if they're
Churches.
privately owned, they should be, and that's probably just the language that needs to be put in there, is if they're privately owned, then they have to maintain those privately, and if they're accepted publicly by the city, then of course we would
Right.
accept those.
Yeah.
And that's all part of the public improvement construction plans, if they do that, which all would get designated during that process.
Okay.
Being silent on it should allow both.
And they do it already, so.
Yeah, so we're able to manage that now, so I think we just want to make that a clarifying statement. Okay,
Are you including parkland under civic? Because I see that sometimes.
parkland is under civic, yes.
Are you including churches under civic?
Civic space, churches, parkland, government entities,
Cemeteries?
Yes.
cemeteries,
Schools.
schools, yeah, sorry, ESD, like,
Yeah.
ESD buildings, yeah, all these things. So.
They come
that's all.
into the store to get their
Yeah.
stuff, that's how I know.
Private zone, they maintain it, right?
Since you're saying,
That's what we're saying.
parkland dedication fits, Mr. Dixon and I have had this conversation. is I asked to see what parkland dedication was for the developments out of town here. And I saw us taking things like retention ponds, stuff in the floodways, sidewalks, and other kind of things. I noticed the UDO talks about not taking some of those same kinds of things, but generally those become the property and responsibility of the city to maintain in many cases. And it used to rain here. We had elephant ears and banana trees that produce bananas beside our house. And so it isn't always like this, thank goodness. But because I was part of this when we put together what's currently the subdivision ordinance about parkland dedication, it had to be usable land all the time. And it could not be a drainage area that you make an investment in, rain finally comes someday and now it's damaged and I gotta take care of it all. And when you start mowing things like Flat Creek and those kind of things, it's a problem. Could we take advantage of some of those areas for trails and things? It might be called open space, for sure, for sure. But if you start spending money to put something in an area that is subject to flooding as a park area, now we're responsible for it. And I think that's a bad idea. It ought to be good, usable land and not subject to being damaged by floodwaters. And not sidewalks and
So, and I think we do allow for certain park space to be allowed within.
So the current terminology says any stormwater facilities or drainage facilities can only count as 10% of their allocation for parkland dedication.
I don't think I saw that. Went over it again today, but okay.
And to that point, I'll add, it's very typical these days for the HOA to own and maintain the open space. So where your drainage facilities are, where the floodplain is, so if they propose a trail along the floodplain, the HOA will be maintaining that, not the city.
If there is one.
If there is one. Or if they propose soccer fields within a big detention pond, they will be mowing that pond and maintaining that pond.
Well, I would want to have them dedicate that pond as part of their parkland dedication, maybe open space, and I don't see those necessarily as the same.
Well, I guess parkland dedication is something to talk through it as well as the civic building sites. Because the way I'm reading this, a developer, let's say a master plan community developer comes in and does an 80-acre development with all the place type zoning and applications. It says in here that they've got to dedicate lots for a civic building of different types, right? So that lot, is that being conveyed to the city? Or who owns that property?
The conveyance stays within the developer's realm, and then it says if it doesn't develop in a 5-year period, it can either revert back to the developer, or they can sell it to a school site, they can sell it to the city, and so it has a 5-year clause that allows it to remain in that state. But the goal was that it would be developed into some type of civic space, community center, or something like that. That's the goal.
But takes care of it when the developer's gone.
It's up to the developer. They would either deed it to the HOA, or they could ask the city if the city wanted it. Or they could, generally the HOA would probably.
So where did that leave us? I mean, I live at Regional Park, Lions Park, they're the only real parks in this area.
Hey,
What's that?
about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of swings and merry-go-rounds there, I know. But, excuse me, as far as a recreational area where families can go and do things like that, I apologize for not being more clear. And the things that, on paper that I saw that Mr. Dixon furnished me for 3 or 4 of the developments, none of those would take the place of the facilities we would have down there. So somehow or another, we've got to have a place that people can take their families and picnic and all that. And if they're open to the public, then there's got to be parking there for people in other areas to come and use it. And so I just want to be sure that we address all of that.
But typically,
or to take a look at any of these kinds of things.
Yeah,
so
actually, I
everything
could
is fit.
speak to that a little bit because after taking the last feedback that we got from planning and zoning and city council, I am taking this also to the HLC tomorrow to talk about the historic section. And then I'm taking the parkland dedication on Wednesday to the Parks Board. And I sent them a PowerPoint, and that was one of the things is they would like to see is during like parkland dedication to see if either it refers back to the master park plan, or that it goes to the park board for just review. I don't know if that typically needs approval, but that's something we're going to talk about on Wednesday. But that is something that they expressed wanting some kind of, at least to be able to look at it and get a set of eyes on it, and then give maybe some kind of recommendation on it.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Good?
And what I was going to say about the neighborhood parks,
Oh, yeah, go for it. Yeah.
if you haven't looked at Alsatian Oaks, they put in a little neighborhood park, and they've got a couple of those. And what I've seen in other neighborhoods where I've lived before, the little community parks, typically it's the local residents that go to the little community parks. The bigger ones is where you're going to drive to and you need parking. But those, it's got enough like street frontage that most people would just park right there by it.
Well, you have a town basically as big as Castroville in Alsatian Oaks.
Yep.
There's no regional park, there's no Lions Park, there's no Steinbach.
Right.
None of those things that we frequent all the time. Yet they've got a population essentially the same size as us.
They
Where
still
do
have
they
one.
go for
They
all
go-
those fields and
Regional Park and Lions Park.
Right, and that's my point. We need.
So we sometimes hyper focus on these little tiny areas, but when you look at it in the aggregate, you step back from it and you say, pretty much in any neighborhood, a very active neighborhood, it's going to have a place for people to go. And most of these places are creating a central place, a bigger central place with like smaller minor things so that you don't concentrate everything all in one place. If they want to go and do something big, then they go to a big park. And we have 2 really big parks for them to be able to accomplish that with.
And there's going to be, like in the future, because Flat Creek, the one that's right next to Alsatian Oaks, that one has they're utilizing the floodplain, but they're putting trail systems, they're putting a place for an amenity center. They have open land where I think that they said they're going to put some soccer fields, and they do have parking in I think the end of every cul-de-sac, because a lot of their cul-de-sacs dead end into that floodplain right there. And so they're going to put just a couple of parking spaces at the end of all of those, of course, and include some at the amenity center and all those things. So there's going to be another big part, and that's a pretty hefty floodplain out there. So that's going to be another pretty big park out there. But that's all managed by the HOA, so that's not on the city.
Council members, you had a question?
Huh? But that's already set in stone, but it's going to be a pretty significant improvement. So.
I was going to say that, it would be great if every development would dedicate something like regional park. But Henry Castro had everything within 5-10 miles of here, and he didn't even dedicate something like regional park. That was a guy who came along later and dedicated his farm because he wanted to. And realistically, I think that's the only way we're going to end up with another regional park, is that someone chooses to dedicate their ranch land when they're done with it, or nearly
There's
done
other
with
things
it.
kicking around, but I don't think they were interested in going to a park at that point. It was survival. But I'm saying those are pretty much set in stone that you've already agreed to in the future. And one of the things that we can talk about, if you don't want to do a parkland dedication, you can do a financial thing, which could go to another regional.
That's correct. Yeah, and so right now, if you don't want to do a parkland dedication, we do allow a fee in lieu of, but that does have to be accepted by city council. We did carry that language over that, like the New Country Village Estates, they had done a fee in lieu of, they paid for that parkland dedication. I'm pretty sure we probably should have done that at West Time because there's just like a blank lot out there. There's nothing out there. It should be a park. It could be a park, but right now there's no improvements out there. And that's another thing that the Parks Board wants to make sure, and we do have language about playgrounds and all that stuff, but to make sure that these open spaces are not just vacant lots that don't develop into anything, that there's some requirements on what goes there, because what's open space and parkland if there's nothing to do out there, you know?
And he was going to clarify on Westheimer Village. He's the homeowner association president.
One of the things that was discussing this, because we discussed this, when we have our meeting, we haven't had a meeting once a year. And the thing is that if we build something on it, now there are other things that come into it, like insurance, anything that happens, and the overall cost that it's gonna add on to the homeowners, because building something on it, you've got kids on there, and now you have to go and insure the whole thing, accidental insurance. And they had looked at the cost of it, and the cost of it was extremely high. And so as it was voted on, they said, well, no, we'll just keep it there. We maintain it, we mow it, we keep it good. The kids come out there and they run and they play on it. But we were talking about, let's put a playground on there, swings and things like that. And yeah, when they started looking at the cost, they said, no, it's going to add too much, and they didn't want to vote it in.
Yep.
So if the land was dedicated to the city, it wouldn't be your problem, would it?
Well, see, that's what I'm trying to find out right now. See, new HOA, I don't really know what are my options. What book do I look at? What do I read about it? What do I look to see?
Yeah, and if you
Even
want
to talk to, to talk to the homeowners.
Yeah. If you
And
want to, I can set aside some time to talk with you about it and see if that's an option or if that's what y'all are looking for as a homeowners to see and kind of play through that. But I don't know. We have to look at what the regulations were instilled during the development agreement and the HOA and all that stuff. Yeah.
So we're going to take that out of, we definitely need to pursue that. I think that would be something good to do, but we'll get back on track for now. Is that all right? Cool. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So what I have here, clarification on ownership and maintenance, so we'll make sure that's in there. Park plan, make sure that, and I think Matt already clarified that it can't be all be utilized for drainage or detention or those kinds of things. That there also has to be usable open space, and we already have that captured. And then also in the future, refer to the Parks Master Plan and Parks Board, just depending on how that conversation plays out when I visit them on Wednesday.
Can I clarify one point? I thought when we talked about the ownership, clarifying the ownership and who takes care of it, that we felt like it was better to stay silent the way it is, right? So not clarifying it.
It talks about the HOA in there, owning it until, or the developer, they will either assign it or maintain it. And then it can get deemed later.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, because that process will play out when they go through all their agreement or their steps. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next, zone change from, so we discussed this a little bit. I don't know if it was planning or zoning and city council. Was it city council? Okay, so zone change from P5 to P4. So after our discussions with city council last time, they thought that P4, well, it was brought up that maybe P4 is being underutilized. There's some commercial lots that front residential lots, and then there's also some of the commercial lots that are those single lot standards that could potentially be P4 instead of P5 and would allow for a lower intensity commercial, which would probably fit in better in that area. But that is what's up for discussion right now. But I did provide those standards in the following 2 pages just to go over those if you wanted to. But potentially making those.
Can I just,
Yeah,
so real quick, so when we had discussion with council, we were talking about, what's allowed, the building sizes, et cetera. And what we kind of realized is when you look at where the Napa Auto Parts is and some of those areas, those are really small, like commercial buildings. And the way the new code reads, it would be a much bigger commercial development than what's there today. And I think the consensus on council was we ought to take that back for this meeting tonight to discuss with P&Z and see how y'all feel about it. But it seemed like there was a desire to go to keep something more or less like what's there, but obviously nicer, right? So,
yeah, so
if they were to rebuild, they would build on the smaller footprint, kind of like what's there now. And that's what P4 would do for you instead of P5.
And just to add another wrinkle, a lot of that stuff along Provident Avenue would be rendered non-conforming if it went to P5, because there are like houses and duplexes back there that would not be allowed in P5. But they're currently zoned CE. They're currently zoned residential, and so going to P4 is a slight down. It's a choice between downzoning them or rendering them non-conforming.
Aren't those
So they're
commercial
P5. they're commercial right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And so P4 doesn't allow everything that their current zoning does, but P5 doesn't allow what they're currently doing.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. But I mean, it kind of, I feel like P4 encompasses it more because it does allow for like that small multifamily which is out there, and then it does allow for smaller scale commercial, which is out there with the uses like the vehicular and like a body shop and all of those things. I don't know if that falls on the backside of Providence. I don't know for sure, but those things would not be allowed. But that just means when they got redeveloped, they would have to be redeveloped into something else.
And more than likely, if they were to be redeveloped, they would be developed in something of a higher value anyway.
Yeah.
That's just the way the market works.
I had recommended that it should be P4 because that would allow what's already there, and it would also transition more smoothly into that new development in that empty field.
Any thoughts or concerns? Or
I'd like to get input from P and Z since they're supposed to be giving us advice anyway.
what do you think, Priscilla?
What actually is Councilman Murr suggesting?
So this, all those areas that are highlighted in the red in your packet, right now they're zoned for P5, which is a higher intensity commercial. We're thinking about maybe bringing them down to P4, which is that mixed use, where it can be residential or commercial, to lower the intensity along those residential areas.
What do you mean by the intensity at P5? Give me an example of what can go in there.
P5 could be a big box store.
Yeah.
Can you have an apartment complex in a P5?
You can have them in P5.
Okay, so the Provident apartments that you have is on P5, why do you need to change that to a P4 if they're already allowed to do?
Well, the Provident apartments that are already there would actually fall closer within that P4 because small apartments are allowed in P4 and larger scale apartments are allowed in P5.
So you can't have smaller ones in P5?
No, it's only small scale apartments.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah,
So that was, okay. And then the ones in front of the heights, that's based on what the development agreement is, on what that would be?
Yeah, I think that even when it was like kind of marketed to the people or when it went through that HUD process, that was supposed to always be like some sort of small form commercial. It was never intended to be like a high intensity.
What was discussed was professional office space,
Yeah,
like
it
a
would
dentist
fall
or
within more
whatever.
the P4 services.
Okay, and the one there next to the building, that's on request.
No, so that's a mistake in our zoning translation. That is already commercial and we put it as P2, but it should be P4, P5, just depending on the preference. But the same thought is to be right there is that it's already like kind of a smaller lot, smaller scale commercial lot, and it's also kind of a buffer. If it were to turn commercial, it would be kind of a buffer between that high intensity Bill Miller's and the residential next door to it.
And the property there on Country Lane between basically the smoothie place and the Methodist Church along that frontage where there's businesses already?
Yes, and those are all already mostly small scale businesses. They all fit within those conformance, so it would be, I would think, almost like a direct translation of what's there now.
Okay, so basically you just corrected an oversight.
I think so, and we just underutilized what P4 was.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think they should keep those P5 should be.
Based on what you just said, I don't have a problem.
Right.
How do you classifying the residential commercial transition zone areas like we have now in a few places along 90? Are they P what? You know, like the
So those
dentist
are no-
office and the lawyer and the realtors, back up against residential. So how are those
Yeah.
classified?
So we actually have, it's an overlay district, so you know how, and I don't have it pulled
Never
up.
seen that.
Like the historic district's a black outline, well, we have it as a yellow outline, so you'll see those. You just can't see them on here because there's none that were transitional on here.
There are. That's like my house. And
Oh, yeah, there is, look, if you look at Hollow,
I see here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the transition area, so anything going in there would fall within that transition, those transition regulations that we converted over from the CZO.
Can I clarify? You've got some what are those rectangles? That's what those are called, rectangles. The P4, it looks like you're just showing on the Providence side. Does that mean that the stuff facing 90 would still be P5?
That's correct.
Because my recommendation would be to leave to make that all of those P4. That's what I would think y'all might want to consider because they're all at that scale now, I think.
Well, the ones that are highlighted are all like 1-story buildings with a typical storefront, as opposed to the like drive-through stuff on 90.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. At that stage, that particular location, the stuff on both sides of 90 is all small scale. It's all 1-story residential sized stuff. And that I'm not okay. I ventured into, I would suggest. I'm actually just raising this as a point. Her rectangles are where they are. If you like them, great. But I want to point out that the stuff on the other side, both sides of 90, that's all, I think, the same. If you use the same logic, it would all apply to those as well. Because there isn't, as you get close to the bridge, close to Bill Miller's, most of that stuff is really small. Like, again, Habeas is there. You do have Sammy's on that one corner. Those are probably P5. But everything else next to it really is kind of P4. Yeah.
The same gentleman that owns Alsatian Oaks owns that strip in there that's still in the county, correct? From,
What?
where the grain elevator and that kind of stuff is.
No.
No, it came into the state annex into the city limits. It's that rectangle that's to the south, right above that airport, the green airport land. It's that rectangle right there.
I'm not talking about that.
So that's the one Alsatian Oaks owns, though, Bob.
Yeah.
That's the
Yes, he bought that, correct?
yeah that purple.
And all that stuff?
No, it's not where a grain elevator is. That is still owned by the company that's doing grain elevating stuff.
I understood he bought the whole section.
No.
He did not.
No.
They're still running their business.
Would the zoning you're looking at fit, if it ever does come in there for commercial with the zoning you're recommending here?
That would be P5.
Yeah, that's P5. It's definitely a larger lot, so it would, yeah.
That's P5.
Your Honor,
I think-
the stuff south of 90,
Uh-huh.
Sammy's to the east.
Yes, uh-huh.
What's that? What can they do there now?
So right now, that is the quote unquote higher intensity commercial. So that's where a larger scale commercial with a P5. So,
You're asking what they can do under the current code.
Under current code.
under current code, well, Sammy's and like a few of those lots are occupied as commercial, and then the remainder, as of right now, are residential. Yeah. That up on that hill. Yeah.
Like the first 3 houses.
Well, I'm talking about the purple that you're showing right now.
Yeah. So that's what she's saying is that Sammy's
So
and
some
a
of those are
couple.
still residential.
Basically, except for
People living there. So.
Yeah, and so essentially, maybe it would be better to translate it over to P4 because essentially those are all homes, and P5 homes are not. It'd be a non-conforming use, and so you could.
And I just think the scale of those lots and like what you could do if you don't do this, going back to aggregating lots and development, what could happen is someone would just go in and they buy all those because there are some of those houses that you offer enough money, they'll buy it and then they'll tear it down and they'll make a giant, CVS or Walgreens or something.
If they wanted
And-
to do that, wouldn't they have to trigger a neighborhood plan, which would require them to put in block breaks?
I don't think so. No, not for commercial.
I think
No,
it's
it would
just
still
that
be.
they're trying
It would
to-
definitely still
block breaks
trigger
are
plans like
Yeah.
that's a more
If it's
than
P5.
4 lots and all that stuff.
Still have block breaks every
Those
day.
block breaks, 720.
But I don't know how long that is. I mean, anyway. All right. So the question is this: does P4 fit? Is that so? First off, are y'all good with the P4 for the rectangles that have been identified?
Yes.
Okay. No argument there. So then the question is: should we expand or draw additional rectangles over what would be Sammy's to the east, up the hill, and across the street? From Habeas to the east. So Habeas and the gas station would be P5. Those would stay P5. Everything beyond Habeas would be to the end of that road, which I can't remember what the name of the road is, would be P4. So both sides.
Except the residential area should remain residential, shouldn't it? No?
Not for you took on the.
P4 allows for residential.
Okay, then I
Right.
stand
Then you
corrected.
would, so you would want them to be P4 so they are existing, or they're not non-conforming.
And you want to give them the higher and better use. Because that's what you want to encourage.
Okay.
But
Let-
Hades is P5.
Yeah, I think Hades.
Is it a
Sandy's,
P5?
And the gas station, those would all remain P5 because they're at that corner, and that's like, and they're high. Yeah, they're high intensity businesses already.
Is that, how do people feel about that?
The thing I like about that is that part of this, the concept of this is, it's similar to what we've got with the transition zones inside of town, but inside of town, the ones that are adjacent to Highway 90, they're a little bit more protective because people have lived there for forever. And so these, putting them as a lower intensity as you approach downtown, as you come back from the highway, I think that it starts easing that. You look at where the high intensity areas
That's the
are,
idea is,
and you kind of step it down and step it down.
Walmart is
High
kind of the furthest east, right? High, and then Alsatian Oaks, which is right there, is all going to have high intensity. And as you come into town, you're getting smaller and smaller. And then ideally downtown, you have all these boutique type stuff. So any argument against not making? I mean, is that
Scott,
that was a recommendation?
are you referencing the service station to the convenience store, the bakery, from that all the way out to Community Bank?
No. All the way out to the edge of that road.
Sharp Street.
Sharp, yeah. So up to Sharp.
Up to the pump house car wash. Okay, and on the other side, straight across the highway from that back to Sammy's. But Sammy's being 5.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay.
That is the suggestion, is P4. What do y'all think?
Councilman,
concerns about that?
Councilmember said something.
A concern. So my primary concern with changing a bunch of that to P4 would be that P4 is in some ways a down zone from their current zoning, and you're touching a lot of highway-oriented businesses that are not all owned by people who live here, and may not take kindly to that in the same way that like the owners of Hades would.
I want to be careful because you used downzoning twice, and I don't think it's accurate because they have commercial privileges now, and we'd be translating them to commercial privileges under P4.
Actually, all the properties from Sammy's on Sammy's side, only the first 3 houses or so is commercial.
Right, and the others are residential. That's right.
Residential.
But I think you're thinking specifically the commercial properties that are commercial today.
Like O'Reilly's or something,
Right.
Like in P4, at least in the draft I have, it's small commercial, temporary commercial, and commercial accessory. And I'd be worried about painting that brush down a bunch of highway-oriented businesses that are here because 90 has traffic on it, and not necessarily because they care a whole lot about Castroville that might open up
I
again.
can understand what you're saying. So if that's the case, because then I would maybe think about.
But this wouldn't include O'Reilly's. I'm just double checking you on that. Only. Oh wait, yeah, it would.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. Yeah, it would.
Yeah,
it would.
That
You're
maybe
right.
just making that section.
You're right. You're right.
I think then maybe just making that the section south of Highway 90 the P4, first of all, because there is already residential, and it'd be non-conforming. And then on top of that, there is already that buffer in between where it's not just right up against the highway. There's that residential street that runs in front of them.
But let me just ask.
That's called.
Does anybody else have the same concern as David? Because if they don't,
Okay.
it doesn't. I don't think you're in a legal quandary for changing it to P4.
Okay. Yeah, so it's up to everybody.
So really, it's about what you want to see in the future. If this were to be redeveloped, because what's there is there, but if it were to be redeveloped, going back to what the mayor shared about lower intensities as you get closer to town, would you prefer that? Because if you prefer that and it's legally permissible, that's really what we're looking for. Is that what you want, or are you more worried about current rights and preserving what they have?
Everything on the hill from Sammy's to the Masters, part of that now is
Commercial.
residential, some of it.
Most of it is, yeah.
But if they sell, do they stay residential or do they go commercial?
That's up to them. That is up to them.
It would give them the right without having to go through zoning, because they would already have the right to do something commercial there, but it would be at a small scale.
Small in P4 anyway, because where are they gonna park? They're gonna have to be parking in the back.
And that's kind of the idea, is it's at a residential scale.
And then you get the Masters, what do they do? What could they possibly do?
We don't have control, so we don't live in the county.
We don't do that.
You know,
But it's,
I was like, I don't
but
know.
it's up to the sun.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I guess and I know what's gone through, they've had the opportunity to get notified, things like that. But there's several residents in them homes that make Bob Lee look like a junior citizen. That have lived their entire lives there. Do
Yeah.
they realize that their property's fixing to
They
go commercial?
They came out to that public hearing.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just want to make
And
sure.
I'm telling you, there's 3 people that were very happy because
Okay.
they said when we sell, we know at least now when we sell, we have a higher value.
That's all I want to make sure, because
I would-
they're long-term residents too.
Yeah.
I think we go with P4 in all these areas,
Yes.
and then we wait for
you
those
make a
property owners to
subcategory
come back
for me,
and
like
tell us if they
4.5
disagree.
or something?
We've
Because
discussed that.
all
That's a
those
bad
people
idea.
are real astute.
I'm sorry, because it would just like
And if they know that, I mean, we'll see what they do. But to me, it makes sense to go P4, except for the 2.
Got it.
And then let's see what the property owners say.
I just want to make note that if you have it as a higher zoning classification, when you notice, you are allowed to approve a lower zoning classification. But if you notice them at P4, and then during the hearings you want to decide that they're P5, you'll have to re-notice. You're not allowed to upzone without sending out new notifications. You just don't want to have to go through the notification property.
Well, I think we're gonna have to do, even for the ones that we just did
The
I
P2s?
renoticed. So I intend to renotice all these people regardless.
But the question is on the, oh wait, do we have to renotice all 444 or whatever?
No, I'm just talking about.
Just the ones that are
Yeah,
affected,
the ones that we're
right.
gonna talk about tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good plan.
So anybody else, is there anybody else that shares a concern, or are you good with like making all those P4 with the exception of the 3 that we mentioned?
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Is that direction? And then-
what was the third? I thought we were
It
talking.
was Sammy's, the gas station, and Habeas. And Habeas.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
Those were BP5.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Tammy, go ahead.
so, okay, you want like all those along there that go from the bakery all the way down past the car wash? You want to put?
No, not past the car wash, up into the car wash.
Okay, up at the car.
Yeah,
wash.
yeah,
So like
yeah.
you got that convenience store and all that stuff. You're wanting
Yes.
to take those and lower those from P5 to P4? Will that lower their property value then?
No,
Because they
it's-
can't put a certain business on there now?
Well, no, because it translates direct, it was still commercial, the new use still allows commercial. So it's not, it's still commercial, it's still commercial property.
It really only comes in play
But
if they
can
read.
still do, are you, so if you make it from P5 to P4, can they still do what they could do now
Yes.
with the zoning on there?
Yes.
They can do exactly what they can do now on there as
Yes.
they could with the previous CZO and everything?
Yes, yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so it's not restricting them any local.
No, it only.
Big portion of it before they can do something.
I'm going to pick on O'Reilly's. O'Reilly's can continue to operate the way they are, obviously. Their value will stay the same. Their resale value stays the same because they can continue to operate even if they sell the business. There's no restriction on that. They're basically grandfathered. The only time this kicks in is if someone wanted to redevelop that property. So now they're going to tear down the building, or it gets taken out by fire or a flood or something else, and it gets rebuilt. Then you would look at your code and say, okay, what does this building, it needs to conform with P4, and what is the parking and the other requirements to make it more a lower intensity. It wouldn't necessarily change the use. It could still be an O'Reilly's. It would look different than the O'Reilly's that's there now. The parking would look different. The building itself would look different. But that's only if it gets redeveloped, which is not going to happen in most of our lifetimes here. I mean, at that location. It's probably going to be O'Reilly's or something like it for a long time.
Okay, so we're all good with all the things we discussed? Okay. And then the last, and I know we're on the list, but Mr. Lee's not gonna let me live this one down if I don't forget their super extra number of parking. It's gonna, and I don't have a slide for this. So, Mr. Lee, I'll let you have the floor.
I actually have 4 items that I had submitted to you. One was parking, and I gave one to before she had it. People are going to park somewhere. And so either we have those designations of parking like we currently do, or they're maybe going to decide, you know what, I'll just transfer this burden to somebody else, like the city or residential area. Okay, and then I won't have to put any parking to parking. I think this is one of those things that we may get down the road and go, man, I wish we'd have done that. It's easy to, you don't want to go back and say, I wish I'd have done this. You need to plan ahead of time. So to have no parking for me is a non-starter to approve this entire gadget. And so I'd like to know the rest of his feelings. I know there are cities in the United States that are saying, like Austin, let's throw requirements for parking out the window. But to me, that's just foolhardy thinking that you're going to come back later and say, God, I wish we hadn't done that. And then I had one short-term rentals, home-based business.
Let's start with one at a time. Parking.
Well,
We'll come back to the rest.
them all.
Let's start with parking.
Okay.
So
Bite-sized chunks.
how come we can trust businesses to put in the bike parking they want or need, but we can't trust them to put in the car parking they want or need? Earlier, when we were talking about bike parking, you said you didn't care because if they want bike parking, they're going to put it in.
Apples and oranges. Bike.
Yeah, bike parking's a lot smaller.
Exactly. You can put a bike rack about anywhere. You can't put 15 parking places just anywhere. Okay, we went through hell and high water here for a number of years ago, discussing this whole thing about parking. Can you pull in off the street? Can you back in? You know, what if it's enclosed? The whole 9 yards, and discuss this. But it just flabbergasts me that we don't think people are going to drive cars. And they have to park somewhere. Now you think, well, the business is wise enough to know they're this big and they're going to do this. I don't buy that for a second. That all of them will do that. Some might not. They say, I'm not required to do it. They can park on the square and they can walk over I am or something.
Which is what's legal in over here by this.
Yeah.
You don't have to put
200
it
feet.
in.
I'm very familiar with it, but this is only one small section of town. I think we need to designate parking requirements, you know, just.
And I will tell you, sorry, you had a question?
CZO, I mean, unless it's been changed, I mean, it stipulates the number of parking spaces based on the type of use.
Exactly.
Not the facility. So you have a building that has maybe a couple offices in it, it has maybe 1 or 2 parking, but they turn it into retail, and it's more parking spaces based on square footage. So that's exactly the point, and how do you address the parking based on what it is?
That's right.
I will tell you honestly, as I've talked to a bunch of different, I mean, I've worked with every single developer that we've got out here
Right.
to find out what their stipulations are and trying to get them to do things that are better. And one of the things that they all hold fast to is parking. They want to make sure that they have the parking that they need. So I would argue, because this is what I've been told, because I'm telling them, share parking, find shared uses. One of the nice things that I really like about Houston Square is that you have church parking on the weekends primarily. You have some business parking during the week. You have school parking during the week, primarily in the evenings and on the weekend. I mean, all of these are using the same parking spaces for different types of uses. And so I've encouraged them to look at doing things like this. And every single one of them has said, I know exactly what I need to be able to lease out my buildings, and that's how many we'll put there. And so in the new developments, they will put the parking that they need.
I hear what you're saying, and Houston Square is a unique situation.
Yep.
And I think I would have the requirement that any developer bring their parking plan, whether compromised to a small degree, whether they have as much as the current chart says they need for that or something close, but they have to bring some kind of a plan to the city for an amount of parking.
I will challenge you again. Look at Walmart. It's a lot of parking. How often do you see that full?
I've seen it 3/4 full a number of times.
Yeah.
But remember, our town is going to double and triple in size in the next 10, 15 years. Then parking lot probably going to be full.
Well, and we're talking about parking. I can tell you one business,
I'll get you in a second.
El Portel. Their parking.
That is, yes.
It's awful.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they overflow into the lawyers, into the Bravo Country Homes, into the library. And they block the intersections and everything. Now, the car wash that used to be there, the owner of that said they're going to be putting in 2 commercial buildings for some people to rent, to do a business out of. And there's no parking there.
Sure, the library.
Right. And then the library comes over into the hardware parking. And that's not going to exist here soon. So, I mean, we got to do something about parking. We really do.
Ms. Nuss, you had a question?
Well, maybe more of a statement. one of my jobs was working for a chiropractor, and it was putting them in multiple locations. And so when you would go to an area that had brought in, right, a new commercial development, kind of like where El Racan is, right? El Racan and Domino's, something like that. When those guys put in a development like that, they say, okay, well, we are trying to attract and look for these type of businesses, and this business is gonna need 1 to 2 parking spaces, this one's gonna need, 3 to 4, and so they only are renting out based on what the needs of those businesses are that they've pre-developed for. So really, when you're talking about bringing in new commercial stuff, like, El Portal is older, right? But when new spaces are coming in or redeveloping, they're gonna already have a plan for those, for the needs of the parking. I don't really think that we need to start telling people how many parking spaces they need. Now, yeah, El Portal is hard, and it's all around, and I don't know what to do about that now. But the new stuff isn't gonna have near as many of the problems because they planned out for this.
Right.
They're trying to get the right amount of rent, they're trying to attract the right amount of businesses. So go ahead.
If they put in commercial buildings there where the car wash is the city have current criteria for parking to put a particular size building in?
I would have to check their zoning because if it depends on what the zoning
You'd
is.
be on that Highway 90.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the.
They're central.
Yeah,
They're central.
Then they don't have as many parking requirements as like a CH would have. There's like a whole bunch of reductions, so I would, depending on what that use would be, I guess it would probably handle that capacity. I don't know. But-
So like square footage would dictate number of spaces.
The
Right.
type of use dictates
That's
the.
what she said.
Yeah, but the new building, so over by, behind the bank where all that development's going in, that is, I don't wanna say the one argument, because I really don't have any leg to stand on, because we have these minimum parking requirements that are just, but it's like a sea of parking, and I'm like, hey, do y'all need all this parking? Like, is it really necessary? I mean, one of them's for daycare, and I'm like, parents just drop their kids off and leave, like, there's like really 10 cars that maybe will be there parked the whole time, and they have 50 parking spaces in front. And over
It's
by,
a planned development. It hasn't been built yet.
yeah,
It's where they're clearing all the dirt next to the bank.
yeah, and so,
Security bank.
but trust me, the developers are always gonna oversize their parking lots, that's just how it goes. They're never gonna undersize it, because that's how their quote unquote market is driven, but that's just not a situation we find ourselves in right now.
Okay, so can we get to a point? So what's your recommendation? And then we're gonna have an up-down vote. What do you want to see done?
I want
An up-down
minimum
consensus.
parking requirements for everything. Or give me the guarantee that no commercial business will allow parking in any residential area.
So a minimum parking by place type. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
By
Each-
business type, I think, right?
Well, no, because we do place types.
Well, I'm asking him, is it business type or place type that you think it
I
needs to
think
be
it would have to
specified
be
by?
What's that?
It changes the requirements based on.
That's what I'm
how
saying.
the
We have no
use-
uses. We do place type. It'd be by place type. And because the place type's going to dictate how big the building could be, but you don't have uses anymore in the UDO.
Well, I know that.
Right.
But I'm
So
asking him what he
I know,
actually
but
wants.
we're using I can't make it work.
But
So by place type, you'd want a minimum number of parking by
Ask
place
the
type.
gentleman that's an expert in this, how do I have some minimum parking requirements? Because you think about, it, we have a lot of old things in Castroville that have been converted from a house to something else. And I'll guarantee you from being on the zoning board at P&Z, that's created some huge issues because people gotta park in somebody's front yard.
Isn't that one of the
They don't like it.
And don't forget the ADA requirements.
Well,
What's that?
one question at a time. If we wanted to have parking regulations to place types, what would you recommend, Mr. Consultant?
Well, it can be done by, whether it's lodging or by certain, building types. So we can write parking standards for you. That's what the council would like to see. The reason that it wasn't done has been stated is market driven currently. We do believe that the market's gonna drive the parking. you can get financing without having adequate parking. So that's the goal. It's not use-based. The premise was not to say, well, let's build our buildings to look like a Taco Bell, and then the Taco Bell has a certain parking because it's a restaurant, and then it turns into a pawn shop, and then pawn shops have parking standards, and then it turns into a church. And so it's trying to get away from that and using the buildings that you've had down here have been here for hundreds of years, and the uses inside of them have come and gone. But because you have the small block grid, it facilitates the movement of cars and people really seamlessly throughout your grid. You know, Houston Square helps a lot, you know, and so that's one premise of it. Not everyone's gonna have that, but that's the goal, is that it would be disseminated. Large parking adds to stormwater flooding, you know, there's a waste of land. It goes on and on about the negative aspects of parking as well.
So we've
It's
had
a
some,
balance, this is a trade-off.
yes, we've had some discussion for and against. You've had a couple of witnesses talk about whether parking was needed or not. My question then is, who would like to see parking standards added in the place types, in the commercial place types, and who doesn't?
So
So you're asking,
So thumbs up if you want.
do we say the parking, or do they come in and want and start talking to us? They say what they're gonna bring in.
Well, we could create, so there is, you're bringing in another option. So one option would be we create minimum parking requirements by place type, or however Matt thinks we could do that. The other would be to simply require a parking plan that goes through the review board or something like that, where they have to submit something.
Because how do we know what it's gonna become? So
Right.
it can be dictated now. If it's something that needs 10 parking spaces now, but somebody else moves in and they only need 5.
And that's kind of the reason we didn't want to put it
So
in there.
let me also
Right.
ask, so Jim, I mean, you deal with parking all the time.
Yeah, so an example, right, to our Bear County and City of San Antonio. City of San Antonio has minimum parking requirements. You have to provide that on your site plan when you go into building permit. Bear County does not. But if you look at commercial development within Bear County, you can't tell the difference between the City of San Antonio and Bear County. Commercial properties, just like Melanie said, those developers know what they need and they want those stalls. And so they come to the table and a lot of times, depending on use, they may say more is, you know, we want as much as we can get. You know, if it's a liquor store, they're gonna want as much parking as they can for all of it. So, my opinion is, I don't believe we need to take the time to add it, because I've seen developers that they will do it.
Are you saying that they need to bring a parking plan, but not to dictate how much parking?
I think if we're gonna mandate that they bring a parking plan, then that would coincide with having some form of something they have to comply with.
Well,
like a
based on,
Because they're gonna have a site plan with their construction documents to go through the building permit process. But I don't know that I would also require a specific parking plan. It'll all be shown on there.
okay, my intent is to keep commercial parking out of residential areas, okay? And that's my primary objective, and to not create a situation in the future that we say, golly, I wish I'd done this.
I don't think you can do that here in town. I mean, are you talking inside the bush?
Well, it hasn't worked right now. The El Portal was built. I mean, it was renovated, but I don't even think they added any
It's the same
additional.
business on site, so it probably was grandfathered.
Well, it was built under the CZO and it operated under the CZO.
Well,
They just do a better business than what was there before.
Right.
we had to turn down people because they couldn't meet parking requirements. And that's just the nature of the game.
That's their problem.
Exactly.
But that's what he's saying.
Yeah, he's saying that, well, no, he's saying that if we don't have parking requirements, then how are you going to know what to turn down and what to accept?
And to like something is like right now in the current CG, we do not require them to provide more parking. That is not within our parking standards right now. So all these new businesses that come in, they just figure it out, and that's how it is right now within our current CG. So
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't reread that, but we dealt with this back in the day.
yeah,
And we're very specific to lay out all the parking requirements.
yeah, but it,
You know, I don't know if it's in the CZ or it's in a separate addition to that.
No, there's parking, the
Very
parking
extensive.
requirements, yeah, they're in the CZO, but if you read the CG requirements, you're not required to bring any additional parking. You just have to, figure it out, because they already know that this is the built environment, you have to just do what you can. And then, and we do have parking requirements, but it's for all the development, but we know that all these development, just like Jim said, they're gonna bring what they need to the table for parking. So to dictate that, it's just kind of.
Do you remember when the Tardia Hotel was being looked at to be an event center?
Yeah, and I do remember we talked about parking extensively for that.
That was,
But that's still part of a transitional, like we still have other parking requirements that it doesn't necessarily relate to that.
I think that that's a good example of how that ended up, their parking ended up even now in residential area.
Right.
And they still hold events there whether they're allowed to or not.
Now they're residential again.
Yeah, that was built, during the horse days,
Yeah.
and they're reusing it today. And we're just glad there's still someone in it and using it, as opposed to it being a place where kids hang out and do drugs.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, they've got one in wherever. So do we want to have a thumbs up on whether to have parking regs or not?
Do you think that we need parking regulations, to need to add more parking regulations, please put your thumbs up.
What? Oh,
1, 2.
What's the question again?
Do you want to add parking regs in some way, shape, or form?
I want to,
Do you want to regulate how many parking spaces are required for a commercial business?
yes.
I'm not
Okay,
saying
then
that.
thumbs up or thumbs down, that's what you.
No,
I'm
he was
saying
saying
let
commercial
them-
versus residential.
Let the initial ones bring a parking plan based upon their business, and they'll know what their business is and what the parking plan is. Let them bring a parking.
Why are we gonna judge?
Yeah, we don't have any regulations.
We're just gonna take
so-
their word for it, how much they think
We
they
can't.
need, then why don't we just let them put how much they think they need?
Well, because they
Why
don't
do we
even
need
know
to
what
say,
uses
come
are
tell us
going
how
to
much
those
you
buildings
think
yet,
you
because
need,
usually
and we'll
they-
evaluate whether you
You
may.
have to bring some statistics.
All right, let me-
on this kind of
I,
business.
I'm going to draw this to a stepped close. So
I was trying.
the first step is, if you believe, no matter what those regulations look like, if you feel like we need to put additional regulations on parking, give a thumbs up. If you want to have additional regulations. So I have,
Regulations, you don't want them,
Yes,
you don't want them to say this is what.
so if you want to put impose regulations on commercial parking, put a thumbs up.
okay, so I have 3 and 1.
No, March, Houston has his thumbs up too.
Okay.
One-
3, yeah, 3 and 1.
Okay.
Yes, 2 thumbs. Okay.
I do, because I found something here, regarding
Okay, so we
parking
have-
clauses in Texas commercial leases. And it says, and this is from Silberman Law
So-
Firm.
We're going to move this forward because it's coming up to 11 o'clock. So your thumb is up then, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that we've got enough. Let's take that to the next step and say the regulations that are in there. One of the recommendations was to put it in front of the design review committee, have them submit the plan so that they can double check it. Is that sufficient, or do you want more regulations? So if you want more regulations, then having them submit that, put your thumbs up.
I would just like to add that they do not rely on residential areas for their business.
If we put a stipulation saying that the commercial parking cannot somehow, I don't know how this will be written, would not bleed into residential areas, is that more?
But you do that through your parking regulations.
Huh?
I think you do that through your parking regulations, right? Or you can't even stipulate that.
It's not somebody's parking on
Yeah.
the street.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that,
I think they should be able, I think they should be required to draw your parking plan, whether the parking's 200 feet away over here in Houston Square or not.
Present the plan.
Some type of plan, how they're going to address the parking for their business.
okay.
That's not how it's handled right now in the CZO.
So
Right.
you don't,
But-
you don't.
But hold on.
Yeah.
So we're just going to, I want to draw it to a close. So if we are good with having them submit the parking plan, because what's going to happen, they'll submit a parking plan, Brianna will take a look at it, or her staff will take a look at it and review it and say, you know, you're going to have issues with this, you're going to have problems with this, and you're going to need to fix it. It's not in the regulations, but it goes through a review so that they make sure that they think about it. It's going to be a very small isolated incident. Are we okay with that? If you're okay with that, put up your thumb.
Parking plan has to be reviewed with the design review committee.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, so
Okay.
Okay.
I have.
I'll go along with that, and y'all can develop a list of questions, like show us why you come up with this number or whatever.
Okay, so we're good with that?
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
There were 3 more items?
Yes.
You should cover
I stopped.
Yeah, we're
way.
well, we're an hour and a half beyond.
Okay, what else we got?
Well, beyond.
I don't have anything else. This is Mr. Lee. No. Yeah, I think he wanted to talk about short-term rentals. Guys, I know it's 10:30, so.
So,
How many do we have in town? 8 or 9?
Yeah,
so
it's like,
Texas right now does not allow us to regulate short-term rentals. There have been many attempts to regulate by cities, larger and smaller than us, and it has been in front of legislation many times, and they are not allowing us to regulate those at all. So
Cool.
I
I
think-
think we should do things we're not allowed to do. Next question.
well, go look it up and tell me anybody who's been successful.
Adjourn P and Z so we can go.
They're not allowed to.
Short-term rentals destroy.
So in certain areas they do.
I'll email you my questions.
Okay, so
Can we get the attorney just to review that report?
what's that? All right, so we're going to have
Short-term rentals.
we are going to have the attorney look at short-term rentals and see if we are allowed to. Bernie, I believe, is also a home rule. So I believe that we cannot, but we'll check with the attorney on that one.
I was just averse, I wouldn't want short-term rentals on the side of me with my children in the backyard.
I get you.
That's bad.
Bob will do what the attorney says.
All right, home-based business.
We only say it's allowed. Previously, we went through long and arduous discussions in this room about what you could or couldn't do. And we came up essentially with,
I'm sorry.
you can't tell there's a business in that home
yes.
by operating with business there. Okay, so there's not 1,000 cars, there's not stuff out front, and so forth. It basically continues to look like a home.
And that was an oversight on our part, but yes, we are going to put the information about what can be used or what can be done in a home occupancy. Like the certain regulations about what goes there, probably parking. I don't know, the visit thing is kind of hard. I don't know who sits out there and looks to see how many cars are coming and going. But just those enforcement ones that we can enforce and that we have in the past couple of years while this home occupation has been on the books, we are going to put those regulations in there, so.
You're asking me to agree to something I haven't seen?
No.
No, we're telling you that's what it's going to be, and then there'll be a draft that'll be brought to you. Why are you being obstinate? It's 11 o'clock.
Okay, next one is historic district.
So, I'm saying you open the door to all kinds of things in life.
I don't have these are
Yes.
What's the last?
We agree. The last one is historic district.
I know, this is not on my list.
Historic district, and and I know it's in there now. I am vehemently against a group of people in the city telling somebody that does not want to come into the historic district that they are. That's essentially kind of a taking, in my opinion, okay, because you're forcing them to comply with something they don't want to do with their property. To me, that is totally wrong.
I will encourage you to look at did you review the attorney's, because we had a full report on that. Was it 2 council meetings ago?
Our 2 council meetings.
2 council meetings. We got a full report on that. Go back and look at that.
I don't know.
And I'm not saying that we shouldn't reapproach it, but that is completely separate from the UDO process. It is,
In the UDO,
It's referred to as a separate document in the UDO.
right.
It's
But
not
that-
regulated by the UDO. It's
Right.
There's a separate document that's referred to.
I'm not
by-
saying that it doesn't need to be addressed, because I totally agree it needs to be addressed, and how that gets addressed is a separate issue. Go
I
ahead.
think he's specifically referring to that a property it's not just the map and questions about the map. It's specifically, there's a process in there by which a property can be designated historic over the disapproval of the owner,
it's right in the UDO.
right? And that is in the UDO.
Right.
I'm with
I know
you,
what
but I
you're-
don't think
Last
that's
section in the UDO.
Yes, I
Oh.
know what she's saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, but we're not, because of the scope of this and because we know how passionate people are about the historic design guidelines and the historic regulations, we we have always said that we were not touching that portion of it because that will require a whole bunch of stuff that needs to go through HLC for approval, all of that stuff. So that has been said from the very beginning that we are not touching those historic design guidelines and the regulations that are instilled with those.
Okay, but you missed what he just said.
Yeah.
He said that there's
I missed
something
it
in the
as
UDO that says that someone can be added to the historic district against the owner's wishes.
Yes.
I don't know
Where is
what
that?
that's about.
The attorney told us that's not right, so that must be a mistake, if you could look at that.
I'll look it up, but yeah, unless it was a direct translation from the existing historic district guidelines. Oh, well then
No.
if it's in the existing, we're not changing it.
Well, this whole thing's about making it fit the community.
No, the guidelines, but the guidelines we're not messing with. So the guidelines are something y'all are going to get to take on
No,
later.
no, he's talking about something separate.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
talking
That's gonna
about
be for
something
separate.
different though. Okay, Bruce.
I have two questions on the historic, and one of them you probably just answered because you can't. Number one, I'd like to know how the ruling from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals about ruling for historic landmark commission review of aesthetics applies to the city, if it affects the city's ability to enforce that. And second, I disagree. I didn't like it before. An appeal of HLC coming before P&Z was kind of zoning board of adjustment.
I think that's what we recommended, right?
Well, I just want.
And then, okay, and I just want to wrap this up. This is the last thing. He had a lot to do with actually like the very specific engineering things. If y'all don't mind, me and Jim are going to go through those and we're going to find the best practice. I just don't know if everybody needs to be involved in that. But make some of those tweaks to the best practice that should be done now.
Okay. So the other thing we need to cover, if there's no.
Well, then stop asking more questions. No, it's.
I'm setting the
All right.
out of my questions.
What's the question?
We refer to following the San Antonio design guidelines in the CZO. I have no idea what the San Antonio design guidelines are.
In the CZO or in
Not
the,
in the UDO. The UDO.
where does it say that?
We do that in the, we already do that in the subdivision ordinance because we didn't have engineering standards. So we already do that in the subdivision ordinance, try to pull into this UDO. If you thought it was a long document now, it would be a super long document. We already referred to those in the subdivision ordinance.
That's fine, except you're asking. And I have
Well, no, you asked